Well, hello and welcome to all pool fans joining us from across the world. Welcome to the 2025 Predator European Championships. We are bringing you these matches from the beautiful city of Tallinn here in Estonia. The match we are commentating on today will be the losers bracket of the 10-ball men's discipline. I'm Gethin Davis, and I'm joined in the commentary booth today with the very insightful and good friend Tim de Ruyter, who will be introducing our players to us. Welcome, Tim.
Good morning. Yeah, very interesting matchup here on the TV table between Alvaro Canoniga and Juan Carlos Exposito. Especially, like you said, it's a loser bracket match. The winner advances to the last 64, and the loser is out. So a Spanish affair to either make it or break it. So will be interesting to see.
And if I remember rightly, Juan Carlos is off the back of an absolute thriller of a match where he was 7-1 down and brought it all the way back on the TV table, no less.
Yeah, 6-1, 7-3, I believe, against Carl Gnaderberg in his first opening match. So yeah, that was quite a thriller.
Absolutely.
And I mean, I've played against Canoniga once. Still younger than most of the seasoned Spanish players. Doesn't travel as much as the other guys too. So for viewers at home, I would say Juan Carlos is a slight favorite. But I also don't know how much Canonigo has improved over the years. So who knows? I mean, let's see what happens.
It's going to be interesting. He found the cue ball locked behind the 9 there, so he's pushed out and left a teaser of a 1.
Well, I might consider just playing safe, sending the 1 underneath the 10 and the cue ball behind the 9 again. Yeah, I like this option better.
Yeah, he may have just leaked a little, but you are picking the shots again, Tim.
I mean, the 8 is still in between, I feel.
Yeah,
but
I think it is completely, yeah.
Going over the top long rail won't be too tough to hit the 1, and there's good things that can happen. The 7 could come in between. 10 could come in between. Not too bad. He just was trying to get something in between, obviously. But yeah, if Canonigo sticked the cue ball with the 9, then this kick shot would not have been available. So the slight details are the most important sometimes.
Yeah, and he probably would have wanted to have had a better cue ball from this shot as well.
On the other side, if you think about it, Juan Carlos Exposito has had so many years on the Epbf tour, either the Euro Tour or the European Championship. So compared to Canoniga, I think maybe Canoniga still has to settle down, and Juan Carlos is maybe already feeling the vibe a bit.
Yeah, and also having the experience of playing on the TV table already in this tournament will, I believe, help him. He'll already understand how it's playing differently to the other tables.
Well, if you think about it, there's also a shot clock on the table as well. So just it's slight details, but yeah, we'll see who will handle it the best. Things will be interesting with the 6-9 being tied up in the top left, and this would be interesting shot here if he plays a 5-9-6 combo.
I could see you smile as he took a step over to look at it there. That was yeah, this would be an interesting choice of shot so early on.
Well, the thing is that you might lose the 5 ball as well, so that's why he's played safe.
Yeah.
Super sensitive safety.
And for our friends watching at home, watching the stream today, the 30-second shot clock is in play, as Tim mentioned, and there is one extension allowed per player per rack, and I believe that's 25 seconds, Tim, if I remember rightly.
I do believe so, yes. Yeah, I mean, it's a race to 8, plenty of time, so usually when I try to settle down with the shot clock, I also, oh, this is a good shot here.
That was a
Great cue
lovely
ball.
shot.
To settle down on the shot clock, you know, I just tell myself, listen, it's a long race at least. So there's time, you know, even when you make a couple mistakes because you feel a little bit rushed, just try to take as much time as you can, and you know, you will get used to it eventually. When you start panicking, it's not gonna happen.
No. Hey, this is a tough shot, Tim. Oh.
Yeah, that was close. Does he opt for a 5-9-6 now? No, he's playing another save behind the 7. It would be ideal if he can open up the 9 and the 6 here and stick the cue ball behind the 7. But there is a risk, Gethin.
If that 6 does drop.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Well, not that the 6 has dropped, but also now the fact that the cue ball was not frozen to the 7.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest part of that shot. But you alluded to the right thing there, Tim. This is a call pocket game, and if you are to pocket a ball that you haven't called, then you leave the choice to your opponent to give the shot back to you. So if he'd have potted the 6 there, he would have and frozen the cue ball behind the 7. His opponent could have given him the shot back and put himself in a lot of trouble. So it was a good spot there, Tim. Oh, that was a thin cut. That was a very thin cut.
Well, missed a great chance to put some early pressure on Exposito.
Yeah, he's got the cue ball against the cushion here, so it looked like he's going to have to run through with this to avoid the 10 being in the way of the 7. So still a little tester. Yeah, he's played that perfectly.
Well, the reason why I said to put the pressure on Exposito too is because Exposito did break off in this opening rack. So would be nice, of course, to steal the first game on your opponent's break and then possibly with a good break of yours. Now you have a 2-0 lead. And I mean, you get going and the other guy is probably already thinking like, oh, that was not great. Not a good start.
Yeah, and one thing that I have been finding over the matches of late, over the last 3 days, was that when the player gets into the break and really gets settled into their own break and holds their server, so to speak, they can really start to pinch the odd frame away from their opponent and turn the screw, and it can really, put the opponent under a lot of pressure being sat in the chair. However, we do have alternate breaks. As I mentioned with holding serve, it will give them an opportunity to get back to the table at some point. Well, that's a confident shot. Well, you called it, Tim.
Yeah, so opening rack goes to Juan Carlos Exposito. Let's see if Canoniga can produce a good break here. I mean, it's tough. Like I said, I don't want to sound like Exposito is like supposed to win this match. It's just that we don't know too much about this young man at the table here. I just know that there is some age difference between the two of them. But I just really, I mean, I've seen him around. I just never really watched him play, or not as much as the other guys. So,
would it be safe to say that a lot of the Spanish players play against each other and find themselves playing against each other in tournaments a lot, and hence maybe know each other's game a little?
Well, guaranteed there is more involved in this match than just the fact that it's two Spanish players. Like, obviously they have played each other in the Spanish Cup, or I don't know exactly how the tournaments are named, but there's always some kind of either friendship or some rivalry, you know, because you're from the same country. You must have played multiple times against each other in general.
I'll have a look in the chat in the next 10 minutes and see if anyone in there has any more insights into what goes on between the Spanish players. But that was a lovely little snick off the one. I think there's a gap through to it though.
Yeah.
Great overhead view.
Yeah, I was wondering if Juan Carlos could have nicked the one and stay underneath the 6-8, but as you can see, the safety he just played was already awkward queuing enough for Alvaro, who left a shot on the one. It's not a very tough layout. If you can get from the 2 ball to the 3, if you look at the 5 goes in the corner or the side, the 6 goes in the side.
Yeah, you're right, Tim. They are there. We've just both gone a little bit quiet, waiting to see which angle he was going to take on the 4 there, and I think this is the best side to come at it, but he didn't have much to work with. Oh yeah, the 3. Well, as you pointed out, Tim, a break of... if he can win against the break here, then Cananiga is going to be asking some questions.
I mean, especially if there is a special dynamic between the two of them. Maybe they love to play against each other, maybe they don't, maybe they have played 1,000 times, maybe they just barely played, but they're still both from the same country, so they know each other. Like, this usually just makes the thoughts more, yeah, just a little bit more deep, you know, and they come up quicker. So usually maybe around 4-0 or 3-0 you would say, oh man, I'm not gonna lose against my friend. now it could happen way earlier, you know, like earlier in the match than you usually do.
Well, let's hope that's not the case. But Juan Carlos
it sounds like a him problem. Well, I mean, one of them is going to think at some point, and the other guy is gonna like that. That's the game of pool. Oh, interesting. Was down to shoot the 8, and then I don't know what he came over for to look at. Like, stop shot is perfectly fine.
Do you think he was... No, he wouldn't have been worried about falling straight on it.
No, I mean, you just want to make sure everything but straight, so a stop shot was fine. Maybe he's just trying to make sure that he closes this game out, because it's not his break, so he knows how important this rack was to gain early distance.
Yeah, it's incredible how important these moments can be at such an early stage of the match. And it'll be interesting to see the body language of the others. Here we get a great view of the venue here. It looks like starlight going on around the venue, Tim.
Yeah. Well, there is plenty of stars also in the building.
Very nice. And the Predator tournament is being brought to you from the Kalevi Hall in Tallinn. And I believe our colleague Mark has been there quite a few times and says the venue is absolutely fantastic. Have you had the pleasure yet?
No. I was supposed to go play the Euro Tour, but unfortunately it didn't really make any sense. The expenses were too high to fly there. The flight was unreal. So
Wow.
I chose to join you guys. So
Excellent. You didn't consider the long drive. I don't know how long a drive it would be all the way. You have to go up through Germany and Latvia and...
I actually did check. I believe it's like 24 hours or something. I said, come on, I'm not gonna drive 24 hours.
You were just pointing out there how important, the break and winning against the break was back then. One thing we may want to mention to the viewers at home is the format for the break. There's a break box which you're not allowed to break within, which you can see at the top of the table with the two lines. So it's a great view from the overhead camera there. Is there any benefit to breaking closer to the center or closer to the cushion, like the 9-ball break players do?
Well, in general, if you break more from the center, even if you break the balls a little bit thinner on the left or right side, they still have enough impact, enough energy to move 2 balls to the side pocket. The more you go
Right.
outside, you actually focus more on having 1 ball tracking towards the side, possibly even better. But that's only the case if you hit it head on from more outside.
Right.
So basically they changed to this format where they use the break box, and knowing that the players that will hit the break head on can only make that ball go in the side. So it's
Right.
it's to make things a little bit tougher, because from the center you can still hit it a little bit off and still make 2 balls in the side. So it's kind of, I mean, I'm not gonna say easy, but with how well everybody plays nowadays, they said they needed a change.
Well, Juan Carlos turned down the 4 there for a safety. Clearly the 5 is in a really tricky position. I don't know if he called the 3 rail. I don't believe he did. And now it's up to Exposito to decide who will take this shot. And I think he's going to take it.
Well, he could play thin on the 5 ball and trying to lock the cue ball behind the 7-8 again. Oh, I was thinking about maybe running softly into the 7, because judging the speed on such a thin hit, super tough to lay right behind. What is it, like a ball and a half?
Yeah. And the ball is really rolling well on the Simonis cloth, so you have to have such a feel for playing them shots.
Well, in general, I mean, it's new conditions, the table is new, the slide is slowly getting off the table, so the rails are now starting to catch up with the cue ball as well, so there's a little bit more pace in the ball at times. So all the shots where they are letting the cue ball go are way more sensitive to control.
Well, we're getting treated to a little bit of an exchange of safety. However, I feel this might be a full-blooded attempt. Yeah, he's played that well, Tim. That was a tricky shot. after having exchanged a few safety shots. Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing is that I just see Exposito coming out over and over, and I feel like, for example, Canoniga could have played a safety on the 5 instead of the bank. Obviously, he hasn't really settled down yet, but he's still going quite aggressive, so he might have to change his strategy a bit.
Yeah, that's a good spot. And I think it comes back to how you were alluding to with taking one against his break early on, and now if this will be holding his break, it's going to start asking questions of Canoniga when he's standing there racking the balls for himself for the 4th frame. So this is a tricky one.
Yeah, always a little bit awkward queuing when it's near the side pocket point. Should be fine on the scratch, as you can see from the top view.
Wow, very well played. It just goes to show the experience you have there, Tim, because looking from the overhead, you were very happy that there was no in-off, whereas that's all I could see.
Yeah, guaranteed, yeah. No, it's just usually with shots like that, it really depends on what kind of pace you play on the ball too. So if you play soft pace, usually I take like just one object ball next to the 10, for example. That's what I go for, like the outgoing line. And the side pocket point was there, so I knew as long as I don't smash the ball in, that he should be fine. So it kind of worked for him. And Canoniga breaking 3-0 down. So listen, I didn't wake up this early this morning to not see a match here. You know, I would like to see something exciting and close. So come on, man.
I'll ensure that message gets through to the players, Tim.
Yeah. When they take a break, please just go over there and tell them.
That's quite a handy break.
Yeah, only the worst thing is there's nothing available on the 3 ball. So even if you would go aggressive, cut the 1 in or bank the 1 to the cross corner, then still, you see he's called the 1 to the cross corner and trying to get shape on the 2, but unless you have a breakout angle on the 2, there's not so much value.
No.
And then at some point I'm wondering myself, like, why would I even play like a 2-way like this if maybe he could have played just a good safety shot?
Yeah, because if he was playing to freeze the cue ball up against the 2 and he made the pot, there's not really much value there.
Exactly, and it's an in-between shot, you know. It's easier to say I'm going aggressive or I'm going safe instead of the in-betweens.
Well, Juan Carlos saying, I've had enough of that 3 and 10 stuck together, so let's try and leave Canoniga in a dilemma and open up the 3. So he's feeling confident. He wants that 3 in a potable spot. This will be interesting to see how Canoniga responds.
Yeah, good shot there.
Yeah.
Only thing, I mean, most of the people probably are thinking now like, oh, he's back again with the complaining. The thing is that he has left the 1 quite over the center pocket, so could potentially still go 2 rails, or even if there's a window in between the 1-3. Listen, there's options, you know. He's called it in the corner, 2 rails. You see, and basically if that cue ball was frozen to the 10, he would not have had this out.
No.
Which you were in a way better position if you had done that. So that's the beauty of the details in pool. And so far, I mean, I think the difference in this match so far has been those details. Same here. The 1 ball should never land in front of the side. He got the save, but we all know the jump cue is out. Most likely to make the 1 if he gets shape on the 2 ball. Look at his layout.
These are very makeable jump shots for these players. Some of the jump shots we've seen so far this week have been fantastic. They play with it as if it's just and yourself included, play with it as if it's their playing cue. It's great to watch, and it really adds an extra dimension to the game. Oh, and I cursed it a little.
Well, I would say quite unexpected, and maybe just what Alvaro needs. The only tricky shot still though is to get from the 4 to the 7. There is a 7-10 combination available, but early combinations do not count. So that's good to know for everyone back home. So would like to land as straight as possible on the 4. Like straight to a minimal angle. To draw back for the 7 in the corner. Ooh.
Ooh.
Well, he's already left himself some angle on the 3 ball. So he's not going to get close to the 4 and really has to be careful. Could also leave himself angle and cross over to play the 7 in the center. But that's also a shot where you can lose the cue ball. So
I think he's going to have to take your second option there, Tim, and come round the back.
Well, the thing is, with how near the 4 is to the rail, the cue ball will hit the rail, come out, and then the draw really starts to work. So you kind of have to hit it a little thicker and a smoother stroke on there. As you see, the cue ball already reacted off the rail before any draw was on the ball. I think he's gonna play safe here. Still had a cut though. I mean,
yeah.
At that point, I think he still could have cut it and let the cue ball go 3 rails. But I mean, who knows? Maybe he's not feeling the stroke yet, and he's just trying to get a game on the board and hopefully get going. You don't know how players feel from the commentary booth.
No, quite. But I think you're right. He'd started, having that opportunity was the real momentum builder, and this has given Juan Carlos just a chance of snuffing that momentum out, which would be a shame.
I mean, you just never know. Like, for example, this. He got kind of lucky not to leave something, but also Canoniga basically gave him the opportunity to do this.
Correct, yeah. Well, did he just call the bank into the centre pocket?
No, it looked like he was lining up to cut this ball in.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Ooh. Did hit the rail quite early, but still slid in. A little longer 10 ball, but this is to get his first game on the board.
Very good. Well, that snuffs out a charge from Juan Carlos. It was a great finish from Canoniga, that last, the penultimate pot. And we get a good view of the arena. On the other TV table right now is Costas Giorgio against Daniel Maciol. And I'm just having a look here. And Daniel is winning 5-0 at the moment. So he did not, has yet to allow Giorgio to get his foot in the door. But here we now have it at 3-1. Juan Carlos to break. And is that a sign, Tim?
Well, definitely a possible turnaround. Gotta say, I don't think the 2 ball goes to the top left, so well, I've been lying. The 2 ball does go, but it's a really interesting layout. If you look at how to get from the 1, he has to go 3 rails, find the window between the 8 and the 10. That's what I like. Place the cue ball here in between the 4 and the 5. Go top left, 3 rails. Then try to get to the center of the table. Then draw from the 2 to the 3 ball for the 3 in the bottom right. And after I said all that, he decided to just play safe because the odds are way better. I actually understand why he played safe there. Like, I really agree actually too. Like, it's a really tough layout.
Yeah. But I think your first 2 shots were the right way to start the pattern if you were going to go for the.
Some of them, like some of the players, they really just like to just go at every run out. So, which eventually works. I mean, there is some great run out players that probably could have run this out. But if you're not feeling too great, I don't mind that safety at all.
No. Juan Carlos contacted the 1 and got away with it a little bit. I don't think the 1 from our overhead camera goes to the corner. That 8 ball is definitely in the way, so maybe looking to use some of the traffic here. Or he's going to go for it.
Oh. Oof. He's going to try and find that window in between the 4-8, and I gotta say, to get there, that 9 ball comes into play too if he goes 2 rails. So he has to be careful. If he runs into the 9, he's guaranteed not on the 3 ball. Oh, he went really deep into it. Nudge off the 8 behind the 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, made sure he was going to be a little longer there, but as we could see earlier, it was only like a ball window. Like, it was really aggressive to go there.
Yeah, absolutely. And after he turned down the original run out and then went for that one, which the position to the 3 looked a bit more difficult than envisaging his first run out, I was find that choice making a little bit different. I didn't see him going for the 1 and trying to continue the run out from there. So
I also do feel quite the frustration. If you see at what kind of speed he was trying to go all in to make the 3 in the corner on the kick shot.
Yeah.
I feel like he's now a little bit frustrated by the fact that he's had some awkward opportunities. It's not like he's been missing balls all over. It's not like he's been playing horrible by any means, but yeah, he also knows that if things are going maybe slightly better, that he has a chance, because it's also not like Juan Carlos has been playing perfect.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of both.
Yeah. This is a delicate shot. Bring it back across with the 6 and the 10. Oh, he's got away with it, but the 10 was threatening to put him out of position there. However, I think he's got away with it, and with a gentle roll push into the 10, he'll leave himself perfect on the 7 here, or even go around the back of it. Now let's see how he finishes on this 8, because he's got to come back down for the 9. That looks pretty good. Or is the middle pocket threatening him?
Well, he could play stun with just a drip of left. Doesn't have to come all the way back down, doesn't have to come all the way to get straight. You know, as long as he does pass the 10. Oh, I was gonna say, just make sure you go. Wow, I think the 10 is right in between.
Yeah, and I think you're right there, Tim. If he'd have just even played to bring the cue ball towards the centre pocket, just with the right pace, he would have completely taken the 10 out of play. You're right.
Yeah, if he got just past the side, then he still had a decent cut on the 9 with natural shape. So real first here.
Yeah.
Well, there's a safety in mind included, but what do you mean safety in mind? Let's just cut it in.
Yep. Oh, he's having a little word with himself. He's not happy with the position he's left, but I think it's very difficult to judge where the cue ball's going to go playing shots like that.
Well, at times he does like to put some body into this. This is one of those shots that you know you have to stay still and cue smooth.
Oh, right in the throat of the pocket.
Yeah, now gotta save 4-1. Things are starting to be worrying for Alvaro, and yeah, like I said, I seen some frustration on that 3 ball, and I definitely hope it doesn't really manifest the rest of his game. You know, that it really doesn't grow to be more and more, because that would mean we will have a real fast match. I mean, if he starts to go tilt and starts to go way too aggressive, like way more, then the experience from Exposito is going to lock the set, I feel.
Yeah, I agree. And as you pointed out earlier on at the start of the match, this is sudden death now, and I would hope that would add the extra dimension of never give up. But you're right, and that early start, that 2-0 early start and going against the break has really paid dividends, as we see the other tables being played at the moment. And looks like making short work of that, Mr. Maciel. So I would assume that's now 6-0. Let's have a little refresh of the board. Great conditions to play in. The lights look fantastic. And today we have the men's, the ladies, and the under-23s and the wheelchair 10-ball discipline today. And as we were just saying, sudden death, that brings us to the last 32 towards the end of today.
Yeah, things will get more exciting also, as the winner of this goes to the last 64. Today we do play all the way to the semi-final.
Oh, brilliant. I didn't pick up on that. There's so many different games going on and matches to be played. It's incredible that they can get them all done in such a good time. Thanks to the shot clock as well.
Okay, scratch on the break.
Yeah, that wasn't needed, was it?
If he gets where he was pointing, if he gets at least as straight as possible on the 2, this is a wide open table. If he leaves himself a lot of angle. Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Might have just held up.
Well, I think a little piece of dirt or something there really helped him out to get on this 2-ball. Because I thought it was originally going to be frozen on the 5. Now he's actually perfect. He can draw away from the 5. Could go into the long rail and out. Or could go forward too.
Yeah, decided to check out. Yeah, I was worried that the angle that he was going to be left with would result in him having to cannon into the 10, which may have caused him problems. However, yeah, that last little roll seemed to pay dividends for him. That could be the pool gods.
One good shot here. Stun. Maybe a drip of right. Checking off the right long rail.
Use the pocket. Yeah, you do fancy his chances with the 8 and the 9 the way they are. He really doesn't need to do too much with them if he comes the right side of the 8.
I think he's just okay, a little bit close to the awkward queuing. I think he's just fine to queue right next to the 6. Just gonna make sure he leaves himself similar on the 6. Quite straight would be nice. And no awkward queuing on the 10. I mean, that's the difference too. Like, we've seen Alvaro now slowly starting to make big mistakes. Like, he just went and did really wing at the 3 ball, you know, just trying to make something happen. Sold out. Exposito ran out, took a timeout, came back fresh. First thing his opponent does is scratch on the break. I mean, that's what players get. He gets going now, you know. That's, you kind of lit the fuel there.
Ooh. He hit that a little harder than I thought he was going to.
I also felt like he cut that slightly into the corner, like a little bit more to the short rail side.
Yeah, which, you know, later on in this tournament, them pockets are going to start getting tighter and tighter.
Yeah, from the looks of it, I mean, I haven't really been able to check this, but by the looks of it, before we always used to play on like 4.25, or at least the bags would play so big with the new cloth and just how the tables were. But now with the new Predator Arc tables, I feel like the tables are slightly tighter. So it could be 4-1-8 with the new cloth.
Yep. So,
and the reason why I'm saying this is not to where I'm gonna say, oh, if they finally hang a ball and go, whoa, the pockets are tighter. it's more about eventually over 2 weeks, because we have and the European Championships and the Euro Tour. The Euro Tour always after the EC is always tougher. So I'm interested in seeing who does the best on that slightly different conditions.
Yeah, that will be interesting. Because if they're tough now, they're only going to be a lot tougher later. And that's Daniel Maciel, I believe, giving a donut to Costas Giorgio. So, making simple work of that.
Well, one side note, some players are really just not made to play in the morning.
That's a very good point to make. It's currently 9:45 in the morning in Tallinn, Estonia. And yeah, some people weren't made for mornings. You're right, Tim. Thankfully, your commentators today, Tim de Ruyter and myself, Gethin Davis, we're wide awake and itching to go. That's right,
Oh,
Tim?
yeah, I love the mornings. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And while we were talking about the other scores, it might just be useful for the viewers at home that if you visit the epbf.com website, the European Pool Billiard Federation, you will find a running list, live scoring of all the disciplines as they're being played. And if you have any invested interest in players, certainly from ourselves commentating in the Netherlands, we're looking at the likes of Quintin Pongers and a few other favourites. But yeah, you will find the latest scores and the forthcoming fixtures in there. And as I mentioned, we also have 2 TV tables, so you can jump between the 2 if there's 2 great matches going on at the same time. And you will find the forthcoming matches being advertised through there as well.
Yeah,
so,
I would like to go over a couple results, especially talking about Quinten Pongers. He's currently up 7-1 against Tobias Bongers. Tobias Bongers, who won the straight pool division. So that is quite interesting. And let's see what we have more. So many good players. Saki Kanatlar from Turkey actually is up 6-3 against Aydin Piknac from Bosnia. It's interesting too. The list is big. I'm still filtering.
Yeah, I'm looking for some highlights as well. But yes, Tobias Bongers played a great straight final. He went through some tough competition to get to that final too. It was very good. I believe in one match Tobias got very quickly to 99 and didn't get over the end, and that's a situation in itself. And he rose above it and came through and played a very good final of the straight. And in the ladies straight final, we had Pia Filler against Ina Kaplan, and Pia played flawless. Didn't give Ina a look in or a chance to really get bedded into the straight match, and was over rather quickly. Great performance by Pia, and looking forward to seeing both of them progressing in this 10-ball discipline now. So I'm guessing the guys are on a break. It looks like he's returning now. Yep, Juan Carlos is out of his chair. I'm sure he's eager to get going at 5-1, and it will probably be Cananiga hoping that the break will allow him to change the momentum somewhat. So he's breaking close to the box there, Tim.
Yeah. I mean, I like to stay as close as possible to the center. As you can see, the 8 and the 2 still tracking. Nice full break, just the ball's not going to the sides, but he still made one in the corner. He's got the shape on the 1. I feel the 4 does go to the bottom left, so look at this.
Yeah. His eyes will be widening.
Well, I'm not gonna try and jinx the whole thing, but this is probably the easiest run out we've had this match. Like, he still has to do it, so you never know about the pressure, how they feel. Maybe he's also realizing, like, oh wow, I can go 6-1, huge thing, you know? But
yeah, absolutely.
Overall, if he gets from the 3 to the 4, which he did get quite straight on the 3 ball. Just imagine being like straight in on the 4. You tap the 5 in, 6 is hanging over the corner, then the 8 is in front of the side.
Yeah, you just need to freeze
straight on the 8. If you're straight on the 8, it's like you're guaranteed on the 9, and the 10 is near, so no traveling.
Well, if we were to ever lay out the jinx, I think that would probably be sufficient.
If I did not make the jinx big enough, I would not know how else.
Well, let's see how well he was listening. Not as deep in the pocket as it needed to be to cause him some trouble. I don't think this is going to...
I still could play left side and just stun the cue ball. Oh, he even drew the cue ball. He's got slight angle here. Can go back like a ball or 2 towards the 9. Just make sure you leave a slight angle. Because if you're straight, you either have to stop the cue ball on the 9, or you have to draw towards the 10, and can be funny. I think he might have left himself an angle going to the right long rail, which is not ideal.
Yeah, he wasn't going to do too much with the cue ball there. I think he was going to be tracking right onto the 10.
Yeah, so 6-1 now. Kind of have to say, starting to feel for Kanoniga because we really do not get to see much of his speed.
No. And it all needs to start with first not scratching off his break here. He'll be looking to have a good break and return the favour. Now, I see the players tapping the balls from the side to get them tight and to make sure that there's no gaps between them. But I also see other players doing it from the diagonals. Is there a difference? Do you have to do both?
They do what?
When they're tapping the balls together in the rack to make sure that they're tight, I notice some players will push them in from the sides with their fingers. This is a complete observation from me, by the way. And then some other players will go from the diagonals, so from the corners, and tighten them that way.
Basically, the players, they don't tap the balls. Like it's kind of a pattern tapped into the cloth or slate. It's like a little bit of both. You can just roll on top of the dents and the ball will go into it. The only thing is, at the end, they kind of are trying to push them to freeze. I mean, obviously they want to have the full rack tight.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't know if there was a benefit though of the way that they were just tightening them from the sides or from the diagonal. I'm probably not explaining it well enough, Tim. That's all.
Well, I'm wondering, like, there could be. I mean, I never looked at it, so
I know. For instance,
I might have to try that at home, and see. If it actually makes a difference.
I just know from playing straight pool, I always want to make sure the side that I'm breaking towards, all of them balls are tight together. So I go from the diagonals to make sure they're tight. But I notice a lot of players keep pushing in from the side of the rack just to make sure they're all frozen together. I'm just wondering if there was any difference for them.
I'm assuming it doesn't make too much difference. But listen, I might be in the wrong here. I might not know enough. So... like, I might have to start trying, pushing the balls different in the rack. Now I'm curious. But on the other side, look at this for a layout again. Like, so much space in the center of the table. You drop down from 6 to 7. It's only going back and forth, bottom side of the table, top side of the table, bottom side of the table. Like, that's the only thing that's a little tougher, but... this right after the break,
It does look somewhat ominous for Kanoniga. Let's hope he can turn something around before the end of this match. As you said, Tim, it's an exercise now of coming up and down the table and leaving him either high or low on the ball in the way he wants.
Yeah, like I said, there was not too much that could have gone wrong with such an open position, besides maybe getting too much angle, missing an open ball, but yeah. Exposito he's playing well with the things he's getting, but I feel a little bit sad for Kanoniga at this point.
Yeah, as you pointed out though, Tim, he maybe didn't make the best shot selection or even pace selection when he did choose the right shot, so he could have created a few more opportunities for himself, but that's not to take anything away from Juan Carlos. I mean, Exposito he's played very solid throughout this match.
Well, what I will be interested in is the fact that we will have the last 64 later, I believe at like 11:30 our time. So what is it, 12:30 local time?
Yeah.
And you know, sometimes you know that you have to play that loser qualification, but you know you're already in stroke and you might meet a player that hasn't played a match yet. So this could also be a great warm-up for eventually beating one of the top players in the last 64.
Yeah, good point.
So that's definitely something I will have to look into. There's multiple players, of course. Everybody that comes through the loser bracket at least is in that bunch.
Well, as you were pointing out earlier, Tim, he's coming to the table with not too many problems. In fact, not any at all to have to negotiate. So, again...
Yeah. Well, the only thing is that he had to play a good shot from 2 to 3. He's not too happy here, though.
No, he's come over
a little straighter, but then nonetheless, it's more of a shot-making thing that's happening at the moment than anything else. There's no defense anymore, like in the first couple games. No kicking. Checked it with inside. You know, this is a great chance. I don't see Kanoniga coming back to the table.
No, you pointed out he just run over a little bit too far for that. Well, a little bit further than he wanted for that shot, but he came back very strong with his response to it.
Yeah, so 2 balls remaining. Our next match will be in like, well, to be precise, in 48 minutes. So just would like to thank everybody for tuning in. This was Gethin Davis and myself, Tim de Ruyter. Thank you for tuning in, and hopefully we'll see you very soon in probably now 47 minutes. See you soon.
Thank you, Tim.
Welcome everyone. We're back. Epbf Predator European Championships here in Tallinn, Estonia. This is day 4 of 11 and the 10 ball is in full swing. We're down to the last 64 single elimination stage, so now we're in the business end of this event, and what a match we have here. My name is Graham Hickman. I'll be in the box with my good friend Pascal de Schmidt, and we will be talking you through this exciting match. Pascal, welcome.
Welcome, Graham. Really good to be here at the business end of this European Championships 10 ball. I mean, what a matchup we have here. Ivo Arch, also known as the Brooklyn Butcher, versus Kasper Matikainen. Both very, very good players. I think the two, Kasper is a little bit more well known, but don't be mistaken, the man on the table is very, very dangerous. So what's your take on this match, Graham?
Yeah, I agree. It's this is going to be a really interesting one, I think. Obviously Ivo has been around Euro Tours and European Championships, but Kasper has also been around. Both very good in their own right. I think on paper, I agree with you. I think Kasper has got a little bit more, if I can say, CV. Pascal, he has won a few medals in the European Championships in the past. He's won 8 ball, 9 ball medals, golds as well. So, and he's also got a silver in the 10 ball. European Tour kind of performance levels very similar to Ivo. A few quarterfinals, still chasing down their kind of first big win, I guess, on the Euro Tour. Ivo is also chasing his first medal. I know he's a fellow Dutch friend of yours as well. I know Ivo personally too, but if my records are correct, I don't see him as won a medal in the European Championships so far, so I think he's chasing one.
Yeah, definitely. He's very, very capable of getting one, especially I feel in the rotation games, 9 ball and 10 ball. Such a good baller, but really easy, and he's a very attacking player. You could also see it with trying to open up the 7. And of course, plays safeties when he has to. But when he's in rhythm, he's very, very dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. This could be what a great shot there straight away. Just showing everybody what he's capable of. Needs another one, but that was a very good jump. By all accounts, it was a good safety by Ivo, so this will be a great opener if you can get some shape from this 8 to 9 ball, Pascal.
Yeah, the jump was really good. A little bit unfortunate getting on the short rail there, but I feel like making the shot is one, but getting in good shape, you have to do a little bit extra with the cue ball. Maybe put in a little bit of left hand side, but this is not easy. Wow, straight in the heart of the pocket, made that look very easy. That's amazing.
Yeah, and he jumped up a little bit there as well on that shot, so just a touch, but very clearly a straight shooter. And I have to say, it's a little bit of a blow in the first rack here for Ivo. He did play a pretty good safety shot, but full credits to Kasper on the jump and the 8 ball. Well deserved. First rack. And Ivo won the lag as well, so Kasper has another chance to maybe stretch that lead even further. We get a good look at his break. And he has picked up a silver in the 10 ball in the past, 2019, so 10 ball is obviously a very strong game of his. Let's get a look at his break. So he's trying for the 2 balls below the 1 ball into the side pockets. And then those 2 outside wing balls. If you hit the 9 ball and the 7 going around 4 rails. Oh, great break with the 8 ball there. He's got a 4 railer as well. What a great break. That 1 to 2 ball. Goodness me.
Yeah. If that's any sign about how Casper is feeling, I mean, it's gonna be a hard day at work for Ivo.
Yeah, that was a great break, wasn't it, Pascal? I mean, controlled the white. Did exactly what was a textbook 10 ball break, I would say. A ball in the side, a ball running around the angles, and a good shot on the 1. He's not happy with that though.
Yeah, so is it an option to draw above the 4, or is that not? Is it too thin for that? Maybe a little notch on the 6.
Yeah, it's a good call. You might have to play a very slow, delicate one. I'm half wondering if he might, like flick the 4 ball here. If he can get enough bite on it.
Yeah.
He might even hit the 4. Yeah, I would have preferred him to hit the 4, because then now he's got a bit more of a thinner angle on this. This is definitely missable if he goes down the rail, I think. Not sure if he'll go aggressive on the bank.
Well, lucky for him, he can focus on the pot only. Just go up and down. It's not easy though. Well, he will settle for this one, I'm sure.
Yeah, he made that look very easy. It was way difficult. Level was high tariff. But this is a great first look at what Ivo's up against here. He's a bit straight here. Was the oh no, was the point in the way? He's okay, I think.
Yeah, I think we should have seen, like, if the point was in the way, probably we would have seen his reaction.
Oh, he even had a little bit of angle to just squeeze a bit there. So actually rolling that little bit closer to the side just gave him enough to pull the cue ball away from the long rail. And now he's got a nice, probably 1 rail straight up and down. I have to say, Pascal, great first start here, right?
Yeah, very good. I think at those moments when you have like just a few shots where you get out of position, but you know, work yourself out of the problems or challenges, it's always a big confidence booster that you know, like when you don't play perfect, you can still get out. It's a nice feeling. So pressure, a little bit more pressure on Ivo now.
Yeah, I know Ivo's got a good break, Ivo.
Yeah.
He does have a very good break, and I believe when he played, I think it was Daniel Masciol earlier in the tournament, first round, tough draw, he beat him 8-6. I was talking to Mark White about that in the last match we talked through, and he commentated on that match. I'm not sure if it was with you, but I believe he said there was an incredible amount of break and runs, maybe only 1 or 2 that were not. So it tells you that Ivo was breaking well, and Daniel.
Yeah. That having said,
What was the way?
yeah.
And he's left a nice angle to come round for the 2 also. So pace management here, not too bad.
Oh, it rolls pretty far. I think it's just cuttable. If he would like to attack, cue ball will be pretty loose. Maybe there's safety on. Depends on it, how he feels.
Yeah, good call. There's quite a bit of traffic there, and because he's got the 2-ball pretty close to the rail, there's no kind of kick behind it, so I'm wondering if you can go off the long rail here, Pascal, and kind of flick the left side of the 2-ball, and then so the 2-ball will go up to the right side and the cue ball will run away to the left of the 10. Just play it delicate. That was what he tried. Yeah, that's what he tried. He just caught it too full, unfortunately.
So, again, initiative goes to Casper. It's just okay.
This 5-ball is going to be a bit tricky. He needs to get good on the 4 here. 5 does go on the top and the bottom, but I'm wondering if he's going to play the thin 5, Pascal, where the cue ball is now, but just move it up, 5-6 inches from the 4. That could be an option as well, depending on how he gets on the 4 here.
Yeah, it's definitely when he's kind of straightish on the 4 with a small angle, it's easier to get to the point where you're saying just around the middle of the table. It's easier to get there than to go, below the 5. Think still with the new cloth and where the 6 is, he should be fine being somewhere middle of the table, right? Just take on the cut.
Yeah, that's why I like this shot on the 5, because it is more of a natural to come back across for the 6. So yeah, that's what he's trying. It's a tricky shot, but if he just concentrates on the 5, like you said, the 6 is there and the 7's there and the 8 and 9's all pretty close. So this is a shot for the rack for me. Easy go.
Yeah. the way he made it makes us look a little bit silly, because he made it look so easy.
Yeah, I like the way he plays, Pascal. He's so confident. His stroke looks easy, if I can say it that way. But effortless, probably a better word. Keeps it nice and simple, which is testament to his position play, I think.
Came up perfect. Really has a good feel for the speed of the table already. A lot of times these TV tables play a little bit quicker than the other tables, so a lot of times you see players need to adjust a little bit in the beginning.
Yeah, but I mean, it's incredible. We have to say this is a perfect example of the fine margins at this level. Just a little look at the arena there. Beautiful setup, 2 tables running. There is a match also on table 1, where we have Mark Wright and Tim de Ruyter doing commentary there, and obviously Pascal and myself here. You can pick your poison, your player or commentators. We try to give you a mix of everything. Yeah, I was just saying, I think the fine margins, obviously in the first rack, Ivo could say it didn't land on the 7 how he expected. He played a pretty good safety shot, and then it's been one jump shot, and since then he hasn't really had a sniff.
Oh yeah, he had a break and then, dry break. So let's see if Casper can have a good break here. Can go halfway of the set already.
Yeah, he's hoping to replicate his first break. Would be perfect. White in the center. Oh, he scratched. So
you said why? You said it actually. White.
Yeah, white in the center.
Yeah.
Just call me Mystic Graham, fortune teller. But yeah, he's a bit of a miss hit there. So actually, this is just what Ivo needed. straight at a glance. Maybe 2 doesn't pass the 9, Pascal. What do you think? Looks tight.
Well, I think you can make it like at pocket speed, but seeing where the tree is, that's kind of tough to play pocket speed. Well, the bank is definitely on, but I'm not sure if he was playing for the bank.
No, he is now though. It's cool.
Maybe it's good because of the 2 was so tight. Look at this. Oh wow! I think it's just got a ball. Pretty long guy, Ivo.
Yeah, I don't like this, Pascal. I think this has got a foul written all over it. Referee's coming.
There's
Absolutely.
that's the ref.
I mean, the good thing is, like you say, if it's thin enough, he can play straight up. That's not too bad. If he has to play from behind the ball, then...
Yeah, but I think it's thin enough to just play it from the side. Yeah, that looks good.
Very well done. A good recovery there. It was a good bank. I like the aggressive play with a little bit of safety in mind, but he did play the 2 kind of pocket speed as well, Pascal, so he was going full-blooded, I have to say. It felt like.
Yeah, but that's Ivo. I mean, you and I both know him. He's such a... Well, he approaches the game like very easy. He just wants to make balls. He loves to make balls. And just wants to shoot. So, I actually spoke to him last time at the Dutch Championships. He was playing Mark Bijsterbos, I think in the final or the semi-final of the 8-ball. And there he said like, yeah, I was surprised I even got this far. I really don't like, you know, the tactical play in the 8-ball. To play that a lot, I just want to shoot. And, well, that being said, I think he has to do something like a safety over here. You
Yeah,
think
it's a bit of a mistake.
he can attack this, Graham, or?
Yeah, I don't know. He'd be so annoyed there. He'd done all the hard work. Jump cue's coming out, and well, Evo's hoping that unless he's left a gap. No, I don't know. If he does go for the jump, goodness me, if he banks this 8-ball, he's called it. If he banks this 8-ball, Evo will be wounded. That was a very good opportunity to get some momentum going there.
There would be a highlight reel shot here. If he would make the jump bank.
Yeah, even if he draws a little bit.
Oh!
Good effort. So a chance for Evo here. I think where the 9-ball is, he can hold this. Doesn't need to do anything crazy with this. Just try and pinch it and just nip it, as we call it, and keep it in the middle of the table. Nicely done.
So
He could
rewarded
sorry, Pascal.
yeah, he rewarded himself with the safety there. Wanted to attack, of course, but played good enough safety. Got rewarded and looking for a first rack here in this last 64 match.
Yeah, fully agree. Took the words out of my mouth. I was just about to say he could have played aggressive and tried something a bit extravagant on that 8, but he opted for the safety. And this time, the jump shot didn't work for Casper, and Evo picked up the rack. So, yeah, maybe get a bit of momentum going here. I do feel he's playing well. I just maybe getting the pace of the table down will be what he needs, and maybe a good break here could do that. But I have a question for you, Pascal. I have a question for you. So, obviously, you've seen a few matches over these few days. A bit of straight pool we've had. Now we're into the 10-ball. And I was talking to Mark yesterday. Now we're in the last 64. I've already got kind of my pick. Trying to just throw some names out there, but I've got a feeling of someone who I think is going to go very deep. Potentially all the way to the end. Who is your pick before I give you mine? If you have one in mind.
Okay, I'm looking at the list right now. So we're talking about this one, right? Like the 10 ball.
Yeah, 10 ball.
I have like a few, I guess. But yeah, I would say like Dennis Grabe and Mieszko Fortuński are looking really good to me. Dennis looked, we commentated on a match with Dennis like in the straight pool, right? He was flying. He was really flying, so yeah. I would say at this point for me, like he's a pretty good pick for me, and also Petri.
Makinen.
Yeah.
Yeah, good calls. Good calls. I think Dennis is a good shout with him being a local player. He lives in Tallinn, so I believe he's probably going back home to his home bed on an evening, and home comforts always has a bit of an advantage. And yes, he did play very well in the straight pool, just fell short against a fantastic performance from Sikochi, I think it was. I commentated on that match. He played fantastic. But yeah, Dennis is definitely one up there. I just watched a match earlier this morning with Daniel Maciol. I have to say, he just looked incredible around the table, in the balls, pace, everything. So he is my pick for this 10 ball based on what I've seen so far. Even though he got beat off Ivo, I think that's where I'm going.
Okay, so if I have to make like a pick, I'm with well, I'm going with the local hero, with Dennis. So if I already lost dinner to Mark actually, so
It's all good. I'll not put any bets on the table, but it's all good. But hey, for everybody watching in the stream, let us know who you think. Do you have any local favourites? Any players you would like to win based on what you've seen so far? Anybody who you think could win? It's wide open, of course. We're in the last 64, so anything can happen. So let's have a look. Yeah, you can play this one up and down the table if he wants. He's called the bank just in case, I think, but or has he called the 10 ball just in case, with the white coming back up next to the 8 ball? I think that's what he's playing. No, he's playing there. Not sure what he's playing. Don't know that shot. Trying to get the 6 maybe behind the 6, Pascal.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. I think maybe trying to get the one ball on the short rail.
Yeah, not sure. Maybe he missed it. He did call something. I wonder if he called the side. Maybe he played like a strange bank because the 2 ball was there. Not sure. But I wonder if Ivo tried to flick the 3 there. The combo, does it look on? Not sure. He's not on the 2 ball anyway, but
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, maybe it's just on, but we have to wait and see.
yeah, he's left a gap here, but these shots can be tricky. To try and play off an edge is always quite tough. And there's not a lot of cover balls down the bottom of the table, so he might opt to maybe bank the 2 ball up the table somewhere rather than a slow roll. But player preference, as we can see, is trying to use the 10. Oh, double kiss.
Yeah, otherwise it would have been a nice speed. So, but still he has in mind that the 3 ball is still pretty locked up. So, nothing easy still. That's why Ivo doesn't attack. Was maybe a bank available, but no value if the 3 isn't going.
Yeah, this is when you get a little bit of safety play, when you have a few balls in poor positions. Unless you get a really good opportunity to try and run the rack or open the balls, it's a little bit of a stalemate until that happens.
I think it's also nice to, you know, not every rack of course, but in between all the break and runs, it's nice to see some tactical play as well. So Ivo has like a chance to open up the 3-6 here. If he likes, if he dares, he can go with some inside spin.
I think he goes for this. He's tried it. Oh, he overcut the 2. Incredible. 6 ball maybe come to his rescue. Maybe not.
Thank you. It's the 4 ball in between.
4 ball, sorry. My apologies. 4 ball. But I think he can go cushion first and pot the 2, but I'm not sure if they get the rewards on it. He could pot the 2 still and then play safe from the 3, giving him a bit more of an advantage. Worst case. Yeah, that's what he's trying. He doesn't want to be on the top rail though. Oh, he might be okay just to... Yeah, I'm wondering... Behind the 6... sorry, I'm saying the 6 again. My eyes. Behind the 4 ball could be a possible hiding spot and just bring the 3 out. A little bit further towards the black kind of area could be an option. Not sure if he can catch it full in the face. Cross it across the table. Yeah, he's trying the 4. He's got there.
He's trying the 4 and he shot it so thin that even if he didn't got the cover behind the 4, it still was like a hard shot for Ivo.
Yeah, this is a bit of a tricky one because he's called an extension. He's jumping this. He did call the 6, I think, so if he catches the 3 thin, there is a possibility of a combo. It's a pretty good effort. How does he look? It's not bad, you know. I don't think he's left it. It looks tight.
Yeah, it's... He can... well, he can definitely see the ball, but... Is it makeable? It's maybe... bank shot on. Or the safety behind the 7.
Yeah, good call, Pascal. And if he gets right behind the 10... Yeah, this is really funky now. He has got a 1 rail kick, which is not very good. I think he might get the jump cue out again to avoid playing a 1 rail kick, so... If he hits it solid in the face, good things can happen. Oh, he doesn't want to miss it though. And because the 4 ball is near the side pocket, I'm wondering if he takes the 3 in the top, assuming it doesn't go in one of the bottom right. So if he takes it in the top, the 4 is there. Good chance this.
Yeah, you could say this is key shot. If he makes this, get a nice angle on the 4 like you said. So a bit more pressure than on this ball. Of course it's ball in hand, but...
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier with ball in hand. These look like just 4 stop shots, Pascal, pretty much. It's incredible.
Yeah, I was
Ball
not
ball.
sure if the 5 would go past 7, but obviously goes. And then it's like pretty much, well, of a roadmap.
Yeah, it's nice layout, and it is literally you could stop shot these 3 balls and have a lovely angle on the 8 ball to come down for the 10. So it's a bit of an interesting one when you scratch. He's done the hard work already, I think. That's what amazes me with pool, Pascal. Sometimes the balls just can be so different every rack. Loads of work to do, and other times it's dot to dot.
Yeah, it's also, well, sometimes you forget the hard work before, because now it looks so easy. But in the beginning of the rack they had like a lot of safeties. Sometimes you kind of forget about the hard safety battle just fought. If you can imagine like being Evo, he maybe thinks like, yeah, he's got an easy layout here, but there was this big safety battle beforehand where he missed the jump shot, gave ball in hand, which lead to this 4-1 lead.
Yeah, and I think that's probably a fair result. I think Kaspar's been a little bit more in control. Ivo did have a ball in hand, remember, as well, earlier on, and he's been a little bit out of sorts with controlling that cue ball, but I think on the whole 4-1's a pretty fair scoreline so far. There you see table 1, Sanjin Filovanovic is currently playing. Not sure who he's playing, German player. Have to check the scores, see how he's getting on, just while the players are racking up. Oh, he's playing Luca Men. It's 2-2 at the moment, so pretty nip and tuck in that one. Pretty close. All the other matches are pretty just underway, nothing crazy going on. As we come back to Kaspar's break. Oh, good adjustment there. No scratch. Good white. Couple of balls. That's a pretty good break. All things considered. He has a shot on the 1.
Yeah, it's a tough first one. Does it pass the 4? Like, you can choose, both are a little bit awkward. I feel like maybe if he goes to the pocket where he's looking at, he can bump into the 4 for position. Or
Yeah,
maybe
maybe
just
he
miss
might.
it.
Yeah, he might even put a bit of a stroke on this, Pascal, and throw it back across for the opposite pocket if he feels like it. It's one of them kind of put your cue through shots as well.
Oh, good
Yeah.
shot, Graham.
Oh, what a little thread of that. Lovely. Yeah, no problems here. If you can get nice on this 4, Pascal, I think everything, the balls, the 4 to 5 is probably the key shot here, and then again 7, 8, 9 and 10's all pretty close. That 10's a little bit in a funny spot, but the 9 ball is close to give him options, I think. Yeah, probably 5 in the bottom left, I think he's playing here. Well controlled. Where are you playing the 10 ball, Pascal? Are you playing the 9 in the top left with the 10 ball down in the same pocket that he's putting this 5 ball in now? Is that where you would be thinking is the logical path?
Yeah, I think it all depends. Can you get straight-ish on the 5? That will be his goal. Like everything like straight-ish should be fine on the 9.
Yeah, of course the 9 position is key on which pocket he plays the 10.
It's just a little bit funny because when you got like a bigger angle on the 9, all of a sudden it's like way more you have to do for position. So
Yeah, he's looking in the side.
just a little bit touchy. Yeah, maybe the center is even like better for position, like from this point, because you're more playing into the line of the 9.
Yeah, great. And even if he underhits it or overhits it, he's got better options. Whereas if you had a more of a thinner angle on the 9 in the top left, that middle pocket comes into play. So I like his choice selection here. I think he will just stun it to the long rail for the 10 in the bottom left.
Yeah,
Ball in hand.
good call. Yeah. A looks that way for sure.
So another break and run, and if Kaspar keeps breaking like this, it's going to be very hard for Ivo. Ivo's going to have to try to make something work on his break to put a bit of pressure on. He needs to try and keep Kaspar away from the table. But just while they're racking, yes, we have a lot of pool coming up this week. This is day 4 of 11. We're in the 10 ball right now. Straight pool was the last few days. The first part of the day of the tournament, Saturday, Sunday, where Tobias Bongas won the men's and Pia Filler won the women's for the second time. Back-to-back straight pool champion Pia was. Pascal, did you commentate on that final? I'm not sure if you did, but she's back-to-back champion.
Yeah, she's so solid in the later. She just keeps on progressing, keeps getting better.
Yeah,
Just like slow and steady, she's progressing like every year. So watch out, ladies.
She does
and men.
Yeah, and she does probably have, arguably, I could say, one of the best coaches in the world, probably the best player in the world, to help her on that journey. And she's, you've got to put the work in, but having Joshua on hand, I'm sure it's not a bad thing, and it's been testament to her success. We were just talking with Mark about the big team event that was in Puerto Rico last year, I think it was, or the year before even, where she potted the winning 10 ball in the shootout.
Yeah.
You remember that one, Pascal? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, what a great moment.
Yeah,
With the emotions, the running, the jumping, that was some really like highlight in pool in the last years. I think, at least from being on TV.
Yeah, definitely. And also for her and Joshua kind of being together, sudden death, a big 10 ball. Yeah, it was just a nice moment. But I'm sure with the 10 ball kicking off now, we know that Yasmin is now in the field and in the mix, as well as a lot of other top women be looking to challenge for that 10 ball. I think I did see on the social media that Albin is en route to Tallinn yesterday as well, so I didn't see him in the draw today, but maybe he's here for the 8 ball, 9 ball. Let's see. I'm sure he's not coming to Tallinn just for a holiday, but I could be wrong. This is just what Ivo needed, Pascal.
Yeah, I just bumped into the 6 or the 7 unintentionally, but just made up for it. So 5-2, and he really needed this rack to add some pressure on Kaspar. I think it's hard with the alternate break, right? Being like 5-1 behind, you should think like Kaspar is at least gonna shoot like 1 break and run, maybe 2. So you have to force something, like put pressure on him a little bit extra. All you can do is make your balls, of course.
Yeah, you're right. I think that's the key thing, if you can hold your serve, as the saying goes, or just make sure on your break that you maximize it as much as possible, which Ivo did. Break and run is the best you can do. Like you said, it just puts pressure on your opponent, knowing that he has to make a ball or be in control. It just puts that extra bit of pressure can make the difference. Ivo's hoping it doesn't continue with the good breaks. Oh, that 1 ball kiss. Oh, what a break. Goodness me. That 1 ball was tracking to the top right area as well, so that little nudge just made it a little bit more tricky.
So, are you cutting at this, Graham? I mean,
well, maybe
it's doable. It's doable, and the cue ball is like good in a lot of spots. Like the cue ball is gonna be a little bit loose, but also like big area which is good to land in. So there's a lot of value attacking here.
Yeah, the 2 goes in both pockets, in the top right and the top left, so he could just go full out aggressive with a bit of pace on this. He's
overcut it. Went for it though.
But that's what Ivo needed. I'm not going to say it was a bad shot because it was a very offensive shot and he's been playing very well, so I don't blame him for going for it, but it was tough. This is just what Ivo needed. I'd love to steal this one in one visit. Oh, I'm surprised he's played it that way. Oh, Ivo.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe have a bit of a bonus there that he's gone pretty straight. You just roll this through.
I feel like
Missed
normally he would have always played it to shoot the two in the same pocket. But was it that thin? Because it looked like he could, you know, cheat the pocket maybe a little bit, hit a little bit thicker, go around the two.
Yeah, do you know what I think he tried? I think he tried to drop it in and have a simple two in the side, but he's just maybe underestimated the speed or the pace of the cushion and side or whatever. But I still fancied him to pot that two ball, to be honest. Yes, it was hampered, but it was pretty straight, and he kind of alluded that the table had rolled off, and I'm not saying that it didn't, but there's been no complaints yet on these tables. Everything is running smooth, but it can't hit anything as it runs. He played at extremely slow pace, but this is a big missed opportunity, probably a big turning point in this match, Pascal.
Yeah. Like a player like Casper in the form he's in right now, he's like a predator. So he will feed off of you when you show some weakness, and at this point you give him like an open opportunity to get 6-2 up. Yeah, it's pretty big.
We often talk about moments, big match moments, momentum swings, crucial missed balls. I think, you know, if you think Ivo makes that ball and runs the rack out to 5-2, 5-3, then he gets
It's a
another
major
break.
difference.
Yeah, and he makes another break and run, and all of a sudden he's 5-4 and we have game on. He's missed that from a pretty straightforward, look like positional shot, to then be 6-2 down. You've got to pick yourself back up again. We just don't expect Casper to make a mistake from here.
Yeah, and there you can see his speed control. It's also easier when you see that your opponent doesn't clear the open situation.
It just gives you more.
He's in front. Sorry, Graham, go ahead.
Just going to say it gives you more confidence that, you know, you can just less pressure, because you know if your opponent isn't taking out the racks, then you don't have to, I'm not going to say worry, but it just puts that little bit less stress on the shot you're making. And that's what Ivo needed to do, put more pressure on Casper, not make it the other way around. So he's hoping on a good break. Again, a break and run would be nice. Pretty good hit. Oh, that bump on the one. How was it going to land? Ooh, is that a combo, Pascal? Don't know.
I'm not
tight.
sure. I think maybe if he hits it really thin on the left side of the one, maybe can go, but I don't know. This is like one of these shots where you maybe convince yourself that it goes.
Yeah,
Then go
100%.
for it, and then and then be totally bummed if it doesn't go.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You talk yourself into thinking it must go, and he wants it to go, and he's definitely going to try. Does have to be thin though. You called it. How's your luck? Oh, he needs to get a gap here. Oh, he has one maybe.
Let's see.
His body language tells me yes. Wow. Well, I would say fair play. He took a risk.
Yeah, he created a chance for himself. I think, well, he wanted to go a little bit further to make the tree in the side, I think, so a little bit more work to do now. Yeah, he still tried it. Is this okay? Do you think, Graham? Is this? It's
I think
pretty
it's just
thin,
okay.
right?
Yeah, I wonder if he can go around the 4 or not. He's trying to hold it. Oh, he's done well there. It was thin enough to hold. And he's got a nice angle. He had to come up just to the left side of the table, towards the left pocket. Maybe even use 3 reels here, Pascal.
No, it just
2.
went
Nice.
very natural. So just try to keep Casper off the 7 as long as possible. You know, being on the hill puts a lot of pressure on your opponent, knowing that you can't make any mistakes anymore. So for Ivo, just try to, you know, get the next one. Well, first off,
Quit on that
try
one.
to get this one. 6-3.
Just
Steal
quit on
one
that
of
one.
Casper, then break and run for 6-5. That's the plan. First make this 10 ball.
Yeah, well done. He just quit on that 7 ball, I think. But it's 6-3. Another break and run from Ivo. So clearly he's playing pretty well. Just he's maybe made a few little silly mistakes, if I can say it that way. It's just cost him a couple of racks, and I think you could argue the score should have been probably closer to maybe 5-4. If he had taken that other rack, like we said, if he had potted that 2 ball and ran out, he would have break and ran. Should have been 5-4 right now. But that's history. We can't change the past, Pascal. It is what it is. And he's hoping to get a chance from Casper in this break. But actually, the way Casper's breaking, 2 and 3 balls seem to be disappearing. And he's playing 7 ball.
Yeah. So Camp Ivo will be praying right now for a dry break. Big moment, big rack. Well, lucky for Ivo, the 1 ball or the cue ball was kicked out of the spot. The cue ball was at where the 9 is right now, somewhere around there. It was perfect. But now Casper has to decide to maybe play a jump safe or to play a push out. What would you prefer, Graham?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, Pascal. It's a good question, because if he pushes out and does leave a shot at the 1, there's a couple of balls at the top of the table that could be hiding, could be good balls to hide behind. So yeah, see, he didn't really have much of an option there, I think. I'm wondering if Ivo can play a slow, I don't think it's on, kind of try to bank the 1 ball back down the straight part of the table, but don't know if he can. He might just play past the 2.
Even attack here if he wants.
Try and push it past the 2, I think. Yeah, it's probably a smarter shot. It's not difficult to hit, but at least it keeps Casper without something straightforward.
Yeah, just get out of the inning. Live to die another day. Now the hit is easy, but position on the 2, even if you would make the ball, is like difficult.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he plays it like as a draw shot into the back of the 1 with a bit of pace, it might go behind the 10. Yeah, it's a good shot, I think. Exactly. Yeah, well played. Unless he's left a gap. Wow, no way. Surely not. If he has, that's incredible.
Ivo's smiling a little bit, which tells me that maybe, yeah, there you go.
Maybe he has an edge, but it's a tricky one to get safe. Oh, this could be interesting. Doesn't want that 9 to go, and has he got cover? He has. Kaspar looking at the stars.
Oh yeah, that's something, you know, this can be brutal. If you're playing a good shot, then you see the momentum switching to your opponent. But he has a chance to grab some back if he would have made this real first shot, which is not, well, not easy, but also not impossible. Then could have a chance of having position on the 2 in the same pocket. It's very difficult, but if you go for the shot, for the real first shot, that's an option.
Yeah, I think he looks like he's kicking from the top. Maybe try and get some cover. It's a pretty good kick though, Pascal. That's a great shot. Has he left another gap? I think he has, you know.
I think so. Maybe
Kaspar's
even,
laughing.
is this makeable? I don't think so. But it was a... I think that's the best way to play against Ivo. If you have like a safety like that, like a, or the kick shot he took, he didn't took any risk in leaving something easy. Don't get the butcher going.
He's calling the 9 ball here because he's left it a little bit awkward. This will be a... I think you'll play this kind of dead weight, Pascal, a little bit slow and soft, potentially. He might choose to go real first, but if he goes from the 1 straight to the 9, I can imagine playing this pretty slow.
Yeah, oh, even too thin. I think you're always afraid with that kind of shot to to hit it too thick, right? So maybe made sure to hit it a little bit thinner. So safety after the behind the 9 ball here, Graham.
Yeah, I think concentrate on the white as much as possible. Don't worry about the 1 so much. It's funny. It's been probably... Kaspar, to be fair, has played a couple of good kick shots here. And he's been a bit unfortunate. Ivo's had a little bit of a roll, we have to say. But that's how pool goes. This is a tricky one to hit. I wonder if he's going to go above the 2 ball maybe, with a bit of left-hand side. Try and go 1 rail into the... Yeah, he's trying to bend it. He's going to go just above the 2. Oh, what a hit. He's left it though. It's a good hit though. I think the 2 ball is still in a bit of a strange position though, right, Pascal? So it's not so straightforward yet. If you can get that 2 ball out of the way, then it's wide open.
Yeah, thank you. I totally agree. All depends on this shot. So did he leave it for the bank shot? Like, did he want to go a little bit further? Go for the bank shot with the 2 on the side?
Yeah, I think you're right. He wanted probably another, kind of in line with the center pockets. A little bit on that line would have been good, because he would have had a nice angle to go around the rails for position on the 3. So I don't think he's called anything. It's pretty good speed though. Jump cue will be coming out. Dangerous though, because he has left a pretty nice inviting jump shot here, Pascal. If he can make it, keep the cue ball around that area. He has a 3 ball waiting for him.
Yeah, he doesn't have to do much, and even if he would hit it a little bit too thin, then maybe you snooker your opponent. There's a lot of good things can come from this jump shot. Don't... Well, I could see him make the shot. Oh, just missed it. So how's his luck?
That's good. I don't think we can say anything because Ivo has had. I don't think Ivo can say much there because he's had a little bit of run as well. But it was a good jump effort. Do you know what I think beat him there? I think it was the shot clock because the shot caller called 10 seconds, so he did play it a bit quicker. I think if he had a little bit more time, could have composed himself a little bit more. But Ivo's taking on the bank. Maybe it's just a in case. Oh, he's hit the point.
Yeah.
Thinking maybe a safety was a better option there. Unless he was trying to play a little bit of safe, to be honest, because he was nowhere near position.
Yeah, was always gonna be difficult with kissing the 8 ball. So, a bit of work to do. That's a big stretch.
Yeah, I'm half wondering, can he not cut the 3 into the bottom left and play kind of half ball off the 10? If he just cuts the 3 in, half ball off the 10 and drift down to the short reel. It looks on from here, but I could be wrong. Yeah. I thought he could get down there.
I think you talked a little bit too hard there, Graham.
You heard me. All of a sudden, he's got a chance to get on the hill here, Pascal, which is what Ivo was trying to avoid.
Yeah, it's tough to see him miss from here on out. It's even hard to see Ivo getting back from this position. Maybe doesn't even comes back to the table.
Yeah, it could be. I think it's Ivo's break next, if I recall.
Ah, okay. I'm sorry. I thought it was Casper's break this time.
Now he got that little nudge on the cue ball, if you remember. It was a good break, but just didn't get a shot, so he pushed out. Now, just play this up to the top table. Oh, he's perfect. Just draw this down the long rail, Pascal, all the way down to the short rail. Oh, wait a minute. He didn't really get enough draw on that, I don't think.
Wow, he's just perfect.
Smile from Ivo.
If
Wow,
that
that's
was
incredible.
just a little bit harder, or that would have been a big problem. So he knew. I think he shot it a little bit too fast, you know, thinking he was already there, which he was in the end. But to be fair,
Yeah.
like Ivo had his fair share of some rolls here and there. So in the end he played toward the 10 and he got perfect position, so that's how it is.
Yeah, it's a good break by Ivo. A little bit of work to do on. Looks like 6 and 7 on the cushion there, but oh, we've got the wrong chalk. I stole his chalk. Goodness me! Not only is he stealing racks, he's stealing chalk.
Thought for a moment there, like, is he giving up? Like shaking his hand, but yeah.
He's like, dude, these are €20 bars of chalk. You know, it's like, come on. I'm sure they get it from sponsors, but yeah, it's quite expensive equipment. I think he's using the Town chalk or maybe Predator chalk, I'm not sure. One of them. It's all great stuff. So this 5 and 6, he's going to have to do something. Is he going to play? Is he going to play the bank? I'm not sure what he's going to play here, Pascal.
Yeah, if he can go in the same line where the 4 is now, maybe with a little bit inside spin, he can play the safe. Oh,
Oh, he's
wow.
good effort. I think he's behind the 6 ball here. This is where I would be putting him. Don't even think about the 10 ball combo. 10 ball combos don't count. It comes back on the table, but behind the 6 is the shot. So he hasn't. Oh, has he got it? Just.
I think he just got it. Yeah, great shot. So focused totally on the cue ball there. So that way it didn't really matter where the 5 ball was going because his cue ball is so good. So, but still, yeah, you know, if Ivo would win this one, 7-4. Wow. If you're Ivo thinking, okay, 7-4, steal his break, 7-5, break and run yourself, 7-6, pressure on Casper. At least that's what you're saying to yourself. Good start for Ivo there with getting the ball in hand after the safety. But still, this is like a long journey coming up. What do you think, Graham?
Yeah, I think well, first of all, he has to take these in one visit and then hope when Casper comes to break next that he does get another chance, because Casper still has a couple of breaks to go to try to win this match on his own time, if you like. What a strange setup with these balls, though. Every ball is kind of on one of the long rails, but 7 to 8 is important. Yeah, I like the way he's played that. He's going to guarantee himself probably a good angle here. Might even draw it off the other long rail and come back across. He's left a bit of distance, but I'd like them being a little bit higher. The middle pocket comes into play a little bit, Pascal, here, I think, in the back of his mind. Oh, he's played that very well. I like that.
Played that beautiful. Very confident.
Yeah, so Casper will be coming here hoping to finish this match on his break. Started off with a few break and runs. He did have a scratch and then a bit of an unlucky kick, but he has yet to have a dry break. Maybe this is the time. Who knows?
For all the Casper fans, they're hoping for a break and run, of course, for this very, very capable man.
Yeah, he's been breaking so well. Seems to be getting one of the balls in the centre pockets with a bonus ball, sometimes elsewhere. But his objective here is to keep that cue ball somewhere in the centre of the table and try to find a ball somewhere, hopefully in the side or around the angles. There's a shot clock in operation for this event. After the break, you have for the next shot a 60-second shot clock, 25 seconds extension if you want to use it, and then oh, he's gone straight in the middle. I blame you for that.
Second time that happened. Yeah, maybe I put in some commentary curse.
But yeah, I was just saying, sorry, 35 seconds normal shot clock time, and then you have a 25-second extension if you need it.
So you have to say though, Graham, if you're being, well, you know, a little bit critical, you have to say, like Casper scratched 2 times already in that side pocket.
Yeah, and I think this is the time where the balls are just sitting very nice. There's not a lot of work he needs to do. Probably the 7 to 8. I don't think it goes in the side. So you have to keep that in mind. And the 9 ball isn't in a bad place either. So back to what you said before of breaking and running. If he can pinch this rack, Ivo will have the next break. Oh boy, would he love to have a break and run. Probably 8 in the bottom right here. Just 1, 2 rails over. Oh, great judgment this. Could do with a bounce. Oh, it's a good shot that, Pascal. He's even got a little bit of angle here, I think. Nice.
Wow. So hope for Camp Evo Arts. For the butcher. Does the butcher wants to butcher another player? Is that possible? Well, he's getting closer. So Casper scratching his head, thinking, "Hey, didn't I was going to win 8-4, right?" So, but now Ivo coming closer, and he will be feeling pretty light. Like he feels like he has nothing to lose. He was dead and buried already, and now he's breaking to maybe go 7-6 behind, and then I feel like the pressure is all on Casper with his break, who already scratched in his last break. So, well, that's if you're looking for the drama, that is.
We love drama, Pascal. That's why we do this. That's part of the game. Seeing break and runs all the time is nice, but we like a bit of drama. And I think Casper has realised that drama is pending, depending on this next break. So he's taking a short time out. Strategically, maybe for himself. Could also be just to recompose. Could also be to try and just let Ivo sit there, take him out of flow a little bit. I'm not saying that's why he's doing it, but he's quite obviously just ran that rack pretty quickly, and he's just scratched, so maybe a good time for him just to settle himself, ready for what's to come.
So just to get you guys some information about the other matches, because on the other tables Christian Merva just went on to win against Stefansson 8-4, and Sebastianov is 5-7 behind against Olsen. Montpellier just lost to Grillo. Luca Men is 4-4 against Sanjin on table 1. Sadikis is 4-5 down against Wetzel. Starkerman versus Paul Miri is also 4-4. Fateev against Pfeiffer is 3-6 down. And of course you're looking at Casper versus Ivo here. 7-5 for Casper, who's taking the time out now. So a lot of pool coming up today. Let us know in the chat if you have any favorites. I just wanted to shout something in the chat. It's all good.
Yeah, we have plenty of pool coming up across all different disciplines. 8 ball will be starting shortly. Finish off with the 9 ball. And obviously we have the men's, women's and wheelchair all running at the moment, and then the youth will be coming as well as the teams. So lots of action. Only on day 4 out of 11. What a great week to be at home if you're enjoying pool and watching some great stuff and listening to us try to talk about what's going on. We try our best. Hopefully you're enjoying as much as we are. Just watching there, men. I think he was already 5-4, Pascal, so this could be maybe 6-4 potentially.
So maybe this, I have like a just didn't update the scores at a good moment. Yeah, I think he's 6-4 up now against Sanjin. So back to the action on table 2.
And a big break by Ivo. What a chance.
Oh, just got the jaw there. That was close. I wanted to hit it a little bit thicker, of course, to clear the 4-ball, but a little bit too close for comfort.
That's good speed though. You mentioned that word drama just a moment ago. I tell you what, these balls are looking very good for a little bit of drama. And I know Kaspar is hoping for an opportunity from here, but maybe he's mentally preparing himself for his next break, because it will be his last break of the match, so he will need to make it count. I think what will be interesting, Pascal, maybe a question for you, whenever you have a big break that you've just scratched on previously, do you take that out of your mind? Do you just try to start again, or is it something that lingers, especially given the moment?
Well, of course, I know where the top level of these guys. I think it's just, it's very, very thin. Oh. Big shot, big shot. It goes. Oh wow! It just he caught the point there.
Wow, how was that stayed up? Ivo went from absolute demoralization to ecstatic. What has just happened? Kaspar thought, I'm through. This is it. I don't even know how that's dropped. That's maybe just gravity right there. That's incredible. Hey, that's always the drama. That's what you said, drama. You can't get any more drama than that. Wow.
It's like I just saw like all emotions float by in both players. That was amazing.
Yeah, Kaspar grabbed his cue and then sat down with his hand in his head. Oh my god, what's happened? Oh, Ivo's just sitting there thinking, what is going on? So now you can answer the question about the break, because he's coming.
Yeah, yeah. So he scratched in the right side, right? So I would scratch the other side if it was me. But of course, I'm not a pro level player. But I would try to adjust a little bit. Let's see.
See if the cue ball goes to the left. No, good break.
Just perfect there. So
nothing. Oh, he'd be happy to see where the 1-ball's gone, but Ivo will be delighted.
Oh, he doesn't look happy at all, Graham.
No, he's thinking, what's happened to my break? How am I 7-6? I was already thinking about what I'm having for lunch. And then all of a sudden, Ivo's thinking, wait a minute, I was out of this match. But the pressure does switch. You said Ivo was kind of nothing to lose, a couple of racks back. But now, this is definitely a match. And he knows not everything to lose, but he's got everything to win here.
Yeah. So
I like this. It's got the legs.
It's a good shout, because at one point the pressure was all on Kaspar, or at least like Ivo got nothing to lose, so the pressure switches a little bit when he comes back. But when he is back, and it is probably around now, that's where Ivo is thinking like, oh man, I just came all the way back, can't mess this up. Well, at least that's a negative way of thinking about it, which is very natural, I think. So this is hard for both players. Pressure is on. That's
That's
one
good to know.
certainty.
This is not an easy kick either. I don't think he can play a jump kick.
Yeah, I think the jump kick is maybe on. Well, I'm not sure what he's going to do. He's calling the cut shot. Oh, that's a brave one.
Wonder if he can just jump to the left of the 4-ball then maybe.
Oh,
He jumped over it.
He went all in there. He went for the cut shot, for the jump cut shot.
I think he actually jumped over the edge of the 1. It was like a double bounce. That's why he was so frustrated. I think he got the line right, but because of the distance and the timing of the cue ball, it just went over the edge. Because obviously you have less ball to hit when you're cutting.
Yeah, that's brutal. Well, he took a chance there. Could have chosen for an easier shot to at least hit the ball.
Yeah, it's tough to take at the moment, but yeah, I wonder if Casca can. He's looking to go that way. I kind of like putting it a little bit lower, maybe going above the 10, in between the 4 to the rail, but he's coming back for a thinner 2-ball above the 5. The reverse side, just bring that through.
Well, I like that because the way he played it now, he just can float in the 2 with a little bit of right spin. Do kind of the same for position to the 4. Oh, has to put in a little bit of draw maybe. Yeah, I kind of killed it.
Yeah, this is a chance he needs to win the match right here. Don't see anything really jumping out where you could have something crazy happen. I think it's all down to him and his composure and not doing something maybe silly. But as you have seen, Pascal, anything can happen. Even when he played that 9-ball in the rack just a while back, looked pretty straightforward, and he nearly landed on top of the 10. So there's a bit of pressure on this now. There's a big difference from being 4 frames in front to 1.
Yeah, you just never know. Especially when you think you're there, it's actually, that should be like a warning towards yourself to be extra focused. Because, well, we've all seen it. If you play yourself, then you know, like sometimes you think there and then you just keep, think you're there and then it's easier, you think, and then you miss the ball. It's always very, very tough.
Yeah, this is going to be the key shot for me, because ideally he wants the cue ball not far from where, a little bit to the left of the 6-ball for the 8, just to get on the 9. I know I'm thinking a few shots ahead, but he doesn't want to be perfectly straight on both of these balls. I wonder if he can run this off to forward to give him a better angle to get on the 9. Or come straight up and down, either way, just to leave a nice angle on the 8. Yeah, he's gone forward. Doesn't want to be straight, so he's left pretty good, Pascal. He can go 1 rail or 2, whatever he chooses, but at least he's coming towards the 9.
It looks kind of straight. Maybe straight enough to just draw back directly. It's a little bit hard to see from me. Or
punch it, maybe.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, you're right.
And we have to say it's been a very entertaining match. I think Ivo will be a little bit gutted that he didn't kind of capitalise on it. Not to say the jump shot, but a little bit earlier in the match he had a lot of work to do, but he grounded back to a pretty good fight in the end. Kasper, I think, just had enough of a lead to get this final chance to progress into the last 32.
Oh, and there you have it. Casper Matikainen wins against Ivo Aerts, knocks him out of this European 10-ball championships. Thank you all for watching. We very enjoyed this game. I am Pascal de Smit and I enjoyed this together with Graham Hickman. Thanks, Graham.
Thanks, Pascal. We will see you again soon for the next matches throughout the day. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for joining, guys. Bye. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Predator European Pool Championships. We're at the last 64, watching at the 10 ball men's between the match of Alberto Delgado versus Michael Schneider. I'm not sure if I pronounced it well. Alberto Delgado Jose, I think. So excuse me if that is not correct. I'm doing my best with all the international names. So in a moment I'm gonna be joined by my co-commentator Tim de Ruiter, who's at the moment still commentating table 1. So Alberto will have to jump here with a very short jump, pencil grip. Wow. Landed on top of the 1. And I think he's gonna try for a kick and stick on the 2 ball. The short rail first and try to play the snooker behind 5. Is he checking if he can make the ball? I don't think that's really on. Yeah, players are also on the shot clock. They have 1 extension per rack. So don't have all the time in the world to think about this. Yeah, that wasn't on. So try to create distance. So early on a tester for Michael here. Yeah, that's good safety. Nice speed control. So again, getting the jump cue out with the pencil grip. This is very close. Is he going? Oh. Is he going 2 out of 2? I thought. But this was maybe a little bit too close for comfort. So a good chance for Michael Schneider here. Yeah, good work missing the 4 ball. Doesn't hang about. Playing with a nice pace, nice to watch. Needs this cue ball to run. I think it's just far enough. Yeah, 1 rail for the 10 in the same corner as Michael takes the first rack in this last 64 single elimination match. So I see at his back Delgado, so I think that's the last name. So hopefully Tim can can help me with that when he joins. He maybe knows this player personally. So controlled break, didn't hit them really hard, but got 2 balls on the break. If he would attack here, the 2 ball is available in the side. Go up and down, but that's really thin. Safety is also there. Yeah, that was always the easier shot. Nicely executed. So long shot tester here for Delgado. Well, just wobbled in, speed saved him there. Yeah, there's new equipment. Those balls go in. I'm not sure about in a week time if that same shot still goes. But for now, well judged. How about this for a shot? Absolutely perfect position. Great line. Still a little bit of work to do with the 5 where it is. Don't think it's very easy in the middle. Always nice to get that first rack on the board. Sometimes it can be the moment where you start to feel your arm a little bit better. So watch out, 7. Oh, he's okay. Yeah. This looks very, very good. So both players, nice pace, nice to watch, and I think both are up for the challenge for a place in the last 32. So we got ourselves a battle. So, another tester. Well, how about that for a shot? Played it very good. Natural line. And this could be a rack winning shot. Oh, and just got the point. Got lucky there with the 3 ball. Getting behind the 5. He's looking at the easiest way of hitting the 3. What good things there could happen. Wow. He's calling the 5 ball in the upper right corner. How about that for a shot? Oh, didn't get it. And I think he just left an edge of the 3 visible for Michael there. Still calling the kick shot. Just missing it by a hair. So big chance here for Delgado. So I don't see any real problems here anymore. Just have to make sure to get a nice angle on the 7 maybe. To play the 8 ball in the right side. So I think this is, if he's perfectly straight, he can just draw back to the long rail. Even play the 8 in the corner down. Yeah, strokes and plays with a lot of confidence. And they both do. Entertaining to watch. This straight 10 ball, little bit jacked up for the 2-1 lead. There goes Delgado, 2-1 up against Schneider. So Delgado with the scratch almost. Well, successful with making a ball, but it's a little bit of a messy rack. Yeah, looking to play the push out. It's not easy to get a good position for a push out. If you can see the ball, the 2 ball from a lot of places, the 7 ball is makeable, so it just leaves the really thin cut. A little bit of a challenge. He's giving Michael like, hey, are you up for this shot? I am. Are you? So maybe it's not even on. He will be calling the 7, I think, just to be sure. I hear someone breathing.
Hmm.
If I'm not mistaken, that's my friend and co-commentator Tim de Ruiter.
Yeah. Woo. Yeah. Yeah, I had a little break after the match. My match was a little was running late on table 1, but just glad to be here to do commentary with Pascal de Smit, first timer, and to watch my good friend José Alberto Delgado.
Oh, thank you for that, Tim, because I was struggling.
Yeah.
So which part is like the last name?
Delgado.
Delgado is the last name.
Yeah.
So Alberto is like a middle name.
Yeah, but basically we call him Alberto, but I think it's like, yeah, he's called by Jose, but I wouldn't know the exact. We usually just call him Alberto, and that works.
Because it's a little bit the same as Ruiz, right? Like with FSR.
Yeah, I mean it's Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, but then they don't say the Ruiz part, or they don't use it as often, so I don't know. Anyhow, interesting match here, because Michael Schneider, not one of the top players, but definitely a guy that is very solid, has a big grind, and well, obviously after I said all that, he had to miss something, but also has beaten good players in the past. So quite the task in the single elimination. Michael Schneider did play 1 match before this morning, so that means he at least got some stroke in. And for Delgado, this is the first match of the day.
So if you would need to give them both, or you have to divide like 100 points, like percentage wise, how much percent would you give each player?
As in, I would rate Delgado 85 out of 100 and Schneider 80 out of 100? You mean like that, or?
Well, that's not what I meant, but that's also a nice way of looking at it. Now more like a kind of betting point of view, like who would you think has how much chance? Like is it 50-50 or 60-40?
Yeah, I mean, I think Delgado is a slight favorite. Probably maybe 65-35. So it's not huge, because as you can see, Michael did play a good shot there. Look at the speed on the 2. He's definitely capable of hanging with the big guys. So if the bigger guys are starting to be not so sharp or make a couple mistakes, he can really surprise. So that's to where yeah, maybe he's a little bit less experienced, doesn't travel as much. So yeah, there is small differences in that. Yeah, well,
so
in
but
that guess.
if you would say they would play 3 times, then he maybe wins 1 out of 3.
Yeah, ish. I think that would be fair.
So question is, which one of the 3 are we looking at?
Well, and that's exactly why they probably put this match on the TV table, because, yeah, well, we want to see the exciting stuff. Yeah, didn't really get to see much from the beginning of the match, so will be interesting.
I can talk you through a little bit of the beginning, because they both played pretty confident, also with a nice pace to watch, so a little bit faster. And there was a little bit of a safety game in the 3rd rack, but the first 2, when they got a good chance, they just nicely ran out. And the 3rd one was a little bit more tricky, so I'm very curious to see in all departments how they will do.
Well, definitely a nice opening shot on that 2-ball from Michael. Basically, that was it, if you look at the layout. I would assume.
I would say that, can we see any problem? Oh, I can't. Is the 6 going past the 8-ball?
No, but
anymore.
Center of the table was, like, even if you don't land straight on the 6, there's still, like, so many ways to still get on the 8 without doing too much. So just gotta make sure he stays high on the 8. Now, I think between those 2, a big factor, a big thing that will probably determine the winner is the break. I think the player that has the break going for him, finding the sweet spot, definitely will win the match. I feel like it, because in the defense, maybe it's a 50-50. In the running game, I think Delgado's slight favorite, but if you don't get much to run, how are you gonna make the difference there?
Yeah, I noticed that in the break of Delgado, he had well, maybe it's just also in the beginning, or it's the way he breaks, but it looks like a little bit of a smaller swing. So he's pre-stroking, and then his last backswing isn't that far out. So it kind of looks like a little bit, well, like a not jabby maybe, but
yeah, like a jabby stroke. Yeah, I get what you're saying, like quick stroke, like
yeah,
punchy.
Yeah, a little bit punchy. Yeah. So I was thinking, like, is that the way he shoots the break? Because it doesn't look the same as his normal stroke, or it doesn't look very natural. So I thought maybe it's a little bit of early jibbers, something like that. But
well, I know for a fact that he does a similar trick like that. He's been playing a lot of hay ball, and also the 9-ball version also on the hay ball tables, and there is a small pop on the cue ball where you still get impact on the stack, but you don't really have to risk the fact that you're putting such a long stroke in the break. So I know he's doing something, but yeah,
so
I mean,
we all have to watch very carefully to steal his break.
Well, basically, I didn't think he was going to use something similar in the 10-ball, but who knows? Maybe it works really well. I will get to see it after this rack.
So of course they play with the outside of the box break. So maybe that's why. So maybe he thought like, oh, so we're breaking. Like you have to think out of the box.
Well, he's breaking out of the box and thinking out of the box. That's for sure. He's well, that's one thing. Like also what I find him very interesting for is the fact that he's quite creative. So This is a good shot, by the way.
Well, yeah.
So I think, like I said, both are very solid, but there's just slight percentages maybe in all departments favoring Delgado, and that's why I think he's the favorite in this match. But it's not like his running game is way better or his safety game is way better. It's like all really small little percentages.
Yeah, which can, as we know, in pool can mean a big difference. Like this one shot can make a difference in the whole set. Just change the momentum. The match momentum is so huge on this level. So is he looking at the safety behind the tree there, Tim? Or
Behind the 8, banking the 1 ball out 2 rails. No, behind the 2. Oh,
behind the 9? There were a lot of balls.
it ended up behind the 9, but I was surprised to see him try to spin behind the 8. I didn't think the table would grab that much. Good opportunity here for Michael because he can kick the ball. Like basically, you're trying to kick it half ball and separate the 2 of them. Oh, his card is so full. I was gonna say he could have actually threatened to make it in the corner, send the cue ball towards the 9, and many good things can happen. You can kick it in, get shape on the 2. The cue ball runs through a couple balls, so you might get the hook.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's a good shout. I think with all the balls laying there and where the 2 is, when you make the ball, you're probably gonna have like some kind of shot, like a safety at least on the 2 ball. Oh, that stayed up.
Oh,
So-
very tough shot too, to cut that with that slight hint of inside. Just barely overcut it. I feel it's kind of messy so far though. The match is not, it's not like they have been settling down much. Like they've been a little bit all over the place. Possibly it's also the layouts. Maybe they've just been playing safe after the break over and over. But
Yeah,
surely I
think you're
feel
right.
it's still, I feel a little bit rushed into this match. Like if you look at the players, they're not comfortable yet. Maybe they find this a very exciting match too, both of them, you don't know.
Yeah, so how much does this mean to both of these players? Because it's for different countries, it's like different for what it means. So for some players they have like financial kind of prize if they get certain results from the government. Other they get like support, or for others it's just like honor. Do you know, like for Germany and Spain, how that is?
Well, for Switzerland, I have no idea.
Oh, sorry.
But well, the thing is, I do believe they do get something in Spain. I mean, we're not talking like the biggest prize money ever, but we're talking maybe a couple thousand. I believe they do get. I've heard those stories. For Switzerland, one thing I found very interesting is I heard that Johan Ruysink, the Dutch coach, also former Mosconi Cup coach, he started to work with Team Switzerland. They hired him as their national coach. So a federation would not put all that money into hiring a coach if there was not really much more money to get. So I'm assuming... Ooh, played with fire there, just enough on the 8. So I'm assuming that for Switzerland there is maybe also some opportunities to take from this European Championships.
Yeah. Well, even if it isn't, it's a big honor to represent your country, of course. So you know, for a lot of players that's enough. But sometimes it can add to the pressure when you're trying to be a pro player and, you know, pay your mortgage from your pool playing. It's definitely a different kind of pressure than for the players who do it as a side gig. So, but that's not sure. Let's presume all the players do, of course, really want to win.
Well, also, I'm not too sure if this is correct, but I also heard that there might be prize money in this tournament itself. That they changed it.
Oh, really?
Some prize money. I mean, not again. Most of the players did not consider coming. But for the ones that want to go for, hey, I'm a European champion kind of title, and now they make a little bit of money back, you know, to cover the expenses. I think it's quite fair. But like I said, I'm not guaranteed sure on it, but some player told me that, so I never got the confirmation. Ooh. Well.
So coming back to the break, he puts more weight in than the first 1 or 2 breaks, I feel. So
Yeah,
we can
probably
see-
was looking at those 2 balls tracking to the side and felt like they were going too low, and then decided to change the pace a little bit.
Yeah, maybe also a little bit of difference in TV table and other tables.
Probably. So let's see here. Yeah, that was quite an awkward stroke actually to put on there with being so close to the 1. Michael just kept his own rack with that safety battle, taking the lead 3-2. So this game is a little bit important, I find. Of course, all the racks you can win are important, but Delgado is basically chasing to not go and lose the serve, to lose his break and go down 2 games.
Yeah. Both players are looking to keep their serves, as they say, and keep the pressure on your opponent.
I don't know. I was considering, it might be very passive, but I was considering maybe playing safe on the 1, just because the shot right after on the 3 was not going to be a good safety shot or something you can win with.
Well, I think he find cover. This is jumpable. So, but this is hard to judge when the ball is so close to the rail also. To how thick are you gonna hit on the rail? It's not easy. Yeah, wanted to make sure to not go in the side pocket, I think. Hit a little bit thicker maybe.
Yeah, if you hit it too thin, the cue ball might go all the way down table behind the 6-8-10, for example. So he didn't really have a very big ball to aim. But in the end, the thing that matters is he makes the jump and he has a good chance to play a forcing safety here. I think he's played a really good shot here.
So this is very doable to hit both kick shot and jump shot, but probably most value in the kick shot.
Well, good hit. Probably could have done with more pace, but I think he was also considering the fact that if he had made the 4, he would have been on the 5. So didn't really think about the passive side, the tactical side, didn't really think too much about it, I would say. Well, definitely, we've got so much action still to come. We play all the way to the semi-finals today. But this definitely sets the tone, this kind of matchup, because I feel if we have a lot more like this, we've seen Kasper Matikainen, Ivo Aerts. Kasper Matikainen won that match 8-6, close matchup. Then Luka Men and Sanjin Pelivanovic. Luka Men winning 8-7. Kestutis Sadaikis and Sam Wetzel 8-6. So there's a lot of close matches going on. So it sets the tone. We might be in for a long day of close matches and a lot of action.
Yeah, so brings me to another question, Tim, which Graham asked me. Who's your favorite for this title, for the Stenball title? Do you have a favorite? If you had to choose someone, who would it be?
Well, one pick that most of y'all did not think about is, for example, Wojciech Cevcik, former world Stenball champion.
Wow, that's a good shout.
He plays great defense, breaks the balls really well, and has a big grind. So, yeah, also stamina, you know, like, is a good call. But then still, like, all of the Polish team could win. Also, Mario He is also still in there, I believe.
Yep.
João Grillo is a nice outsider. The Finns, Petri Markkonen or Kasper Matikainen could go that far. Estonia, Dennis Grabe. So I think it's a really tough call. But if you had to pick for like a top 4, I think you could actually make a reasonable guess.
Yeah, well, but if you have to put all your eggs in one basket, Tim, and you have to say like, well, just pick one. Can also be like who you want to win.
Well, let's say like this, with the recent form Dennis Grabe has and him playing in Estonia, that could be just the right amount of push to win this title. So I think that would be a good pick.
Yeah, then you got the same pick as me, so we can go out for dinner then together if we. Very nice.
Super cute. Okay, let's see. 3 each, tight match, long one ball. I am not going aggressive on this. I'm playing safe all day long. Either overcut the one to the top short rail and bring the cue ball 2 rails just underneath the 5.
Yeah, I like the overcut. I think that's a good. Wow. He
Okay.
went for the thicker contact. Played it good.
Yeah, it does have full cover, but playing this option, you know that your opponent is most likely going to hit the 1 because it's not that much distance and the 1 also stays pretty near the rail. But that's called the 1 in the corner. If he finds the corner, he might have shape on the 2.
So, another one of those long balls, and the cue ball is even more close to the rail now. There is, however, value in attacking, but that would be some shot.
You mean just jack up the cue and stop the cue ball, or even draw it back?
Yeah, or maybe going topspin like really hard, going with inside. You know, and because you shoot it so hard, it's gonna go 3 rails underneath the 5. Just well, I don't think it's there actually. Wishful thinking. Well, he's calling the 1 ball though.
Well, maybe he's going force follow. He's on the dead kiss on almost every other safety I can see. So maybe he is swinging at this. He was. And he's got second prize. Look at this. That could have been way worse. Still hanging in there on Michael's break.
Yeah, so ball in Michael's court now. Time for a good safety. So 1 ball towards the 8, Tim.
Yeah, and cue ball with the 2. Ooh, that's
Think
not
he
good.
Just hit it a little bit too thick. Yeah. The bench
Yeah,
shot
even if the
is there.
1 would have stayed lower behind the 5, and the cue ball more close to the 2, you had kind of 2 balls to be behind. So I love banking this. 3 ball is making the pocket also bigger.
Oh, didn't
Yeah,
hit the
excellent.
3 ball though.
Inside spin on the bank. A nice shot. And great shape on this 2 ball. Quite natural angle here.
Yeah, he looks really confident. Yeah, making sure that he gets the correct angle, or at least looking where he needs to be. Important shot. If you're really good on the 6, then it makes it a lot easier to get nicely on the 7. But I think he's just too straight there.
Well, I think it's even worse. I think he has a small angle. If he goes forward, he might catch the 10. So he's now trying to go forward and just barely miss the 10 and leave more cut on the 7. Well,
Yeah, you were
Yep.
right, Tim.
relying on
Just
his shot
okay.
making.
Yeah, he's just okay, but this is far from over, or not. Well, it's favor him to make this, of course, but it's not what he had planned in the beginning.
Well, like I said, also Michael did play a match this morning, where Alberto might be still adjusting, you know, trying to find the next gear. Sometimes you need a little bit of time, you know. Sometimes it really takes 30-40 minutes before you catch that feeling in the stroke, the right speed of the table, and then it's go time. Or the break, same thing. You could be breaking dry the first half of the match and then break a run, break a run, break a run, finish. In alternate break though, just saying.
Yeah, so how about this for speed control on the 10? That was perfect.
Yeah.
So, and was this on Michael's break?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. So, break of serve. So now looking for the break and run.
As you can see at the other stream table, we have Dennis Grape from Estonia. He's playing Ante Sola from Croatia. Obviously, again, Grape will be the favorite, but Ante is a guy, he's been playing a lot. He's been beating a lot of good players in those Balkan tournaments. So, who knows? Possible upset is coming there also.
Well, I'm just looking at the rest of the scores in this last 64 and see a lot of Polish flags. So if Śnigoczki, if he wins, then it's like 4 Polish in the last 32. If I'm not mistaken. Actually, Daniel Masiol beat Mieszko Fortunski 8-3. So there were 5. They took out one of their own.
Yeah, how often that happens that they draw each other, because they always show up with too many. Or maybe it feels to me it's too many. I mean, I have nothing
because
against
they're also good.
exactly. I have nothing against the Polish, but I mean, they show up with big numbers over and over.
Yeah, they always go deep.
Well, this will be interesting. He does have a shot on the 1, but he's not too sure if the 2 ball goes to the side. Now, there is a little trick shot there on the 2.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that.
This is exactly the right moment for me to shoot it. I'm gonna try and go 1 rail and land the cue ball right where it is now, to where you can just focus on doing that trick, and the 3 is nearby, and it's go time.
Well, for the people that don't know, or at least let me check if we're talking about the same shot. If it's on the point, you can shoot it through the point. That's what you mean, right?
Yes.
Or
Yeah, you gotta
do you
play a
mean like
very
another
firm
shot?
stroke to push through the rubber. But it really depends. Oh, if he nudges the 2 is even better. He did, but did that move the 2 in a good position or in a bad position? Oh.
I it's hard for me to say. I mean, yeah. I think it's still on though. Oh, wow, he didn't go for your shot. Like, he tried to make it directly, so that tells me it was stuck on the rail maybe?
Well, he didn't make it, so maybe he should have played the shot. I mean, it's tough to say for us with that kind of view. Like, as long as we are not there in person to really check it, it's so sensitive. But it was an option. Now, do you consider going into the 7 and take a tough 3 for a chance to go 5-3 up?
Well, I think he did, but like you said, you would have liked to hit on the 7 because, well, obvious reasons. It was tough how thin the 2 was. I think he still has a shot though. Not sure. Yeah. So
Oh,
a big
it's
shot.
not a full pocket, but definitely a chance.
Yeah. So because he went a little bit more aggressive and went for the run out, he now has this really good chance. Still some work to do though. So he's looking to go or 1 rail. He's looking at the 10 and the 8 ball. So he's checking to go 3 rail position with the draw. At least don't know if he gets the 3rd rail. There you go.
Yeah.
Nice shot.
Yeah, I like the fact that he's played at 3 rails. Most of the amateur players would go 1 rail and try to land perfect on the 5. But because he used the 3 rails, he kind of can let his stroke out and increase the odds of getting on the 5 ball. So that was a clever little detail he's played there.
So how big is the angle he's on right now? Can he just... Is the 9 high enough to go 2 rails position? Ah, yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, just got to make sure he's not straight on the 7, which he did nicely. He's got perfect to play just draw with maybe a slight hint of left, but just focus on moving the cue ball over. And like we mentioned, it's a big game. You know, like the earlier you get that 2-game gap, the more pressure you put on your opponent's break. Especially also with how the balls are racked. Everybody gets a tight rack. And all of the players in this field, trust me, every single one of them can break the balls perfect, make 2 balls go in the side and run out. But now when they're down a couple games, knowing that they have to perform that break or they are in more trouble, that's where you see they're starting to cut the ball more by accident and not as fluent, dry breaks, and you see the big differences. 5-3.
So how big for you, Tim, is it? Is the out of the box break? Like, how big of a difference is it for those kind of players?
I think it makes the margin of error smaller, because from the center you could hit it full, but even if you would hit it like half ball, you would still have a ball going to the side. But now if you catch it half ball, it really, like, it's more sensitive. The balls will not track as nicely to the side anymore.
Yeah. So, is it more enjoyable to watch them for you, or is it more fair?
Well, I see also, I think it's more fair because it's not that easy. You actually have to at least aim well to make a ball. But you also see more differences in speed. You know, you see more players still playing the break firm, or as you could see, Michael didn't do too much as in bouncing the cue ball out, but he still put a decent pop on there. So it's, yeah, I think it gives us more change, and well, the more change they do, the more we can talk about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Ooh, nice little nudge on the 2. Nice shot there.
So is the 3 ball available? Or does he have to try to hit the 2 a little bit fuller and maybe clip the 8 ball?
Oh, I thought actually the 3 did go, but it doesn't from this angle. Could also leave himself the bank, but I do like running into the 8, like you said. Did tie up the 6 ball a little bit more, nudging the 9 over.
Yeah. Yeah, so that would be nice, where he still... I would maybe also like to go long and try to get below the 6. Then you maybe have a little bit more options, a little bit more margin with your position.
Oh,
Ooh, hit a little bit too thick.
yeah, but also I felt like he had a really long follow through on there, and yeah, I think that caused him to play a lot more draw on the ball than he was trying to. So quite obvious safety shot there. Usually, actually, this one works quite effectively as long as your opponent cannot reach the bottom short rail. The 9 is blocking the right long rail. The 8 is blocking going over the top short rail. So the only shot I can really see is going, I was thinking 2 rails, either around the 8 or the right long rail, top short rail, into the 6. Difficult shot here.
So needs to find the point.
Oh, he's hit it well, and he's gonna be rewarded as well.
Yeah, that was not easy to get this kind of result. We'll be very pleased with that.
Yeah, only thing you could say, I don't think it was exactly luck. Sure, you don't know exactly how you're gonna hit it, but he's played a good pace kicking that ball, and oh, Michael's not gonna be happy here. He's left the window.
I think he's definitely gonna be less happy after the shot, because unless it's really frozen, it looks like he's gonna be hooked after the shot.
Yeah, good call. It's not ideal though, but it could have been worse. He's still able to go over the left long rail, for example.
Yeah, if he was really stuck to the 8-ball, would have been way worse. But this is still, especially seeing the moment, like he's 5-3 down, he's really looking for the 5-4, so must hit here. Oh, he's gonna hit it, but that's not good enough in pool.
Yeah, and basically since I joined this match, I think the score was 3-2, no 2-1. It looked like it was a tight match and possibly a tight score at the end, but Michael is not playing so great at this point. Like, he's making enough mistakes to where the score is about to be 6-3.
So that was actually, for like a ball in hand situation, a little bit awkward position. He played 2-7, but got out really good, back in prime position. So, but he looks really confident.
Yeah, especially just the cueing. You can see he's been playing a lot of hayball. I've had the pleasure of doing more commentary matches on him also in Vegas, and you can see most of the shot making where other players would be maybe less comfortable. He really doesn't flinch that much. So looks like Schneider is taking a break. He needs a timeout. He needs to leave the arena and gain the momentum a bit. As you can see, table 1, Grabe Sola is also done. I'm assuming, but that's just assuming, that Grabe won. Let's see if we can pull up the scores. Dennis Grabe did win that, 8-2. So slowly the last 32 is shaping up. That round will be played in a little bit more than an hour. Start at 4 p.m. local time. So 6-3 lead, quite a bit. Things not looking too great for the man from Switzerland. Spain currently quite happy, I would say. Currently from Spain as well, Iker Andoni Echeverria tied 6 each with Joel Katui-Kromo from the Netherlands. Another tight match. Just looking for more Spaniards in the last 64. I might either need glasses or they're not there. Oh, Juan Carlos Exposito beat Roman Hiebler 8-4. That's a good result. Tight player, Roman Hiebler. But overall, like I said, most of the matches are being very close, and it's just due the fact that almost all the conditions are very even, very similar. Alternate break, the tapping the tables for the balls to be racked, make sure that the balls are placed on the same position over and over. So there is no advantage for either player because nobody's really racking their own. Only thing that could be an advantage is to pattern rack, which is not allowed. Referees, they look for that as well. So that also makes most of the matches closer to each other, of course. I mean, we find it great because we would like to see more and more action. Just currently waiting for Schneider to come back from his break. Don't think will take too long.
So, Tim, if you're in Michael's corner now, you know him a little bit as a player. So, what is the advice you think he needs? Or maybe he already knows, of course, but what would you say to him?
Well, knowing Michael, he's probably quite frustrated at the moment. That's what I kind of fear. Like I don't feel like he's been making huge mistakes, you know. It's more a little bit of kicking here and there, a couple safeties, like he's played that safety and he found the window between the 10 and the 9. It's those details that Delgado has been just hooking him over and over. So I think he's most likely just going to be frustrated. And we have to make sure we find a way to get those feelings out before he gets back to the table. That's probably the thing I would address for him.
Well, maybe he has the live stream on and he heard you.
Well,
Unlucky kick
definitely
there for Delgado, got kicked in.
Yeah, on the contrary though, he did cut the break quite a bit. Cue ball was already near the side. Just surprised he's not finding the sweet spot. Like he's either going pretty close towards the right center pocket or the left. And there's a range in between which works all right. So Delgado definitely struggling with the break, but this enables Schneider to get some rhythm, maybe get a better feeling after the comeback also, but after the timeout, I feel.
Yeah, still big shot coming up with the 5-8.
Well,
the combination is pretty good doable, but to keep a position on the 5 where he can play correctly to the 6, that's the difficult part, I think. What do you think, Tim?
yeah, I agree. I would like to be as close as possible to the 5, to where whatever I play on the combination, I'm very close to the 5 ball right after that as well. Most often you find yourself a little bit longer on the combination, then you still manage to make the combination, but the 5 leaks out to somewhere too far, and then the shape to the 6 is probably undoable. So first step for me is trying to be as close as possible to this. Now, I would probably send the 5 over to the right top corner pocket. Not too far, like not too firm, but just like half a diamond or... Okay, he chose to hold the 5 there. Does he play for the bottom side of the 6?
Yeah, I think
Top
he
right
has
spin
no
two
other
rails.
option. Oh, I could go draw, yeah, but this is definitely was the only right option. Played it pretty good. So remember, the last time he had a similar shot, Tim. He shot it into the point. So I hope he got that out of his mind. Oh, I definitely
Yep.
forgot about that.
I mean, it's probably the best way for him to get back to the table. Taking a timeout, 4 minutes and 59 seconds he was gone. Comes back, opponent scratches, and now he can pull one back, and he's breaking.
And it was also like pretty, it wasn't super straightforward, this run out. So it will also give him some extra confidence knowing that he can do a little bit extra if needed.
Well, one thing is also interesting. I complete with the thing he did is he took the timeout on Delgado's break. Just like Delgado is taking his timeout on Snyder's break right now. Because you know that if you take a timeout on his break, he has to wait for, like I said, 4 minutes, 59 seconds. Then he has to still break the balls perfect. He gets a lot of time in the chair to think. As you could see, scratch on the break and you run out. And now you already ran out 10 balls and you get to break. So you at least still have the feeling of striking the ball. So I think it's an advantage. That's why Delgado at this point now took his time out to say, well, hopefully I can make you cold again. You break the balls bad and I can get myself on the hill with myself breaking.
Yeah, do the same trick. Well, and of course, it's not like it's like unsportsmanship or anything like that. It's just like something within the rules where both players have the option of a timeout. So it's of course in your advantage to think about when to take the timeout. Like in a case where you actually have some kind of advantage out of the timeout.
Yeah, there is no way it's in any way like no sportsmanlike conduct or something. Like I feel it's more a strategy thing. Pool is not only about who has the straightest cueing or who knows the most. I mean, it's also about who feels like how do people feel around the table, and how can you in some way make sure your opponent does not feel good around the table, or how can you make sure you feel always great around the table. Well, there is a lot of strategy involved in all that.
Yeah, I think that's a nice way of looking at it, to see it as strategy, because don't forget, like a lot of these players, they do this for a living, and when your income is on the line, your well-being, better like think things over. Don't do stuff like just because. So I think a lot of the players are very well known, and a lot of the players really do know their way around with the timeouts and the tactical play. Still, I think it's a nice conversation though about the timeout. Sometimes I feel like, especially in the a bit lower than top level players, they don't always know about how to use a timeout, I think. So this is exactly, well, the break he was looking for, I wanted to say, but cue ball ended up on the short rail. I think he can just see the ball, but if you can see a bit, maybe he's looking to he can't see enough to play it behind the 5 and the 2, I think. So he will find cover behind the 2 and the 5 and play the 1 ball to the left side of the 10.
I'm not too sure if I like that. I might still push.
Oh, he's calling the bank.
He can obviously hit it thicker than it looks from here, but I just don't think the 1 would get enough speed in any way. And what did he try to do with the cue ball? He could have pushed to a jump maybe behind the 8, or there is options, but don't forget the shot clock is on there too, and the decision making is tough. And the thing I also just said about the timeout, the moment to take the timeout could have caused this too. Michael basically waiting to then break and not have a shot right after, and having to play a somewhat tough safety shot. And this is no bueno, like they say in Spain.
Wow, no bueno indeed. Took out the short cue. Calling the ball just to make sure there's no mistake about what he wants. Oh, almost
Ooh.
had the time shot there.
Yeah, had a great chance actually on the 1 to get to the 2 ball. So things are not over yet for Michael. Like I said, 7-4 is a pretty bad position to be in. 6-5, 7-5 is alright. He's played great shot actually there. I don't think he was able to reach it that well, but no problems at all. Now, would like to draw back where he is now, near where the cue ball is laying right now. Don't think I would like too much angle on the 5 ball. Do you think he's starting to play a little faster than he was before, trying to create some rhythm?
Well, I felt like he did that, like in the beginning of the match. Like he maybe felt a little bit rushed. And then I thought he took a little bit more time, and then like after like the last rack and this one, he feels a little bit faster again. So I'm not sure about how he usually plays. So, but you maybe know him a little bit better and know if he's playing faster or just like normal.
Yeah, I mean, I would say usually he's a little bit more deliberate, but he has made some mistakes, of course, throughout the match. So he's now just hoping for hitting that gear for, what is it, 15 minutes and still win the match 8-6 or 8-7, who knows.
It's interesting to see the racking. When Delgado racks, he does this like he's giving a massage to the balls, kinda. A ball massage. And maybe sweet talking a little bit to the balls. But it's I think it's a way normally like refs always also do it to have like a to not pattern rack, or to at least to show like how they don't pattern rack and always get the outside balls. But I don't know if players are, do they need to do that, or is it just something Delgado does? Oh, what a break. This is what he wanted to get on the hill. I mean, there's no, could only, so maybe the 4 to the 5, like to get the right angle on the 4
Yeah.
is maybe a little bit tricky.
Yeah, guaranteed for sure. You don't want to end up near the center of the table on the 4. The only thing you could play for potentially is a 4-10 combination, which doesn't result in a win, but can make it easier to get from the 4 to the 5 right after that. That could be an option. As you can see, he's trying to still put himself quite high, but with enough, or at least straight enough to not run into the 10 ball.
Yeah, you want to be or straight or with a slight angle towards the 5, or even in the middle of the table, and then, you know, just draw to the long rail to put the 5 in the same pocket. But this is somewhere in between, I think, Tim.
I think he's fine. I think he can play, I mean, he has to play a big draw shot here. But I think he can draw away from the 10, and even the center of the table on the 5 is good, but he's probably gonna play a little deeper.
Yeah, great call.
Ooh.
So Like straight is good. Still a big shot, but he already knew it was gonna be a little bit of a challenge, but I think he's perfect.
Well, faced by his facial expression, I don't think he's so great. I think he might run towards the 6 if he makes the 5.
Is he going topspin?
Yeah, he was trying to stay near the long rail. That's what I'm saying.
thought
Like
he was a little bit
shot
more
making
straight.
wise, he's doing actually pretty nice. Like it's pretty impressive to see, because there's a lot of sensitive strokes in there. Oh, another long 7 ball. 3 balls remaining for a 7-5 lead. This game could hurt Schneider potentially quite bad.
Yeah, I agree. It will hurt Schneider bad, and Delgado will feel really confident going in the last part of the game.
And again, look at that pace. So 7-5 it is. The Spaniard on the hill. Will we see a little struggle from Schneider, trying not to give up? A break run possible, you know, just to put more heat on Delgado. That's what we would want to see, definitely.
I think that's the only way to, or well, you could say like, or have this really like tactical battle and come out on top, or just break and run and say to Delgado like, hey listen, it's your break, you better not miss, because I will be here waiting. First is break. Needs a
But as you
ball.
can see, just how he's striking the 1 ball. The cue ball is close to the scratch, just barely getting past the side pocket, and then the 2 balls tracking to the sides, they're like completely off. So he still made a ball, but everything is so random. I'm just surprised he's not hitting him any fuller. Like, yeah.
Yeah, could this also maybe be the moment, Tim? I mean, if you're like just below the top guys on the European Championship, I mean, that would be a title to, well, to long for, right? So big moment if you're in the last 64, single knockout. Your opponent is on the hill. You're thinking like, all I need is a break and run to put a little bit extra pressure on the guy. Oh, and then so close with the jump.
Look at his shape on the 2-7 as well, if he had made it.
So is he going rail first from the long rail? That would provide him with some position. He's going short rail.
Yeah, I don't think
first.
I don't think he can go over the long rail, as the 8 was in between, I feel. Oh, doesn't want to nestle up with the 6, and he has. Oh.
So Michael, I think if I were Michael, I would have to say to myself like, don't go look behind the 6, because you're hoping it goes there, and it did. So Delgado needs a big shot here.
I would probably not be able to believe that this actually happened from where the 1 ball was laying. Like, that would
Yeah, you're
probably be
right.
my facial expression. I mean, It from where the one ball was laying, it was so tough to put the cue ball right where it is right now. Can be a
Yeah,
funny sport at times.
You're totally right. It's a long, long way. So I don't have to forget about that. Hit the 2-ball full in the face.
Ooh.
2-ball almost went. And, well, he left the shot, but this is not easy. So this is also pretty tough to not shoot at, I think.
Well, I believe he can still overcut with left spin and go around the 6th cue ball up table. I don't think he has to shoot it, but he's definitely swinging, so big shot. Good opening shot. Does he get on the 3? That's 6 ball.
I don't think he can see it, Tim.
Well, he definitely can't cut it. That's one thing for sure. He might be able to nick it extremely thin, but I don't see much value in that either.
He's calling it.
Does it go? We need glasses.
Well, it surely from the overhead camera it looked as if it didn't go, but look at that for a shot. Wow. What a moment. What a position. I mean, this could be like the turnaround. Like at one point we're saying like, oh man, horrible. And then the next moment he makes the ball with perfect position.
Yeah, as you can see, he's feeling pretty confident in these kind of open positions. It's just that everything has been laying so weird in general in the beginning of the racks. So, assuming he runs out here, a lot will depend on Alberto's break, which hasn't been the best overall. Just the last one where he made, I believe, 3 balls in shape and ran out. Let's see what happens. 7-6.
Oh, what a moment. At least he kept Delgado in his chair at that moment. So Delgado knows it's his break. You only need one good break and a good run out. But how about that pressure, Tim? How big is that pressure at this point in single knockout?
Well, we are about to find out. This is the moment. Oh, again, look at that cue ball.
Yeah, and this is what I meant with the break I said earlier. Just like a little, like, not so big. Like he got a little pop. But I think he just has this figured out, I think, some kind of break. Which doesn't work on this table, maybe? But in any case, Michael will be very happy to get a chance at least. He can play a push out. Do something smart. Maybe lure Delgado into some kind of trap.
Well, the jump cue will be out, but I'm not sure if I'm taking this. The thing is, even though if you can cut it in, you're really not having a direct shot on the 2.
Yeah, you know what I like is banking the 1 ball somewhere close to the 3 ball, maybe even hitting it and try to find cover behind. Yeah, that's the shot. And then just hope for some kind of cover. he got it, but I kind of meant like cover behind the 9 ball somewhere up table over there.
Yeah, you meant maybe a more clean way.
Yeah, but still can't argue a
I mean,
winning shot maybe.
It's not the worst position. You're most likely to hit the one. You can go 2 rails, send the 1 ball up table, possibly behind the 3 in the top right. I was trying to stop the cue ball. Did the 1 ball go far enough? No. But in the end, if you can kick at every ball and leave your opponent something like this, you can win the tournament. Because basically you're not losing every single time you kick at the ball. You're still guaranteed another inning. So sure, it didn't end up in a safety, but well, unless he's going to, okay, I was gonna say unless he cuts it to the top right corner.
Yeah, it kind of looked like he was attacking there for a moment.
Well, not the best safety shot there. Found the red 3 ball on the way. You might be able to bank this and bring the cue ball back down table. I don't really like this safety. He's played it really well, but it's so tough to get the right speed on the cue ball and hold the 1 ball near the short rail.
Yeah, and a lot of times you're just gonna, well, not sell out, but give him a few on the 1 ball. But he played that very, very well. Oh, I just hit it.
Super thin. Whew.
So
Yeah, it was a good try. But then again, this is the same thing like I said earlier. Like, he kicked at the ball. I feel like he just purely kicked at the ball to make it.
yeah,
It was quite firm. Like, he could have played it maybe a little softer. But the cue balls, like, overall, I just felt like maybe could have played with a defensive option somewhere in the back of your mind, but it is what it is. This is a chance to close out the match. Does he get on the 2 ball? I don't think so.
I felt like, unless it doesn't go past the 8 ball, but I felt like he could hit it really thin and go long and try to aim for the middle of the table. It was a pretty big space where he could land for the 2 ball.
I mean, don't forget, this is the last 64, single elimination. It is somewhat a tight match, 8-6, or 7-6, excuse me. I don't know why, but I was already predicting the score. Yeah, I mean, apparently.
Horrible. That's horrible.
Yeah, I know.
That's some
I
bad
know.
voodoo.
Well, probably because I did like this safety. But I'm more saying, like, the nerves might be there slightly. Uh-oh, he's not gonna like this. He's caught it too thin. I think he's probably just really struggling with the shot clock. I think that might be it.
The shot clock is huge. It doesn't
Because the
look
way
like
how
it.
the way how he dropped down, swung twice, and then kicked at the ball already, didn't really look like he had any feeling in the ball.
Yeah, that's maybe also, well, combination of course of the shot clock and the moment, like you said, last 64 of, I mean, of the continent. So if you put it like that, it's pretty heavy.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of people that live in Europe, so
Yeah.
well, good shot there. Nice angle on the 4. He is in prime shape here to close out the match, but let's see. He already had an opportunity to close out the match and he didn't. Is that a sign or?
least a very, very nice opportunity here. He does look composed.
So I would probably always go 2 rails forward to play the 7 in the right center. He did the same, okay. For a second I thought he was looking over to play the 7 in the corner.
Yeah. You can still think clearly. Now the rain has gone. Sorry, couldn't help myself after you sang some notes there for a bit, Tim.
Oh, nice. Good job. I do still like to go 3 rails. Just gotta make sure you don't hit the 10. Yeah, you got me there. The thing is, the 8 is so close to the long rail that I don't want to fall behind the 10 by accident. Oh, he's played it really thick on purpose. A little longer on the 9 should be fine. Guaranteed to be on the 10.
So how are the nerves for this Delgado on the hill in this last 64? Oh, that looked good. Just a mandatory 10 ball here for the win. Go through to the last 32 of this 10 ball European Championships. And there he goes. It's a goodbye for Michael Schneider. Thank you all for watching, guys. We had a blast. Tim de Ruiter next to me. I'm Pascal de Smit. Thank you very much for watching and listening, I hope. And we'll be here around for a lot of more pool today. So stay tuned also for some women pool action. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like, subscribe and share this stream because it's free. And until the next. Thanks guys. Bye.
See ya.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Nice you tuned in to this Women's 10-Ball European Championships presented by you by Predator. We're looking at a great matchup together. With me is Joris van Amersfoort. I'm Pascal de Smit. We're gonna try to talk you through this match and share some knowledge and feelings with you. Joris, welcome.
Thank you very much, Pascal. Welcome to you all, everybody. Happy that you're watching the stream. And we're going to watch a match between Rika Vairainen, who won the leg, and she's playing Pia Filar in this last 32 match. It will be a race to 6 and it's single elimination.
Yeah, there we go with a controlled break. With a ball, 2 balls in, and with a nice shot on the 1 ball. So Rika has her hands full against the European straight pull champion, because Pia yesterday won the European Championships. Was it yesterday or the day before?
It was the day before, indeed. It was last Saturday. I was fortunate enough to be the commentator on that match, the final. It was a match between Pia Filar and Ina Kaplan from Germany. And if Pia wins this match, guess who she will be up to next match?
Oh, really?
Yes, again against Ina. Of course, if Ina happens to win her match too.
Wow, that would be something. Germany is very good represented. Yeah, I can see now.
That's a little bit pacey. I don't think she went for that position there, but she landed perfect for the other corner. I think she has got the right angle. Business 7, I think she can. If she goes forward for the 4 ball on the right side pocket, I think that's there. Well, she did bump in the 7 indeed, Pascal. Good call. Now the straight line towards the pocket is blocked by the 9 ball.
Yeah, I see only one attacking shot with value, and that's what she was looking at right now. Cutting it into the left upside corner will give automatic position for the side pocket or the lower left corner, but it's like kind of a blind angle, so this is never easy, especially not in your first rack in the single elimination.
Yeah, and everybody must be nervous if you play against Pia Filar. Of course, one of the biggest names at the moment. Ooh, she cut this one pretty thin. And leaves an open shot now for Pia.
Yeah, Pia is becoming a force in women's pool. Well, heck, I'm saying women's pool, but there are a lot of men who would say something different.
She's doing great in some international tournaments, beating some top players, men players also, so she's becoming a tough cookie for the whole world now in the pool. The 6 ball to the side, draw it to the center of the table.
Yeah, she could just roll it in. So let's see how the European champion holds up in the 10 ball. Yeah, just going 2 rails. Make sure to go to the 3rd diamond and not to the side pocket, so it should be a natural line unless you hit it too thin.
I like this a lot. This perfect. Great speed. Yeah, so Pia won the straight pool division already. Pascal, you think she is the most favorite player to win the 10 ball, or do you favor Yasmin Ushan? Or have an outsider or some from difference?
Well, of course, like living in the Netherlands, I would have to say don't forget about the Dutchies. we still have 2 women in the last 32, Mirjam Alfons and Jolien Schuurman, who are both very capable of doing some real damage. Don't know if they're favorites, but they're really good outsiders, I would like to say. So, but yeah, for me, like, I think Pia, she puts in a lot of work, also with her husband, of course, and I think the 2 of them, they feed off each other a little bit, but you know, just practicing a lot. And had the pleasure of playing her once at a house tournament, so it was a short race, but I could see she was very knowledgeable about the break also. So, of course, when I say that she has a dry break.
Yeah, well,
But,
that's not the first one for today. Everybody happens to have dry breaks, I've seen all day. But if you look at the Palmares from Yasmin Ushan, I think she has like 70, 84 European titles, or I don't know how many, but a lot. And it's hard to beat that. And I think it's also hard to put somebody not in favor with a record like that.
Yeah, you're totally right. The only thing you could say is that Pia Filler maybe is on a run. Maybe it's time for her to shine. But yeah, I think you're right. Jasmine is also very, very
Oh,
player,
that's
but
lovely.
look at this kick shot. I mean,
She called it.
yeah. Does he have position on the 2?
I think she can see it. Yeah, must be. And I'm curious what to do with the 4 ball, because she can play a stop shot, but then she'll be straight on the 3. And I don't think the 4 ball passes the 6 to the corner. So that's quite a challenge. And maybe she's therefore forced to work with the cue ball right now to create an angle on the 3.
Oh wow,
Look at that. What a stroke.
that's
Very well
I mean,
played.
that looked so controlled.
Definitely.
So she's checking to make sure, like, do I need to kiss the ball or can I just play position? She's actually thinking, hey, wait a minute, I can play position. I don't have to take the risk. This would be some run out, Joris.
Starting with a kick shot. Phew. So the 4 ball goes to the, well, from this angle, bottom left. It's gonna be tight. And it's not a medical position. She needs to work with the cue ball too, so it's quite a tough shot here.
just too thick. Oh, that was key shot. So, chance for Rika to show what she's got.
And that's not nothing. She can very much play. She, in the last North European Championship, she got a bronze medal, 3rd place.
Yeah.
Well played.
Still, does she feel any extra pressure playing against the freshly European straight pool champion in the single elimination? Oh,
A little force there.
yeah, that's just early gibbers. Always a little bit tougher to get that first rack on the board. Also a little bit different on TV table. Sometimes a little bit faster than the other tables.
Looks like she's going forward. 2 rails out for the 7.
Yeah, what I also like is if you see her tip position and how she delivers the shot. It looks very solid. Almost robotic like.
Well, everything looks quite good and comfortable for her.
Yeah, she really knows what she's doing. She's prepared. She came prepared. That's how it looks. Especially when you miss that ball and your opponent misses a shot in position. Well, gives you a little bit of extra confidence. So this tend to go 2-0 up for Pia Viller in this European Championships.
Yeah, 2-0 in this race to 6. Of course, early days in this match, but still all looking good for Pia. And I do think that Rika needs to hope for a early chance. A good break would help her out. Give her some decent table time.
Yeah, let's see what she's got. Last break we saw was pretty controlled, open hand bridge. And you can't really argue with making a ball being that controlled, but just let the cue ball fly off a little bit to the front. Is there a path in between the 10 and the 7, Joris, do you think?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think the 10 is in the way.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time we see it wrong.
Well,
From the
this
camera angles.
the fact that she's pushing out, it tells me that it indeed is in the way. No, I
think she
guess
pushed out
Pia will
the
take
real
it up.
first shot.
Yeah.
So players are playing with a shot clock, so not all the time in the world. They both have one extension per rack. doesn't really seem to bother them. And look at that, around the tree. That's a nice shot. So Rika will be kicking herself, well, for making the push out a little bit too easy. If Pia runs out here. Oh,
Yeah, it looks like she's giving left English, so she will stay at the right side of the table. Probably leaves an angle. Ooh, that's dangerous. Yeah, it's too dangerous. She could give outside, go around the 10, gives you another angle on the free ball. That would also leave you more opportunity to stay there with the cue ball. Now a jump shot is needed. I think it's just the edge of the 5 ball she needs to jump over.
Okay, so still a chance for Rika, but look at where the cue ball ended up. That's unlucky, or lucky if you're Camp Germany, then this is definitely lucky, but if you're cheering for Rika here, that's always tough to fade.
Probably need some English, some left English on it.
Oh,
Hit it.
look at that. Oh, I think it was just too soft. If it was a little bit harder, it would have fell.
Yeah, but I think it was pretty tough to give it more speed because he really had to put a lot of left English on it.
Yeah, with the new cloth, it's
Yeah.
always hard to judge. She judged that very well actually, but unfortunate enough for her, it didn't fall.
There's extra bonus now for Pia. Landed perfect at the side pocket, so she can use the side pocket for queuing. Looks like a little stunt shot.
Well, I'm not sure about the angle. It feels a little bit awkward. Yeah, just decided not to take any risk in compromising the position. Just trusting her pot, leaving a long shot. Does she always also have to draw back here, Joris? I think this is a big shot coming up.
Yeah, she's now looking at the small gap between the 8 and the 10. That would be a little stun follow through.
Maybe we can see this again in the overhead, how the angle is. Oh, it kind of looks straight, right?
Yeah. So I personally would draw it back for the 7 in the side pocket, but
I think so too, but this is a pretty big shot. Oh, see, just
close.
a little angle towards the 10, which made it a little bit more difficult. I think she was trying to maybe cheat it a little bit or shoot it in the side of the pocket, which made her miss the ball.
Rika has a good chance now to get the first frame on the board. Can roll forward. Ooh, went the other way around.
Yeah, I think she felt the angle was a little bit too big for the inside spin, which on the club table would definitely be playable, but on the new cloth, maybe she felt like it was a little bit too much, went with outside, but and played it too soft. Big shot. Automatic position if you draw this a little bit or stun it. Ooh. Just missed it, or just.
Yeah, and she can just reach this 8 ball. So Pia probably spin this around the 10. A lot of right hand side English. From the top rail to the long right rail. And back to where it is right now.
Yeah, good call. So she left it with a nice angle to play position on the 10 ball in the side. Overran it a little bit, but still okay.
And that will take her into a 3-0 comfortable lead. Pia Villa. So we're currently at the last 32 stage. It's a single elimination. Do you know, Pascal, if the final rounds will be held today?
That's a very good
They're
question.
gonna finish tomorrow, maybe.
They play until the quarterfinals today. So
Right.
this is the last 32, so 2 rounds after this round. So, and I just checking the scores of the other tables, see if there is anything that popped out. Well, Ina Kaplan, runner
Already there.
days ago, already won 6-1 in her match, so she's waiting for the winner of this match. And all the other matches are still ongoing, pretty close. Wait, oh, there goes the cue ball. So if there's any moment for Rika to step up her game, this is the moment. She had a few good chances, didn't take them. You could say, well, early jibbers in this single elimination stage. But if she wants a chance, I would think this is her last real chance to put some pressure on Pia.
Yeah, I expect that she will find a position at the right rail. That makes the free ball a little bit tough. Of course not making it, but to find a position on the 5 from here, that's not a gimme, because you want to end up close to the 8 ball. And a lot of bad things can happen if you just roll towards that.
Yeah, well, we can see from this angle how the 5 is available in the side, so just don't try to snooker yourself. It's also available in the top corner.
Yeah, she played a great shot there.
Yeah.
You can see the risk in this shot. She played it perfect. Stun back to towards the center of the table. And the road map has been drawn for the rest of this game.
She was looking at the angle she wanted on the 6, just to make sure. What tells me she's very alert of the shot clock. She knows she don't have a lot of time. She doesn't have a lot of time. She's managing that time. But I think she has a little bit too much angle here, Joris.
Yeah, I think so too. And the side pocket
something
is
special here.
Yeah, you can see that the 8 ball does not really pass the 10 ball. So she needs to draw it 3 rails around, or 1 rail,
Yeah.
or from the bottom.
Oh, I know you as a player, yours. I would know you definitely would play this 3-rail position,
Yeah,
but we've
but
seen
it's quite
in
a
the last-
stroke. You gotta hit it quite firm.
Yeah, and in the last 3 racks, when she needed to hit it really hard, she missed. So that's where I
It's a
think
smart one,
this
huh?
is really smart.
Yes, I like it.
She recognized the moment.
I think she has the right angle to go up table. And if so, then I would just stun it. Don't go crazy. Don't work too hard. The 9 is there.
Yeah,
That's fine.
look good. Just roll it in and let the cue ball go on its way towards the 10. Oh, here we can also see how her speed control is. Are the nerves under control here? Well, I think there was a little bit too much topspin on that. It's kinda still got a little bit on the brakes on the top rail, but she's in position. But never a really nice shot when this is your first 10 ball of the match. Well, that's a great shot, seeing the circumstances.
Yeah, well done. And that's the first rack on the board for Rika from Finland. And Finland is representing the European Championships quite well.
Yeah, do they are in large numbers, Joris?
Not as many as Poland is, but and of course Germany has quite some players in there too. But also I think Jagger Ferratanta is also from Finland.
So she doesn't look like she's gonna, like she's really excited about this shot. Yeah, maybe if she was left-handed, the jump shot was easier. Decided to give her like a little tempter.
You think Rika has to take this one on?
Well, I think I think not, but I think maybe she feels like she needs to get something going, but
It's also like, do you want to give this back to Pia Villa?
wow,
Hmm.
this was definitely not what she was looking for.
No. It's always a tough call, I think. Yeah, you maybe not favor yourself to make the shot, but maybe you favor Pia to make it, and that's also not feeling good to give that back.
And on the other
Where's the
hand,
cue ball? Where's the cue ball?
whoa,
That just kept on going.
on the other hand, I don't think she has to forget she's only 3-1 behind, so it's only 2 racks. So
Yeah, definitely.
still has a lot of chances coming.
No real
There's
yet.
no rail.
No, so that's going to be a fall. This was a toughie, because if you play this jacked up, like some kind of massage shot, it's really hard to keep the pace in the cue ball.
So there is a clearance available, but how the balls are laying and when you're not feeling it very well, there's also like a 3-fall option. She's not going for it though.
No, well, I think it's still there. If you play kind of stop shot, sending the free ball, free cushion away, leave the cue ball behind the 5.
The reason
There's
why I
almost
say
no
it
value.
is because of the 4. The 4 is pretty tough, and of course she's playing position on the 4, but it's hard to get an angle from the 4 on the 5 to get to the other side of the 6. You want to go to where the cue ball, where it is now, from the 5 to the 6, and that's pretty tough to get that right angle. She maybe has to go like, yeah, around the angles, but then I think she's gonna hit the 7 also.
Yeah, I'm quite sure she will hit the 7. Maybe still with quite some top left, she could swing it around.
So that's why I felt like there was some value in trying to get to the 3 falls, also to get Pia maybe a bit out of her potting rhythm. Ah, this is a pretty good effort. Yes, it's a long pot, but it's automatic position. Table opened up, so one good shot and she could really have a good chance to clear from here.
Yeah. Was always running into those balls with no English. I hope for her that she can play the 6 just away from the 8 ball, but I think it's almost touching. She's now taking a look at a think cut, setting the cue ball behind the 9.
Well, she played
Good
that
shot.
really good.
Yeah.
She can see an edge, but at least this is not a sellout. So live to die another day.
Pia could maybe send the cue ball, yeah, to the pocket there where she's standing over. I think she called the bank over there. So the pocket
Yeah.
that's close to her hand.
It's a smart shot.
At least there's distance.
Oh, I thought for a moment there she had the hook, she had the snooker, but
Yeah, it all
the
stuck
long
out.
one.
Yeah, yeah. Keep it easy, go around to 7. Perfect. So I tell you, Pascal, if she runs this out with just 4 balls left, it's 3-2 and it could all well be back into a match.
I totally agree, and that's what you have to keep in mind when you're behind. Although Pia looked, yeah, pretty dominant, especially over Rika, who missed a few shots in position. She keeps on fighting, and well, she could look at a 3-2 score, which is not bad at all and put some extra pressure on Pia, who was maybe just getting a little bit comfortable. So, but this 8 was gonna do. Wait a minute.
She declined it. Where I feel that she could top spin it and 2 ways out. I think she felt that the scratch was there.
Wow. I don't know if she judged that really good.
Yeah, I think we
am
both do not
pretty
favor
sure-
that chance.
I just watched it back and well, maybe it was a little bit high. We will never know. Wow, what a chance. She missed there. And Pia Filler,
Well,
who
that's,
was sorry, yours.
Yeah, never mind, go ahead.
Well, Pia, who was preparing for a 3-2 score, is now going up 4-1. Sorry, yours. What do you were gonna say?
I was about to say exactly that, so...
Well, great minds think alike.
So 4-1 up, and again, and let me mention that in the next round, the last 16, the winner of this match is waiting for a match against
Ina Kaplan.
Ina Kaplan. And if it will be Pia, then it will be a rematch of the finals of the European Pool Straight Pool edition from last Saturday.
Yeah.
Sunday it was. Yeah, Sunday.
So Pia with the break. Well, kinda got lucky. The cue ball was tracking towards the side pocket, but got kicked away.
Yeah, and with all these little kisses, do you think the one is a fable now?
Well,
It's
I
close.
think there's maybe a possibility to get a hook behind the 9, to just play a little bit of a draw shot, a subtle draw shot behind the 9, and let the 1 ball go 2 rails. Maybe kiss off the 3.
Yeah, I expected to kiss the 3. You don't want to leave it hanging there. So gotta send it out. Oh, that's
Oh.
perfect. She
How
played
about
that
that for-
really nice.
Some touch. Yeah. There was some good cue ball control. Also good knowledge of how the 1 ball was gonna go off the 2 rails.
She's now taking a look to go around the 2. But she's gonna need tons of left side English to avoid the 6. Don't hit it too fast. Yeah, that would have been very difficult to find that path. I don't think it was available.
Yeah. So Pia
But-
have to think about the 3, about what to do with the 3. So yours, what do you think about the billiard on the 8 ball of the 3? So just play to the, somewhere between the 2
Close to the
and
9.
3. Yeah,
Yeah,
or
close to the 9.
Yeah.
I would rather be close to the 9. To be honest, the billiard would be my first option. Even with ball in hand, I would probably do that. And if you play it from the 9, you will leave the 3 there, so you can just roll that in and shoot the 3 in the corner.
Yeah, that's what I like too. So now the question is,
I'd
she's
stun
playing
this
the
out
same
towards
thing,
9.
or is she leaving for a bank shot maybe?
Now I think it's a bank shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He goes for the bank. Which, if you're confident in your bank shots, then this is definitely a good chance.
It's a lot of personal preference, of course. Played it very controlled.
Oh,
But just missed it.
Just missed it. Is it me, yours, or did they forgot to update?
Yeah, update the score. It's 4-1 at the moment. And the players are responsible for updating the score, isn't it?
Then I think we got maybe a small. Let's give a small heads up to production. Maybe they're listening. Otherwise, I'm gonna send them a quick message.
So this 4-ball, it's quite a standard 4-ball. Don't need to work with the cue ball. Go up and down. Little bit soft. But it's there. So again, not much needed with the cue balls. You can just top spin this 2 rails out for the 6. Maybe a little bit of running English.
I think at this point for Rika.
Go,
all the
go.
shots just are becoming a little bit harder, I wanted to say. Because of, when you miss a few, you just have to forget about it. But that's hard, especially when there's so much on the line. I mean, we're talking about the Predator European Pool Championships, and we're in the single knockout stage. So no going back after this. You're 4-1 behind, looking at a possibly 5-1 behind. This is gonna be very hard.
Yeah, to bend this around in a win would be indeed very hard for Rika. Also because Pia is not looking for like cracking or losing her focus.
Yeah, she's not taking this lightly. She wants to take home as many trophies and medals as she possibly can. Pretty sure. So
Got to the rail a little bit.
Yeah.
Should be fine.
I think if anyone can make this,
It's filler.
see, yeah.
Few more pre-strokes, but in the center of the pocket. So 5-1. I don't know if they will update it to the correct score.
Yeah, just for you guys at home who are just tuning in, the score is 5-1. We have some small difficulty with the scoreboard. So actually, if you look at the Epbf site, you can see it's 5-1. So the players updated the score,
Ah, perfect.
and the scoreboard is just took it off for a moment to fix the issue. So no problem here, we'll just talk you through. So for all the people that are on mute, sorry guys, you don't have scores at the moment. Well, can blame them for putting it on mute though, but yeah, it's a small disadvantage at this point.
A dry break. So Pia can see this 1 ball, but the path is blocked by the 9. Looking for the combination.
Yeah, and I think with the 5-1 lead, she feels pretty confident to take on the shot. Can take a small risk. Does it float in? No, it doesn't.
No. Rika back at the table. Probably has to call the 9, or maybe they feel like it's obvious enough that she's going for the 9 ball.
Yeah, and for me this is all about getting on the 2.
You're just gonna take your chance and fall between the 6 and the 4 ball?
Well, no, you know, I would like to go around 10 maybe. If I'm straight enough, maybe go,
All the way down to the left rail?
yeah, to the short rail, and then at least give myself like a shot on the 2, or at least don't snooker myself, because if you go in between the 6 and the 5, yeah, with the 7 where it is, that's pretty hard. She's trying.
Yeah, that's...
Did she just got there?
I don't
See how
think
she
so.
reacts.
I think it's gonna be hard to see something from her face.
Wow.
Looking very focused on everything that the table gives her. She could see it.
Wow.
Wow.
And she threw it back. The question
Got
now is-
close.
Well,
You think
can
she can see the edge?
3 ball?
I think she's
Just-
now looking at the kick line.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she called it in the
Right.
side, so she's gonna kick it. Just missed the 5 ball. Maybe need a little bit of right side English.
So you would say yours this 3 ball to stay in this European Championships. Wow, great
Well.
shot.
Well done.
So with a really nice position on the 4, she now has every chance of winning this rack. So just keep your composure.
Yeah, she really needs some ball by ball mentality right now. Just take on every shot that you get. Stay positive. And you can just see what the table gives you. Run a little bit too far. Now she's bridging over the 7 ball. That's quite tough. I think she can roll this in. Just go a little bit forward, keep it easy. Don't move. Aye. Would this be the last shot of this match? And a chance now for Mika to finish that off. 2 rails out.
Yeah. What a shame after that beautiful kick shot on the 3.
Well, she showed some nice shots. She just could not bring home all the frames that she had a chance in. And Pia is such a strong player. She can easily punish you for not taking the chances that was presented to you. Two more balls for a rematch against Ina Kaplan.
Yeah. And there you have it, shape. Perfect shape on the 10 ball. And there you have it. it's Pia Filler who goes for a rematch into the last 16 of this Predator European 10-ball championships. Thank you all for watching and stay tuned for a lot more pool to come. My name is Pascal de Smit and I was joined by Joris van Amersfoort. Thank you, Joris.
Thank you, Pascal. See you next time.
Till
And
the
stay
next one,
tuned
guys.
for much more pool.
We're off. Thank you. Bye.
Cheers.
I take it off on the.
I want to tell you because I don't want you to get yellow card.
Thanks. That's why they did it.
I don't
there
understand.
also. You play in one too?
Yeah, they told me to take
Yeah.
it off. Facciamo creare. You cannot start.
Czekam.
Check them.
Yeah, we have to wait for the production to give us a
So we can go play. Can I then hit some balls?
You can play one rack and I can play one rack until the trip starts.
Gonna play with a shot clock? Shot clock? Yeah.
Did you play Ocean Club before? So you know.
Go break. Maybe you will play with them. Yeah, we can start.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Predator Epbf European Pool Championships. This is day 4, and the discipline is 10 ball. Our next match for today is a high-class matchup between former world 10 ball champion Wojciech Cevcik from Poland and top-tier player Alexa Pecel from Serbia. It's a race to 8, alternating the breaks. They have to break from outside the break box, and the 3-fall rule is in effect. In the booth for this match, I'm proud to say that a good friend of mine is joining, Joris van Amersfoort. Welcome, Joris.
Hey, Tim. Thank you very much, Tim. Tim de Ruiter at the other side of the mic. And we're happy to bring you the commentary on this match. Last 32 match. It's hole at the bottom of the schedule. Leg has been done, but we're still waiting for the break-off.
Yeah, not exactly sure what he's waiting for. Maybe Wojciech left?
Yeah, I think
this-
he might forgot
yeah.
something.
Yeah, it must be something like
Yeah,
that.
it's
As you
not
can
there.
see, he's not in the chair, so just slight. Did he take his timeout already?
Might be, but not sure. I think he
That
just
would-
was allowed to take his cue, or there he is again. Oh, got some
Or
drinks,
maybe-
I think.
Yeah, water. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Will be interesting match. I feel a tight match coming up. I know that Alexa, he won his first 3 matches in the straight pool division without, like, I think he ran like 100 and out a couple times because his scoreline was like 100 to nothing, 100 to -2, and 100 to 18 or
Wow.
something. So I'm guessing that he's feeling pretty well here.
Yeah, and he understands the tables and the speed of it.
Well, that's what you would assume. So let's see. Did come up with a dry break, and I've seen quite a lot of people struggle with the break on the TV table so far. Just slightly overcutting and just things not really going. So first chance goes to Wojciech.
I think it's an option to open up the 6 ball there already.
Yeah, I like it. It also, you can put some more speed into the cue ball, and it will actually stay there to have shape on the 2, but he's missed the 1.
And probably therefore also missed the 6 ball. So
Yeah. Well,
kind of tough layout already. First rack of this match.
yeah, probably cue ball behind the 2. Oh,
Yeah.
scored it to full. It's also, this is the first rack of the match. They both know that both gents are very capable. I mean, I think everybody would agree if I say that both players are top-tier players. They have been on the tour for a long while. They have won big events. They have placed in high-ranked events. I mean, I think it's pretty fair to say. So that also brings more pressure, especially the beginning of the match, because you don't really have time to settle down.
Yeah, well said that, Tim. And I think we also have two players at the table right now who are capable to win the title.
Yes.
Only 32 players left now, but if you break it down to the favorites, I think, let's say the last 6 names, these two players should be on the list.
Oh. Try to get the cube all the way back down table, but with the new cloth, as you could see, it really had the speed, but it put the brakes on there. A little slight bit of follow on the cue ball.
Now the 7 and the 10 are still hooked, so still a good chance to get back on the table after this safety play.
Oh, I think he might have a chance to run into the 10 with plenty of speed. Probably come off the long rail, have the 4.
You think you can miss
possibly
the 9?
Yeah, I mean, it's
there
close,
too.
but you kind of have to do something. Like you can, if you just make the 3, then I don't.
Yeah, no, there's no benefit. Yeah,
there's no value indeed. So, well, he's probably just playing 3-wheel shape. Or, oh, that's one
so
step.
one problem. Definitely.
Well, that worked out.
And with this right angle, indeed, on the 6 ball, you can open up the 7. To be honest, I would like to hit the 7 pretty firm if you open it up.
Yeah, but you have quite a lot of angle on this 4, so I don't even think he could play from the 4 into the 7.
No, I mean from the 6 to the 7, if you go into the 7, I still think you have to force it in. If you play it quite soft, then I don't expect that you will get a shot afterwards.
Yeah, true. Another problem you have is you have to get so perfectly straight on the 6. Like any angle you have on the 6 will probably make the cue ball run into the 8 first.
Yeah. Yeah, so let's see. I think if you kind of roll it, then... Oh, he's looking at the bank now for the 7, isn't it?
Well, if he moves the 8, can he not just go off the bottom side of the 8? Off the 8 into the 7-10?
That would be awesome.
No, he just opened up the 8 and he's banking. He's going aggressive.
Yeah, the bank is there. Got it.
The only difficulty there was to get something on the 8. I think. Oof.
This cuts to the side, I think.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're very confident about this.
Yeah, I'm very confident that it goes to the side. I only would be very. Yeah, it's gonna be difficult to judge the thickness.
Oh
my!
Ouch.
He did so many good things there, but
well, I'm wondering, did he play the 8 with an element of safety in mind, just in case he missed the 8? Like a two-way, like have shape and behind the 10, but
yeah, it wasn't two-way eventually.
Oh, does he leave something on 4?
Well,
it's okay. I mean, I'm
bad.
not saying it's good. There is a shot for Wojciech. He has to take it on, has to kill the cue ball. So the queuing is a little bit more strange, I think. But it's definitely a shot you have to take on.
But it's also missable. So I think Alexa is happy about this result. See how the nerves are with Wojciech.
Nope.
Nope.
And
Cut
This-
shot
yeah,
on the
mm.
9. It does cut. You cut your hand on the table. Yeah, you have to take this one on.
well, as long as you play pocket speed, the ball can be missed a little thicker and still slides in. So just gotta make sure you play a little bit of authority. He actually played a double. I like the way how he's played this. First impression,
Yeah.
I feel Alexa is more comfortable at the moment than Wojciech. From just based on one rack, I feel there is maybe some early nerves for the pole and not so much for the Serb.
So he's 1-0 up now in this race to 8. We're at the last 32 rounds. So I believe today we will play up until the quarterfinals. Do you know that, Tim?
I do believe after today we know our semifinals.
We know our semifinals, so we play also the quarterfinals today.
As far as I know, yes.
All right.
But you know what we could do? I can find this out. Tuesday at 8:30 p.m. we have the quarterfinals. So
Awesome.
let's see. Plenty of other matches still going on. A lot of good matchups. So many good players out there. Karl Gnadeberg, Konrad Justisin, Max Benko, young player from Slovenia, beat Quinten Pongers last round. Quinten Pongers who beat Tobias Bongers the round before that. So that was impressive too. Well, more results coming later. Let's go back to this match. Look at this break.
Yeah, to finish that story of Banco is now 1-0 down to Gangflut, and the winner of that match will play the winner of this match. So that would be a nice follow-up match.
Yeah, the road really doesn't get any easier from here.
Play safe, find some cover behind the 10.
Yeah, probably thin the 2 rails, and the cue ball to the bottom of the 10, yeah. It was laying to where you couldn't really get the 2 safe. You had to play the object ball more. Just played a good shot. Also took away the kick over the short rail, unless he's massaying. I don't mind the jump bank here, actually, because there's 6 balls on the table. You make one good shot, you have shape on the 3, and you have a possible run out. Like, if there's not so many balls at the table, I don't really see the value into trying to kick safe, for example.
If you can kick the 2 towards the side pocket, rolling out towards the 10. He's called it in the corner. So I think it's all out then. Or all in.
Oh, that's close. Good try. And possibly the worst thing has happened there on the 2 because he was trying to create distance too in case he didn't make it. And he rubbed off the 3, and anywhere on that long rail would have been not so horrible. But to leave it right in front of the side pocket, yeah, not so great for Alexa.
I'm not quite sure if the free passes the 10 and the 7. But with this position, Wojciech shows that it does go. Now he's really straight in. So I expect him to go forward
Nope.
to drop his back.
Yeah,
That's a
cheat
powerful
the
drop.
pocket to the cheat the pocket to the left and go. It's a new cloth. Most of the players should be able to at least get to this area. Sure, would have liked to be maybe a little straighter, but overall can still cross for the 7 in the same corner as the 4. Oh.
No. No.
Wow.
That's quite an enforced error. Absolutely not needed to miss this shot. Didn't have to do anything with the cue ball, so to me this is a loss of focus.
Well, for sure, jump cue out. I mean, high percentage. There's really no excuse to not make the 4. I actually believe so. Yeah, and look at the shape. Nice shot. Yeah, second rack in a row where Wojciech is kind of not getting there. Missing a couple balls. Definitely had the opportunities.
I think Alexa can just top spin, roll this in, go a little bit forward. Choose to work for it. Worked out perfectly.
Yeah, could choose to play more inside and go towards the long rail. To go 2 rails back down. Could also drop just straight down. Expect the tables to start to play a little faster actually. Just because the tables are getting quite a lot of play. The cloth is starting to wear in. But it also means that the rails are starting to give more speed to the cue ball. When the table still slides, the cushions don't really give any bounce to the cue ball. So yeah, like the shot he just played from 9 to 10, he really judged the pace well.
He definitely did, and he played it very soft.
Yeah. As you can see on the other table, Daniel Marshall and José Alberto Delgado battling for a spot in the last 16. Also a good match, so I would advise to have 2 streams on at the same screen. But you gotta mute one of the 2 streams, so hopefully our commentary is well enough for you today. Let's go back.
Break off from Alexa.
Well, lost the cue ball again. This time a ball makes its way to the center. I'm not sure if he's on the 1 ball, and if he's on the 1 ball, it's awkward cueing as well. Over the 5.
Yeah, the shot is there. It's just over the 5. I don't think he needs to do anything with cue ball.
Yeah, but you're also kind of trying to get closer to the 2, so you're gonna try and maybe play some top spin or put some more pace into it.
Yeah, but if
And-
you're cueing
and-
over
and
the 5,
that-
you're automatically playing top spin, aren't you?
Makes it also more sensitive, I feel like. Yeah, it's so easy to put some spin on the ball as well, cueing like that. So I think it actually looked easier on the camera than it actually would feel for a player in that position.
So the 3rd rack, and Wojciech again has quite a decent chance now to run a rack.
Main thing is to get from the 3 ball to the 4, like leave yourself a nice angle on that 4 ball. to go all the way back down for the 5. That 5 ball is laying pretty tricky. So it needs to be quite straight on the 3. That's why he's going forward. Yeah, definitely got there. So now just small stun, leaving himself just a slight angle to the left long rail, so he can draw over the left long rail towards the 5.
And then draw back to where the 3 is right now.
No, I probably would play the 5 in the bottom right.
Ah, so you want to draw towards the 6 ball now?
Yeah, kind of, but I was gonna use the left long rail. I think he is so straight in that he's playing straight draw. Yeah, just like that. He's played it really well. Look at the pace.
Definitely, yeah.
The more angle he was gonna get on the 5, the more awkward he was gonna get to leave himself something decent on the 6. And as you can see, he still needs to do some traveling to get from 6 to 7. So far, so good. And he's got the angle on the 6.
Yeah, looks perfect. So a little up and down the table, 6 to the 7 to the 8 to the 10.
Yeah, still.
Almost like table tennis.
Yeah, back and forth.
Yeah.
But, I mean, still things that could go wrong. If you end up straight on the 7, not very comfortable. Now also, you still need to do some traveling from 8 to the 10. So I would try to get to the center of the table with a chance that I'm getting straight on the 8, which is still fine. Just get close to the 8, something close. They even chose to go 2 rails. Great angle on the 8. And I think it will settle. It will settle down. He will settle down after winning this first rack on the board. I felt a little bit of early nerves first 2 games. Straight in on the 10.
Yeah, that's perfectly played. And now, with this 10 ball, it's 2 to 1. Introducing these players, Tim, you pronounced the names pretty decent. So it is Alexa Pechelia.
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 Yeah, or at least that's what they in general have told me. But they said they really pronounced that J in general, like the Y at the end.
Chel.
So,
Yes, Pechelia.
Pechelia. Yeah.
Pechelia.
But I'm quite sure there will be people in Serbia listening to me saying it and going, "Oh boy, what is he saying?
boy.
Why is he doing?" So, my apologies in advance, but I'm trying.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure if many Serbian players can say Joris van Amersfoort without any accent.
Well, what about Tim de Ruiter?
Tim de Ruiter.
I mean, I was gonna say, I think we made our point. Oh, look at this break! Look at this break! Oh,
4 balls down.
probably wanted to have that 1 ball to stay there, because now he's facing that straight in 2. But in the long haul, I mean, I would be happy to make 4 balls.
Definitely. Would you play this like jacked up for a stuff shot?
I mean, you don't really have to jack up much, but I'm definitely playing for a stop shot. I'm not going more forward. Wow, he tried to run the cue ball into the short rail out. That is, I mean, the thing is, because you're trying to move the cue ball over to the short rail, your conscious,
Cheating.
well, your brain is basically focusing on, well, I have to move the 2 ball over a little bit more to the left to get the cue ball done.
Yeah.
Which I think it was already laying tough enough to make the ball. So, yeah, I just think he took a really tough shot, and he actually almost nailed it. He was really close, but that was tough.
And brave, but in the end, well, it's Alexa at the table.
Yeah, and definitely the miss. Alexa needed to stick with that 2-game advantage as he broke off in this. No, that's not true. He didn't break off, but he just lost his break basically to Wojciech. Last track he made a ball on the break, but he missed that long 1-ball jacked up. So could have lost 2 games in a row. Most likely won't now. Yeah, really, not really too much to do after making 4 balls on the break. Pool is not too tough for the men here at the table. I mean, they can run out 6 balls anytime, I would say.
Three to one. So, to have a little small chat, we are now on day 4 of this European Championships in Estonia, Estland. And we will bring much more pool in the coming week. Not only these European Championships, we also have 8-ball and 9-ball and Team Cup. But we also have the Euro Tour straight after. We will broadcast this one too, also with commentary. So hope you check in on a regular basis with us. Dry?
Yep.
Yeah, another dry break. And this time it's quite a nice, decent table. The free ball just passes towards the bottom right from this top view. So just need to find the right angle on the 2 ball to go and travel towards the 7.
Yeah, that's why he's going forward. A little hampered by the 6, but this time with a flat cue. More saying the last time Alexa had to play that similar shot, he had to elevate a little bit more. Multiple balls were hampering him, and that's also making the aiming more difficult. So, like you said, stun over. 3 and the 4 probably in the same corner. And would like to get as straight as possible on the 5 ball if he can.
Land in between the 5 and the 6.
I do like that, as the 6 easily goes to the top left.
I think he has to draw this or stun this above the 9. Probably with quite a lot of angle from the 5 on the 5.
Oh, he actually was quite straight on the 4. I mean, it's not horrible. He can still run the cue ball 3 rails to play the 6 in the same corner from this angle. So it's not really like there's no opportunities. But
Or
in
up
general,
down.
I like... Oh,
He's going.
I think the 8 or the 9ers in between to go up and down.
Ah, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, yeah, can go forward. Well played. Just don't want to end up at the rail. It is.
I mean, it's not horrible to be on the rail there, as you still want to stun a little bit towards the 9, get a little straighter on the 7. I think it's okay. Just the fact that it got frozen makes you elevate just slightly more, but doesn't have to do too much with the cue ball. Oh, he ran like a lot further. I think he cheated the pocket more than he was expecting to do.
Probably a little bit of inside English. Oh, he's going to the corner.
Yeah, I think that's easier. Like, he's just trying not to move the cue ball too much, you know, just make sure you shoot straight. And the corners, they grab quite decent, so...
Yeah, new cloth. It will slide in.
Well, slowly, I would say they are settling down in this match to make this another hill thriller for us.
Long days for you, Tim.
No, that's
you
fine.
You just had a hill. It's your second hill for this for today, isn't it?
No. It was
below?
hill and 8-6, so it's okay.
Ah, yeah, hill 8-6.
And then there was one quick one. I don't even remember anymore. It's horrible.
Too many.
Oh, that's what happens when you do 4 matches a day. But I mean, I still enjoy it, so that's the good news. Yeah, let's see. Just quick scores real fast. Curious to see what the score is on the other tables. We'll just try to pick the best ones out real fast while Wojciech is breaking, or hopefully before he breaks off. Let's see, table 1, Delgado leading 2-1. Iker Andoni Echeverria from Spain, 6-3 up against Dennis Grape. And let's see, Walter Leikere 3-1 up against Felix Vogel. More scores later. Ooh, quite some cut on the break there. Fortunate to make the 2, as both the wing balls didn't go in the side.
Yeah, he's gonna make a choice, or bank the one towards the side, or find some cover. If you want to find cover, you need to travel in between the 8 and the 3 with the cue ball. The line is there, but it's a really thin and delicate hit with the 1 ball. A little bit too thick and you run into the 8.
Well, the bank is... it might not even be on. Depends where you are trying to bank it, but... Wojciech, in general, he doesn't really play these kind of shots. Like, I'm not saying he never plays a bank shot, but he will have to lay really comfortably to go for something like that. And I think that's also his style, you know, like he plays good defense. He has, in general, good speed and good control on the table. So he doesn't really have to swing at things that can go wrong.
Playing the sexy pool, that's not his style. Be
Well,
very
not
more...
over and over.
No,
I don't want to
just
say he
only when
doesn't
needed.
play. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't want to sound like he never does something attractive, you know. Oh.
How does it land? He got lucky.
Yep. Lucky, and especially it being so close to the 6 ball is tough, because you cannot go over the top rail, you cannot really go over the bottom long rail. The top short rail Well, the top short rail is blocked by the 6. The right long rail is tight. And the jump cue, I mean, you're going to shoot the 1 into the 6. So there's not really so much he can do.
He is going to make for a jump.
Yeah,
Quite a long
curious to see
distance
what
of
he's...
the 8.
Is he going for a carom on the 9? Yeah, but he had to land. It was so early, right behind the 8, to not have too much jump. Yeah, a little roll there for Alexa, but actually that roll gives him another chance to extend that lead to 2 games again. That's the thing, as long as Wojciech is not able to get even, must be a great feeling for Alexa.
Yeah, just swap racks and Alexa will be the winner. So there's plenty of room for the 5 ball to cut into the corner close to the 9 ball.
Well, I have to say, based on my own experience, it rarely happens that the player that's now up 3-2, that they just keep winning their own rack, or they steal 1 and then lose the next, all the way to the end. In general, there is something going to happen, like a dry break, like an odd scratch, or maybe unlucky somewhere, or maybe missing a ball. Like, usually something happens to where the outcome is determined on that, and not just they shared racks and I won the first 2 and that's why I won. Ooh. Slightly further
Yeah,
on the
but-
7.
Probably going up and down again.
I'm not too
Or
sure.
he has
I
to
think
slow rolls.
maybe he could kill the cue ball also. No, he's going back and forth, I think. Doesn't want to fall too straight. Did he get
Ooh, that is-
slight angle to the other way?
Yeah, but very slight. And
Well,
you've
there
seen
isn't...
just,
there- Go ahead.
yeah, Wojciech just had a similar shot at the bottom left, and the jaw spitted that out. Well, that's a good stroke.
Not this time.
Clean it.
Yeah, he
Well
still
done by
had a
Alexa.
slight angle, but still very missable. And then this 10 to take that 2-game lead again. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but it's exactly what's happening right now. 4-2.
4-2. And I'll just take over so you don't repeat yourself. I will give you an update about the other European pool championships that's going on. It's the ladies division, women. What can we say? We have a great match going on right now, which is a rematch of the finals of the straight pool we had last Sunday between Pia Viller and Ina Kaplan. It's now 1-1. We also have Yasmin Ushan still in there. She is leading 3-0. And for me to mention is that Jolien Schuurman was down, but she beat 6-5 to Sandra Baumgartner. That's a great result.
Well, if we look at this break again, thanks for the scores, by the way. If we look at the break, Alexa again a dry break or losing the cue ball. Don't think Wojciech has the aggressive option on the one, and I'm also not too sure with how the cue ball is close to the short rail that he would want to shoot it.
But what's the safety option here?
Well, he could push to the left side of the 9. Trying to tie up the 9 and the 3. Oh, that 9 came in a funny position. I like this push out. Like, he's just, whoever is getting the first chance to run out will have to play a strong one.
You would play
And
safety
now-
behind the 7 here?
Yes, yeah.
Bank the one back, cue ball.
Well, I don't think I would go bank too much. Yeah, I think like this.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's just okay. But for a second looked like it might have leaked out. If
But
if
just
he
there.
has the hook.
Just there.
Yeah, but he could play a small massé now.
Yeah.
Like, as you can see, it's not too far off, and or that's what also most players do nowadays. They say, "Oh, it's only a small edge. Oh, I can jump that." So, yeah. Just now, I'm wondering. I cannot imagine him jumping the one in the side, but who knows? Kind of looks like he's going for it.
He hit it even too thin.
Can you
So it was a
imagine
great
he jumped over more of the 7 ball than he actually was
Indeed,
trying to do.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think there was only a gap of about 2 centimeters between cue ball and 7 ball. So a great jump it was. But it's not rewarded, and this is a chance now for Alexa.
Well, like I did say, the 9 is very close to the side pocket point. Oh, did he get far enough? He might have gone. He might have to go forward 2 rails around the 5. I don't think he can stun over directly. Another option is to draw back and play a safety behind the 9. Just make sure Wojciech is tied up behind the 9 ball. I was gonna say the run out is tough because the 9 is near the side pocket point, so you either have to get straight on the 8, or you have to travel to the bottom side of the 9 to play the 9 in the top right. So he managed to force an angle out. That was a nice shot, but still plenty of work to do. Can he move the 9 ball maybe here?
Yeah, draw it into it. Give it a little nudge.
Nope,
No, he left it.
didn't like it. Well, I might be saying
No.
that 9 ball is in a tough spot, but maybe it's looking way better from his perspective. From here, it's something I would definitely not like to shoot from above.
Well, if you land straight on the 8, then you can leave the cue ball close to the rail, and then I can see that it's far away enough from the jaws to shoot it. But you need to be pretty straight on the 8. You don't want to fall too straight on the 6 ball. And I think he's completely straight.
Well, he is definitely one of those players to where if he lands straight, you will see that he did land straight. Like, the disappointment is there
On
at
the
times.
face? Yeah.
Yes. I mean, understandable. Listen, with how well we all play, we know that he should not land straight. But it happens occasionally. I mean, but I'm not saying I'm a hair better. Just saying, I'm the same, so I don't mind it. I mean, it's easy to read for me as a commentator too. Oh, look at this.
This is about
That's-
maximum what would be possible.
Yeah, and probably he would have liked to be off the rail, maybe 2 balls, 3 balls more. Now there's not so much inside spin he's going to play. I'm assuming it would be a lot tougher with the inside.
You could go outside with 3 rails out, 2 rails out.
Cue ball on the rail, so tough.
Now
It's not
another. No, but is it good enough? Is this straight enough to leave it there for the 9 ball?
Well, either he will have to play a very smooth kill shot, or he can play low ball and roll softly the 8 in. Wow, that's what he's
Yeah,
played.
he
He
killed
used all of the pocket there as well, just to make sure he took the pace off. This is for 5-2, Joris. This is a big thing.
Correct. Yeah. Well done. Very well done. And at the start of this rack, Tim, you said, well, there's work to do. After that push out, you don't get it for free. And I must say, he didn't get it for free, but he worked very good, very nicely. And earned this 7th rack. And with a lead of 5-2 in a race to 8, we can say that's a comfortable lead.
Yeah, slowly the clock is ticking for Wojciech. Needs to pull a couple games back. Definitely can use a good break here. And I would say, in general, he's known for a big breaker. I mean, he does like to put a big break on there. Breaks the balls quite well, usually. So far, just... Well, he had 1 break with 4 balls. Can he make another one? Nice cue ball. Oh,
It's
wow.
only 3 balls this time. But I think he's very unlucky for his position. Not have a shot on the 1 ball. But again, made 3
yeah.
balls.
I was gonna say the main thing is he's still at the table, so he can push the 1 to the short rail, play safe behind the 10, and just grind its way in this game. But oh yeah, he's got it. Will be guaranteed a hit for Alexa, 2 rails, but still he's at least in it. I mean, he made 3 balls and played a good safety. What else can you do at some point?
Yeah, you just hope that luck is getting more towards you than he is getting at the moment.
I mean, that's one thing I've been wondering myself lately. If I'm in this kind of positions and I break the balls and things, you know, you make many balls, you don't get the shape, and then you play a good shot, and eventually you seem to lose the rack because something like this happens. Then eventually when you lose the match, you cannot be disappointed about this rack. I mean, you could be disappointed about maybe what he's gonna do on this, maybe missing the jump. But we all know that, I mean, you're already playing at such a high level. What else can you do at, till a certain point?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I do think that some people think like, oh, why is this keep on going and happening to me? Why don't
Yeah.
I deserve any luck, any rolls? Why does it always has to go one way and not my way? That kind of a feeling can get to you.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the thoughts you have during the match will make let's say you play 100 matches a year, that will definitely make a difference in most of the matches if you blank your mind and go fresh into it and don't get that kind of thought, or you beat the thought in your head. But just to lose a single rack could be a very important rack. I mean, can you imagine? He made 3 balls, did not get shape, and afterwards he's only been playing safe. Alexa has been holding his own very well. I mean, yeah. It's tough to win this rack from here, you know. And if he had a little bit more luck, he probably broke and ran the game. So that's things outside of your control. Is he going for the bank? He did go for the bank. Look at this for a beauty.
Wow.
Straight in the hole. And shape on the 2 ball. Beautiful shot from Wojciech Cevcik.
He's getting a little bit with the back against the wall. Trading 5-2. Needs something to change. Phew, that was scary. And this is tough. This needs to go to the side pocket.
I was gonna say, it's still scary thinking about playing maybe the 3-10 combination, because to make this and even to stop the cue ball is not a dead hanger.
No. And then the 4 ball is not a hanger either. But this combination looks like it's traveling towards the long rail already. It's a rail, got it.
Yeah, but I'm not too sure if this is enough. He could overcut the 3 and possibly run the cue ball 2 rails around the 10. I'm not sure how much of the 3 he can hit. Can he hit it thick enough to leave the cue ball right side of the 10, just in case? He might even be able to go aggressive and just wing at this. Call this extension there. Running out of time. Definitely a big shot here. Both know that if Alexa wins this game, he's a big favorite to win the match. Oh, he's looking at a 3-5
combination. 3-5 combination.
But it's not on. Okay.
No. He's taking the 3 on, I guess, because he was looking at the potting angle. Well done.
Wow, what a shot there from Pachel. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's still a tricky 4 ball now. Needs to travel to the right side of the 5 to shoot it to the bottom left.
Well, the good news for him, even if he gets like center of the table, slightly over, he already has something on the 5. Wow, he's played it really well. Look at the pace. Well, it's a slight little bit over, but he could also play the 5 and run 3 rails now. Like, it's not the worst thing. It was already tough enough to get. It was already tough enough to get there.
It's actually perfect on the 9. Can draw this directly to the left long rail. Little bit of outside English. Perfect.
Yeah, well, that looks like 6-2, and the former world 10 ball champ is now down 4 games in a race to 8. Alternate break. Big trouble. And I believe he's taking a timeout here. And I can understand why, because things are not exactly going his way. If you look at the break, for example. But the Serbian leading 6-2. I think we're going to nip out also just for a couple minutes. We'll be right back with the remainder of this match. And we are back at the Predator Epbf European Pool Championships. Currently we are watching table 1 here. Daniel Marshall against Jose Alberto Delgado. Currently the score there. Gotta wait till my page refreshes. Is 3 each. So a big grind. And in the meantime, you can see on the right, Wojciech Chevchik coming back from his timeout. He's 6-2 down to Alexa Pechelia. And Alexa breaking. Will he be able to make a comeback? This is Joris van Amersfoort and Tim de Ruyter in the booth.
Hello to all of you. Hope you're enjoying a lot of pool action. And the disappointment there for Alexa for having again a dry break.
Yeah, and this time is interesting because he hit it full in the face this time. And it still managed, almost every ball went on the points, on the knuckles. They just don't really want to go in. It's made for a comeback for Wojciech. I'm just here to see more hill matches, so I mean, I'm excited. Still a long way to go. As you can see, the 5 is blocked by the 10 in the corner. So that means we'll have to be quite straight on the 4 to play the 5 in the bottom right. So needs to have angle from 3 to 4. Doesn't want to land straight.
And this is quite straightish. It's gonna be really hard work if he wants to stun this
Yeah,
over.
I was gonna say could maybe choose to play the 4 in the center, but still will have to leave himself to the left side of the 4 to be able to drop low for the 5.
Looks like he's ending up straight. I think he can only roll this in.
Or maybe he can use the 8. No. Oh, wow.
No.
So focused on making the shape for the 5. So apologizing for being a little lucky, but this is something for Alexa to work with. I feel a safety coming up near the 7.
Near the 7, you're not staying there, close to the 9 and the 10?
You could actually stay underneath the 9. I was just thinking about banking the 4 to the bottom short rail and bringing the cue ball 2 rails back up table, but yeah, why would you not just freeze it on the 9 if you feel that shot? But he also did not get the ideal result there. So I find this interesting. He's called the 4 in the side pocket, while I would probably call the 4 in the corner where the 7 is laying.
Needs a rail.
Because you're-
There's touch. Sorry.
Well, yeah, I mean, that
Would
was
you
it.
hit this
I was
much
just...
firmer?
Excuse me?
Would you have hit this much firmer?
No, I was
more
just
space.
interested on the shot he called, as he called the center pocket and not the corner. Even though he knew the 4 was tracking towards the corner. Ooh, close. Does he leave? Well, these are all kind of shots. Like amateur players, they will try to make the 4 and pull out the beauty of a shape on the 5. But when you look at the pros, in general, most of the pros play safe here, or he's playing to the lower left and go 2 rail shape for the 5 in the left center. But if he fails to make the 4, there's also a chance he leaves Alexa a good safety or an open shot on the 4. I think he might be going aggressive.
Just past the 5 ball. Got second prize.
Well, we're not too sure if... No, okay. I was going to say he might be able to still nick the 4 ball real thin. But as you could see, called the corner pocket. I think he's kind of going all in on this. I would definitely not kick this too soft. Like, I'm putting quite some speed on there. Make something happen if you manage to hang the ball, or if you hit it a little thinner than you wanted to, at least you can get some distance.
But distance like cue ball close to the 8 again? Because I think that would be my objective. Get the cue ball to the 8 after contact.
Well, I was just expecting actually that this speed-wise has worked out probably the best thing that could have happened to him.
Yeah, he could have played it a little firmer. Now Wojciech will probably screw this back. Switching hands now. Oh, this is horrible. Isn't it?
Well, it might be just okay. It might be still full hook. But probably jump cue. Yeah, jumping. What is he leaving, Wojciech? Again, one of those shots to where You're not,
Yeah, you
not
can
really
take it
going
on.
press. Nah,
We're not taking
I like
this on to the brown corner?
4
seven
into
ball?
the 6, cue ball on top of the 5.
Okay.
Or he even played different. This is quite the trap. I like this shot for sure.
So probably has to play this quite firm too. You're playing it straight into the open.
Oh,
Missed it by a mile. So another chance now for Wojciech. Shooting the 4 to the far corner. Draw back for 5 to the center.
well, did not draw the cue ball back far enough to be straight on the 5. Still think he should be fine to get the 6 to the bottom, to the top left corner. Exactly the corner we're looking into from that angle.
Yeah. Has the right angle to go forward. From here, Wojciech should be able to run this out.
Well, the only thing that will be interesting is he's on the rail on the 7, or a little bit on the rail. He does have the chance to get quite straight on the 8. Like, there is a possibility that he can get straight on the 8. And the 9 might not really go to the bottom right, so he would like to get off the rail here. Crossover.
Looking good. Draw this straight back. Shoot the 10 in the same corner. Ball by ball, frame by frame, rack by rack. Wojciech is now trading 3 to 6. And I believe there's a small timeout by Alexa now.
Well, I was thinking that we ran out of timeouts, actually, but... Well, that's also another thing. No, I don't think there's a timeout. He's breaking. It wouldn't be a bad moment to take that timeout, because he's gonna put Wojciech in his chair for 5 minutes. And then it's all about, like, how well does he still break after 5 minutes of being in the chair? And with being up 6-3, it only takes 1 or 2 breaks to close out the match.
Last time it was 3 balls.
And before that it was 4. 1. Oh, look at the shape. Nice.
Yeah, made the ball, got a shot on the 1. But lands pretty straight on this 1 ball. Needs to draw this back, I think. I don't think he can go forward. He's too straight for that, I think. Ah, he could. All right. So well played there. Crossing
Too
it
well
back to
shaped.
the left side pocket.
Yeah. definitely going 2 rails to make sure he stays off the rail. Oh,
He underplays that a lot.
yeah, he really tried to get to the center of the table and still has it, but nah. It's not my favorite to cut the ball and slowly
And kill
kill
it?
the cue ball at the same time. It's
Yeah.
sensitive.
Well, nice recovery shot there by Wojciech.
Well, I guess that's why he's a former world 10 ball champion and I'm not, so I found the evidence. But played a really good shot there though. I mean, with all jokes aside, he definitely controlled the cue ball nice. Good angle on the 4 to get to the 5. Still a little work to get to that 8 ball. Not so many areas available to cut it in.
Yeah, I think he chose to go to the side pocket. So he knew that he would always leave himself the right angle on this 7. Because for position on the 8, he really needs to be close to the left center pocket. Yeah, very well done.
Yeah, great cue ball work.
Whew. It's a little bit thicker than he wanted, but that still went in.
Yeah, I think Alexa's heart skipped a beat for a second.
Yeah. But it's ball by ball, frame by frame, rack by rack, and now it's 4-6. And slowly Wojciech is getting himself into the match.
Okay, let's have a small glimpse at the results. Christian Mrva from Slovakia, he beat Kasper Matikainen 8-1.
Wow.
That's a very interesting result. Also, I'm not familiar with Ralf Pfeiffer, but he lost 8-0 to Sylvan Starkerman. So that's a huge result. Walter Leikere, young Swede, 6-3 up against Felix Vogel. Dennis Grabe is out, losing 8-3 to Iker Andoni Echeverria.
Oh wow. Okay. The local hero.
Juan Carlos Exposito, 6-5 up against Mateusz Snigocki. So, interesting results happening at the moment. Let's focus on this one for now.
Another dry break. A shot on the 1, but quite some traveling needed, I guess. He's not going for it. He will play safe from the 2 ball.
Yeah, that's definitely something I usually don't look into that much. Like whenever I have an open shot on the 1, I'm quite focused on like playing for a run out instead of playing for a save, and definitely played a good save. I am not too sure. There's always a way to hit the 2 ball. but in this case, I think it's going to be minimum 3 rails over the short rail.
Yeah.
So, yeah, tough. Let's see. Possibly just past the 7, real firm. Maybe no, probably just center ball. I think if he hits it quite firm, was close. Oh, what a hit!
Also
Any
good.
result? I mean, he is not happy. He knows he left a shot on the 2, but he also could have left the 2 ball hanging right over the corner. So it depends.
And it's not an immediately open table. The 4 and the 8 are kind of blocked. Of course, it's a combination, but it's more than nothing. It's not done yet.
Okay, he chose to run in them, but more cut on the 3, and it will be tough to get from the 4 to the 5 ball now. So maybe he can still opt to play a 4-8 combination to get to the top side here from the 3 to the 4.
So the 4 ball will travel towards the right side of the table after contact. Therefore, I assume that Wojciech could draw the cue ball a little bit back up table. That would send the 4 ball a little bit more towards that corner pocket. Perfect.
Well, you said perfect. I say someone
Well,
on
the
dead
plan was
square-
perfect. Yeah, so to me that's
mean,
quite
it-
unlucky.
Yeah, I was gonna say if that ball ends up slightly, maybe 1 ball to the left or 1 ball to the right, he's good to get to the 5. Now, straight draw could end up in a scratch. Could also cheat the pocket still and barely not scratch, but so close. Yeah, he didn't even bother. He's just playing safe behind the 9. This is the second time where he's playing this kind of shot, and I tell myself, okay, I might have to play less aggressive, even though I'm on the run out. Like, I think this is a better option, even though it's, yeah, I mean, it's not a happy feeling that his run stops right there, but. And look at the cue ball. That's the thing. That's
Frozen
the shot.
phenomenon.
I mean, if you keep freezing someone to that ball, then you have a good chance.
And to be honest, we always think that the beauty of the game is that you run tables and I played fantastic, I run them, 4 break and runs, etc. But if you look at this game plan with some great safety shots, I think you could still be very proud in a win or in the fight that you bring.
Yeah, and also this is a little bit different style of play. People don't really get rhythm also out of this. Every time they're kicking, they need extra time. There's no feeling in the shot. It's just one single shot and they go straight to the chair. So I'll try to hop over the 10. Ball in hand. Possible 6-5 coming.
Did he fall straight? No, he got some angle. Sorry. Yeah, plus Wojciech is getting more table time and he's getting more used to the pressure, the cloth.
Well, especially his safety game, I feel, has stepped up a notch. If you look, every time Alexa gets to the table, that cue ball is either frozen to the ball or maybe, I mean, what is it? Maybe a couple millimeter, maybe just the slightest bit off, but oh, well, slightly more angle on this 10. This is to basically come back from 6-2 to 6-5.
Well done. So ball by ball, frame by frame, rack by rack, it's now 5-6. And whose break it is? I think it's Wojciech.
I think Wojciech, yeah. Let's see. On table 1, currently score 5-4, Maciol and Delgado. So also looking to go all the way, basically. If you look at Delgado at the table, open layout. Let's see if something else has happened in the meantime. Let's see. Conrad Jusician, 8-3 over Carl Gnadeberg. All Estonia's hopes are out. Dennis Grape, Carl Gnadeberg and Mikkel Rehepap. All out in the last 32. But I believe the 8-ball starts tomorrow, so another chance to get a medal for their country, in their country. Must be the best feeling out there. Juan Carlos Exposito and Mateusz Nigoczki 6 each. Kestutis Sadaikis is currently up 7-6 against Luka Men. Luka Men, who beat Sanjin Pehlivanovic earlier this morning.
That was a great match.
That was a very high level match, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to share the surprising or the bigger scores. Yeah, not too many surprising. I mean, for me, surprising, I see Michel Bartol from Croatia, Roberto Bartol's brother. He beat Orkan Gubatov, I think, from Azerbaijan. So, Joris, one question.
Go right ahead.
Not sure. Ah, yours is still there. Okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering, so far, if you look at the venue, the atmosphere, the tables, what do you think makes this event so great so far?
To me, well, the way they created the atmosphere with the stars and the blue, I really like that. Normally you can see empty seats in the background. That gives not a lot of great atmosphere to me. So I rather see it like this. To be honest, I'm here commenting from the Netherlands, and I rather be at the avenue self to feel that atmosphere. But it looks good, isn't it?
Well, and also like because we recently have moved on from the dynamic tables to the Predator arc tables, and I know for a fact that there is American mechanics actually there to ensure the tables are playing right. So if there's any issues, they put the time in to make sure it's corrected. And I haven't really seen many weird things on the table, so
No,
just a
I
little
don't
shout.
have or heard anything about flaws of the table. So
Yeah, so I would say it's fair to give a little shout out to Team America, even though I'm American.
European. And a shout out to Wojciech, because again he made 4 balls on the break. And this time a perfect position on the 1 ball. And we have not seen many break and runs in this match, but this could well be one of it.
Wow, what a match we would have here if this ties 6 each. I can already feel my palms are starting to get slightly more sweaty because I feel tension. A little bit of tension, you know?
That was a great shot from Wojciech. Really needed to land on the other side of the 2 ball. There was not a big space to play for, but he found it.
Well, definitely had ball in hand shape on the 2. And like I mentioned before, if or when they start making 3, 4, 5 balls on the break, as long as they have something as an opener shot, I would never expect to get back to the table. If I were Alexa, I would not expect anything at all in this rack.
Probably 2 rails out now.
Two rail shape to the 9. Ooh.
Luckily he overplayed it, but luckily he played into the line. That really gives you a lot of buffer if you're overspeeding like now.
Yeah, this is definitely why I teach people to play towards your next shot, indeed. Because he caught that a little thinner, and the cue ball took off after that second rail.
So again, ball by ball, frame by frame, rack by rack. Wojciech with this 10. It's now 6-6. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a match.
Yeah, only a race to 2 from here. Place your bets. I mean, this
Is Wojciech in the
it's so-
favor now, you think?
You should always take the guy that just won 4 games in a row, I feel like. It definitely has more momentum on it. But, like I say, listen, they both have played well. I just feel like Alexa hasn't been breaking the best. That might be the biggest difference so far in this match, and still he was ahead. So, let's see what happens. 13th rack. Oh, quite the cut on the break. This is looking to be dry again.
Again, unbelievable.
Yeah,
A
but
lot
if you
of
look at the cue, if you look at the cue ball, it's tracking towards the side, under the side pocket, so he's catching it quite thin. Cue ball is moving forward as well, so he's clearly not hitting that break on point. Not as well as I know he can break, let's say like that.
Yeah, you're correct. It didn't get kicked this position. There was quite some topspin left. So are you forced to take this one ball on towards the corner? Is there any other option?
Well, the only thing, like, does it really go? Is the 7 not interfering? Because otherwise I might just bank the 1 ball down table and leave the cue ball on the top short rail and say, good luck, have fun, see you later.
Bank the 7 ball toward the 1 ball towards the 5 ball, you mean? Straight
Yeah,
back.
well, trying to find in between the 7 and the 5, just back down to the bottom short rail. Well, he's going aggressive, I feel. Okay,
Yes.
so the 1 ball was on. I just wasn't sure if the 7 maybe was annoying, but I don't think it was, because he made it very clear. So
Yeah, the bonus is that he made it, and therefore he moment in the match. That makes you the favorite to win it.
oh, the Joris van Amersfoort jinx did it again. Now, all jokes aside, I mean, it was still a tough shot, and he was trying to hold the cue ball in the center. As you can see, he probably sacrificed a little bit of the shot to get the cue ball to where he wanted to be. Still not the best opportunity for Alexa, but I'm sure he's just happy to get something after that break. Now, could go for a full hit, you know, put some pace on it and stick it right there. Could also play it soft and just make sure the 4 gets in between. It's just his preference. I would play this with a lot of topspin and more firm. That's my preference.
But there's a chance to scratch then, isn't it? There.
No.
It's good. Not if you play it like this, no. So now Wojciech is in jail. Can he escape from it? Can I only see a kick from the left side. And always when you're close to the rail, it's hard to judge. Probably played quite firm.
Tough shot.
Ah,
Good
nice hit.
Look at the
But
cue ball.
is there a bonus? It is. No, it's not. It's not.
No. This
That
is a
4
big
ball
chance.
is smackable.
This is what Alexa has been waiting for, because for a long while I don't really think he's had much to take that match to the hill, you know. That's he didn't really get much of that, so
Yeah, from I believe at 6-2 when he was up, he there had some kind of a chance to go on the hill, but since then Wojciech has been controlling the match. So it's been a long time since Alexa could dominate it. Yep, well done.
yeah, that's one of the beauties I find in 10 ball. Like sometimes in 9 ball there's so much open space to where you just only look at 6-7 balls at the table and you say, well, he's guaranteed to be finished here. And with 10 ball there is always, or most likely to be, that one ball where you say, I'm not too sure, because from 7 to 8, and that's, I think, more of a difficulty, you know. That's, yeah, I mean, I think the players can handle that. Like now it will be important. Could play the 8 in the bottom left if he leaves himself too much angle. I like staying on the right side because I don't want the angle going towards the long rail and getting near that 10 ball. So probably near where he is now, maybe 2 balls more over to the right. He's going 2 rails, letting the stroke out.
All right, looks good. Going to the low side of the 8 ball.
To the top side of the 8 ball.
Yeah. Top
Yeah,
side.
okay.
The short side. This side.
Good call.
Did it very well. Now going forwards for the 9 in the side pocket. Could go
Wow,
wrong
what a
there.
match.
It's kind of risking the shot.
Yeah, well, he does have a slight angle into the rail, so he's always going to be off the rail, and anything after the side should be fine.
Well, this is perfect. So Alexa, after not able to get a frame on the board in the last 4 frames, or racks, as you should call it. Finally gets his chance now. This 10 off the rail. There it is.
Wow. I'm just
Back in the
so
lead.
surprised about this scoreline of the match.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, I'm just, at the moment, I'm checking the score at the other table at the same time because it's the similar thing is happening. They're also tied at 6 each. And then Juan Carlos Exposito and Mateusz Nigocki, 7-6. Like,
Also. Wow.
yeah, I mean, Kęstutis Sadaikis from Lithuania and Luka Men, 7-6. So
Wow.
those are like super close matches. Great action. Oh, 9 ball stays up. This is a dry break.
After so
As you
many
could
balls
see-
in the break. Crazy, huh?
He did cut this break just slightly more. And as you could see, one of the balls that was going to the side earlier went to the side pocket point high, and then the 9 ball, which was going to the top left corner, that bank, that was also too wide, so just did not hit the break the same way. That's the difficulty with this format. If you are just slightly off, completely different result. So now the 1, no, ooh, might be just okay, but I was expecting him to maybe play the 1 under the 4-10, the cue ball near the 2 or the 5.
Behind the 9.
Let me see. There might be a carom on the 9, but that's aggressive. He's not gonna play that. Like I said, that's not what he does.
Looks like he does not have the full ball contact by the 7.
No, but I think he can play the 1 behind the 6 on the right. No, ooh.
Need to touch a rail. Ooh, he got there.
Yeah, but he's not going to be happy with how he laid the 1 near the 8. He can go 1 rail, catch the side of the 1, and the 1 will stay because it goes off the 8 to the short rail. So basically, as long as you catch the 1 and not scratch in the bottom right corner, anything is fine basically.
Or in the bottom, or in the side pocket.
That would be very thin contact. So even he caught it thick, and still couldn't really I mean, he's not happy. He wanted to have way more distance, but this really is not gonna hurt him that much. He has to bank the one ball over, back down table, and leave the cue ball in the top right corner.
And bank the ball towards the one ball towards the 7.
No, towards the 4-10.
Straight
Or
up.
is the kiss maybe too short? Cue ball behind the 8 is another option, and bank the one ball back down table. Again,
Don't wanna make it.
Oh. That could be actually a very unfortunate roll because he's giving initiative to Pachel. Yeah. And I'm not saying he's probably not going aggressive here, but I'm more saying if he had the hook from here, we could have been 7 each, because if that one stayed under the 7-4-10
In the corner? Yeah.
it would have been so much better, you know, it would have been such a good safety shot. So got a feel for Wojciech a little bit there.
Now, of course, Wojciech did pot a ball unintentionally, so Alexa could give it back. But there's no way he will do that.
Well, I don't think you will ever forgive yourself if you give it back and the other guy hooks you so bad you cannot hit it and then you lose the match. Like
you have never been there before.
Oh, I
Haven't
have.
you?
That's
Yeah.
exactly why I'm not giving this back. You know,
That was
found
once
out-
and never again.
yeah, I found out the hard way.
That might be in the open. And that
Yeah.
is some kind of an opportunity. The free ball is up to the right long rail, so quite some distance to travel with the cue ball after this 2 ball. Made it. Great shot.
Oh, look at that cue ball. Look at that cue
That's
ball.
a great
4 rail shape. Perfect angle on the 3 ball. It's not straight, slight angle. If he plays with just plain draw, cue ball is automatically coming off the rail. Just that 6 ball to the top right corner could be a problem.
What a chance here now for Alexa to win this match. And of course a spot at the last 16. Stun over to the other side of the table to shoot a 6 in the same corner as the 5.
Well, needs to play this with trace of inside, Joris, to get to the short side of the 6. Don't think just high ball is enough. Ginned it. Absolutely ginned it. Perfect. A little body bump there, trying to move the cue ball more off the rail.
So this looks to be the last difficult shot to make. It's a little funny angle. Gotta choose
Yeah,
or to
probably.
leave play stop shot or just roll it off the rail. Well done.
Well, gotta say, if he manages to still win this match 8-6, that's a huge mental grind, because he was up 6-2 And then for a second, it just looked like, yeah, it was all Wojciech. Things, every time he's missed the ball, he's left him straight in or hanging over the pocket. But he still remained calm and kept digging, kept fighting his heart out. And he's now on the 9 ball to get to the last 16.
Yeah, I think it's an awesome match we just had, and this is perfectly played. Great level of both players. And there it is, Alexa Patelyi.
Absolutely a fantastic match we've witnessed here. Alexa Patelyi goes to the last 16. Chevchik is out. He will have to try in the 8-ball or 9-ball, and we will see him back also in the teams. So Joris van Amersfoort and Tim de Ruyter, thank you, Joris, for being with me, and hopefully we'll see you soon. I believe there is another round, possibly another round coming up soon, otherwise in like an hour and a half. So just make sure you stay tuned at the Pro Billiard TV channel. See ya.
See ya, bye-bye.
and a very warm welcome back to the Predator Epbf European Pool Championships. This is the last 16 in the 10-ball event. This is day 4, single elimination, and we have a great matchup here between Michal Bartol from Croatia and Konrad Justician from Poland. Great match, in my opinion, a very close match. And in the booth with me to describe all the action for you all back home is Graham Hickman. Welcome, Graham.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it. Yeah, I agree. This is going to be a really interesting match. Looking forward to this one. I haven't had a chance to commentate on these guys yet, so looking forward to seeing how they are playing. Have you seen either of these guys play yet in any of your matches?
Not exactly here, so I don't know in what kind of shape they are. I did see Michel play one straight ball, but I haven't really seen them play any rotation, or at least in this event. So I know them both quite decent. I know that Michel Bartol is Roberto Bartol's brother, who just lost in the last 32. So only one brother left. And I think most of the people would know Konrad Justician, also one of the Predator Pro Billiard Series events winners in Puerto Rico. And as always, the Polish are pretty high on the list if you look at the medal rankings. Then I don't really have to explain much more. They're usually on top of the list and they win a lot of medals during this week. So yeah, let's see how they both play.
Yeah, exactly. Konrad has a couple of golds under his belt in the past, and he's also a Euro Tour winner, plus, like you say, Predator Pro Pool Series winners. So all to play for. Very good break off and a good start here, not messing around, Michel. So don't see any real major problems here, other than needs to play a half decent shot here.
Yeah, needs to get the cue ball to go into the left long rail and out. Stay away from the 10. Could also roll softly into the 10, but I like to draw away from it. Stay away from trouble.
Yeah, great. Doesn't want to be too much on the rail, but a little bit straight.
Yeah, could still play with low left. Draw the cue ball to the left side of the 6. Forward, just gotta make sure he goes past the 9 ball.
I thought he had miscued that, it looked like.
Yeah, that was a very interesting action on the cue ball, and just barely shape on the 6. That could have went wrong. Something funny happened there. Maybe still not feeling the stroke yet. Maybe early nerves.
Again, second time.
Maybe
went a bit straight.
Yeah, but he's having a back pass, and then he kind of jabbed at it. The timing on this wasn't the greatest. Surely must be nerves. I don't think he's ever been in a last 16 in such an event.
No,
So
I agree. I was just looking at his history. He hasn't really done a lot of things, but he has won a bronze in the teams before, so I don't think he's not unfamiliar with going a little bit deep in certain event. I know team is different to individual, but I'm sure he's been in big moments before, Tim.
well, that certainly was a great chance to put early pressure on Konrad. One of the fast-paced Poles. Plays fast, especially when he starts to catch a gear. No pre-strokes, drops down. It's a real potting machine.
Yeah, I watched him in the Euro Tour just back in February. He was very good. So solid, just like a lot of the Polish guys. Super dangerous. Oh, what a lovely break. Is he going to get a shot on the 1? Does he have the gap maybe here? And the 2 looks nice, so it's going to be a good chance to already get a good 2-0 lead here. Pretty open table.
Yeah, I just don't think he has enough of that one, but
I think he might do. His body language, maybe not. You could be right, Tim. You could be right.
well,
With a bit
maybe
of
maybe he's still going with a little masse, little curve around the 5. It's worth shooting. Could also go real first, but then he's gonna lose the cue ball.
Yeah, good shot.
Yeah,
Nicely done.
definitely a difficult opponent I find to play because he does play quite fast, but sometimes you put him into a tricky position where you say, well, to make this ball is tough, and then he'll just drop down and swing. Like, there's a little bit of a do or die style in his game, which is sometimes tough to play, you know.
Yeah, of course. I like what you said. He's no messing around. He picks his shot, gets down, and just executes. And when the balls are there, you can already see he's probably no more than a minute or so into this run out. And very quickly, he's waiting for the cue ball to stop. He's in that much of a hurry. Just a stop shot, stop shot. Pretty formality from here. Think he's in a hurry, Tim?
Well, and don't forget, he has played now, what is it, 2 matches. Some of the players, they are like this, you know, in the beginning they're a little bit shaky, or they are like, they have too much energy basically at the beginning of the day. But then towards the end of the day, they feel like they're in that punch, and then their energy balance is a little less, so they are looking for more rhythm, you know. It's like a balance between stroke and energy. Sometimes you're too hyped and it doesn't really work with the stroke. So
Yeah.
I think he might have found some gear. That was a quick breaker run.
Yeah, it was. It's nice to see. Just gives a little bit of different style and context to how different players, from a methodical to just getting down and shooting as quick as possible. Reminds me a little bit of Mohamed Soufi. He's a very quick player as well. Similar style, just gets down, plays the shot as soon as he sees it. Oh, a bit of problems here. Dry break, but a lot of work to do in this rack.
Well, assuming he's going to play shape on the 2 and then play shape on the top side of the 3 ball to play a safety, I'm assuming. For a second he was looking at getting to the bottom side of the 2 ball, and it looked like he was trying to go aggressive and run out here, but it would surprise me if he runs out this game. Like, look at those 4 balls, look at his shape on the 2.
Yeah, he's going up behind the red here, Tim. Behind the 3, you all. Played a pretty good pace. Well, does it get any better pace? What a shot. Yeah, it was a good shot. This is a tricky kick now. Possibly does have a 3-wheel kick, but that 9 ball is very big where it's sitting. Don't know if he can get there. He might even have to go 4 rails, or yeah, I don't know. There's not many options, Tim, to hit this 2 ball. It's awkward.
Yeah, that 9 comes into play. Yeah, that 9 for sure. You have to go. Oof. Maybe less right spin and just center ball, make it open up more. It's a good hit.
Yeah, he couldn't really get any safety there. It was a good hit from that position. It was a very, very tough snooker.
Well, also, he couldn't really put more pace into it, because then he would have missed it guaranteed. And he couldn't really aim it wider because the 9 was there. So this was the only real way for him to make something happen. Try and bring the 2 ball over to that top left corner.
Could be in trouble, yeah.
Yeah, it didn't really look like comfortable at all, that position, but it worked.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if he can somehow get the 2 ball past the 4 and get behind the red 3. Wasn't perfect the way the 2 was lying, but yeah, still no damage done really. Would have been nice to hook him, but given where the balls are, he's not really selling out at this point. That's a pretty good shot from there, wow. You can bring the 6 into play as well, Tim, if he wants here. Just bump the 3 down next to the 6 and drift the white ball down the table. Try and hide the red behind the 6 and 10 if he chooses.
Yeah, I was more thinking about rolling the 3 next to the 6 and leave the cue ball just next to the 5 ball.
Yeah, is that can you do that from the line? Maybe not.
Well, just the only thing with this shot is that you can always kick over the top short rail.
Yeah, there's a shot here, Tim. No, you can hit it straight. I like the kick off the top rail though, because he could have went top cushion. He could have went top cushion, back cushion, and drifted behind the 6. But would you play a kick shot here, Tim, and punch the 3 out of the way and leave the cue ball behind the orange 5? Try and send the 3 next to the 9.
I do think so.
Yeah.
He's played it really well. I mean, if you think about it, if you catch that ball a little thicker, you would send the 3 into the 4 and the cue ball would not have been with the 5. If you catch that just a hair thinner, the cue ball leaks out. So it's a very simple shot, but it's a delicate one.
Yeah, I think just because the way the cue ball and the 3 ball was so close together, he felt good controlling it. Oh, that shot now opens this rack right up, because now everything's in the open. So this 3 ball safety battle is going to be quite important. Who gets in first?
Well, in general, I would say this game is pretty important because Conrad is, in my opinion, like a typical front runner. When he has like a steady, decent lead, he's like a guy that just can keep going, you know, like he doesn't really have to fight for it at some point. Like at some point, the arm is gonna work.
Yeah, definitely. He's a big flow player as well. Like you say, once he gets going, incredibly dangerous, and racks can disappear in the blink of an eye. But this is very quickly becoming an important rack for Bartol, so he needs to try to see if he can find a good safety in snooker or hook. Conrad, it's not too bad. I don't think he's left it. I think he has, maybe.
I think he has, yeah.
Definitely going to go into the 4 ball, I think, if he can make it.
Well, that's the thing. Like some players would actually consider maybe not taking it on because the outcome could be quite random. But he, in general, doesn't care. Like if you give him something, he'll shoot. And yeah, this is one of the things. Like I mean, like sometimes it ends up like this, but sometimes it also ends up plumb. You know, it ends up like wide open and perfect. And most of the time he still manages, but this time
yeah, he's trying to see if he can still jump it. He's running for his jump cue. Yeah, it was a good call on the 3, Tim. He could just get the edge, a nice bump on the 4, but I have to say he was a little bit unfortunate to land so high on top of the 9. Still a good pot, but this is a tricky jump.
Oh, he couldn't reach it.
Nah, he's changed. Went for the finesse safety. Could be in trouble here, Tim, behind this 6 ball. Unless it doesn't pot, but could be in a lot of trouble here.
Yes, cue ball underneath the 6. Or is he rolling up on the 10? Yeah, nicely done. Is there still an option to go around the 6 ball?
I think 3 rails maybe. 3 rails inside the in between
Also
the 10 and the 9.
I also feel like they're playing so fast. Oh wow,
Oh
look
my
at this
gosh.
first shot. Wow.
Oh wow, Bartol will be fuming. I mean, not a shot. Goodness me.
I cannot believe he just kicked that in. And the shape. What a fantastic shot from Conrad. And in the meantime, I mean, he's already on the 8 ball. I mean, we might be done in 20 minutes. Wow.
Just laughing there, just like how quick he's putting that ball. It's like a surprise punch to Bartol. He's like, what's just happened? I played a really good safety shot. He's kicked in from 3 rails like Efren Reyes, and then the balls are gone. What's just happened? Shell shock.
Yeah, excellent out from Conrad there. The main thing is he didn't really check the 3-railer either. Like, it's not like he walked around the table, measured, or did anything. Dropped down, kicked it in, ran out. Like, it's great to watch, that's for sure. Wow, that's, for me, actually, I think it's the shot of the day.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's the best shot I've seen today. We've seen some great safeties and kicks and jumps, but yeah, maybe that could be contender of the week at the moment. I'm sure there'll be many more.
Yeah, very possible.
But yeah, the speed he played it, yeah, fantastic. Great to watch. It's nice to see those shots sometimes, especially in 10 ball, with it being a call shot. Call in the pocket. Has to be done.
Yeah, and as you can see, I think this would be a very clever moment to take a break. That's exactly what Michel has done. Because, yeah, obviously I think anybody that's watching this match can see that Conrad is trying to still catch the plane or make a dinner tonight. Or I don't know exactly what is happening, but he's on fire. He is lit. And you have to find a way to stop that.
Yeah, but I think Michel actually thought he had a way to stop that by putting him wired to a ball in a good safety, but he still found something from somewhere. So he's kind of thinking, what have I got to do? Very dangerous when Conrad's in this kind of flow, I think. So 3-0 and a break by Conrad to see if he can make it even 4-0. He makes a ball. Yeah, pretty good. Good break, but not really an open shot. I don't think it's no bank on, so he'll be looking for cover. Could double the 1 ball. Either way he prefers, up next to the 5 or down next to the 10. Split the balls. Is your preference on this one, Tim?
Well, he's banking the one near the 5, I believe. No. Oh, he's just playing the cue ball. I don't like this. I definitely would have been going for a thick contact either way. Actually, believe it or not, he still pushed Bartel in a weird position with that awkward queuing over the 5 and not so many outs with the 1-4. he could choose to shoot the 1 partially into the 4, bring the cue ball back where it is now, and send both balls down table. I think he could be in big trouble after this soon.
Yeah, it was a bit of a containing shot. Not much he could do. I think the shot clock also plays a big part in moments like this. And you maybe need to think a little bit longer, but you only have 35 seconds. And you do have a 25-second extension if you require it 60 seconds after the break. This looks a bit short though. Or is it going to get there?
Oh, close. Tough to, again, on the camera, not so easy to see, but looks like he has it. And also, Michel is actually playing fast too. Don't forget, it's not just Conrad. I feel like we have to talk really fast before they do something, because before we have called anything, they're already shooting, so...
Yeah, it's pretty quick. I think jump cue will be coming here, maybe. I think did he call the side? I'm not sure if he did. He probably will, just in case. I don't think the bank is on. He's called the right side, so trying to hit the left edge. Element of safety in mind, but just in case it does go in. It's a pretty good hit. Oh, and he's had a little bit of a form there. Little tap on the table. Kind of a semi-apology, but not really. He does have an edge. He could play... There's a shot here. He could play cushion first and just flick off the edge of the 2 and try to get cover on the other side of the table. Just hide those 3 balls in the middle of the table, slowly. Yeah, that's what he's tried. That's a good shot. Very good shot. Yeah, well worked out. It's a good little flick there. Nice little finesse safety shot. It's good to see those ones.
Yeah, tough to reach. I would like to go real close near the 5 with low right. Straighten up the angle and go 2 rails just in front of the side. I think you can still get to the 1.
Yeah, little flick on the edge maybe. He might just put another ball safe here. Yeah, he's just saying take something else. But yeah, I don't know. He has left a 1-10 combo. I know there's no 10s are allowed and gets respotted, but the balls aren't really in a bad place, all things considered. So he could be aggressive and play the combo here, Tim, right? If he wants to.
Well, I think that's maybe one of the reasons why Conrad... Oh, he's playing safe behind the 10?
No, he's playing the combo, I think. Oh, wow. He's missed that by a mile. That was a surprising miss. I thought he would have got a bit closer than that. It didn't look too difficult. I think he was trying to get out for the 1 ball, Tim, maybe, because he knew where the 1 ball was going, so...
Well, I was gonna say Conrad pushed the 9 ball over a little bit more that way, probably thinking, well, if he plays the combo, the 1 will track towards the 6 and could be trouble, or well, towards the 9. And at the end, it actually turned out to be trouble.
Yeah, I wonder if the 4 ball goes past the 6. I think it does the way he's played it. Maybe not. Oh, wow.
Well, that's the thing. Like, he's now just feeling it. Most of the speed he's playing is there. A little bit of angle. He's probably gonna leave himself a little longer on the 6, but just gotta go. Oh, he said, "Let me go 3 rails."
Oh, a nice little nudge. You take that. It's not what he played. But he's got a 2 rail here. Come back out. Draw this from the side.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
Apparently it was a little straighter on the 7 than I thought. Could have just play a little bit draw and play the 8 in the side, but I just don't think he bothers at all.
No, he's just not hanging around. This is becoming one-way traffic. A few little nudges, but a few good shots in between. And then we have a 4-0 lead. And Bartol has everything to do here. Interesting there. Quick question for you, Tim. I see Conrad was waiting for the cue ball to stop before he took any balls out of the pockets. Of course, in the pool world, we've seen a few of those moments in Puerto Rico and other events where someone has taken balls out of the pocket before the cue ball has stopped and lost racks in those situations. I see a lot of players now waiting, or some players not even taking balls out at all. But we commented earlier on it was the Evo Arts match, actually, funny enough, against name's lost me, but when the balls were still, the cue ball was moving, they were taking the balls out of the pockets while the cue ball was moving. Nothing was said, so I don't think there's any rule at this tournament. Do you know, Tim, for that?
Well, officially, the referees that are there are not active table referees. So the players are still enforcing the rules, basically. So if one of the players would start to complain, well, you put your hand too early in the pocket or whatever, then yes, they probably would get a free game.
Okay.
But I mean, most of the players most of the people don't really go for this, but it has to be kind of official. Like if we want to have a standardized sport, if we want to have all the rules complete, then we cannot just say like, oh, the ball is still rolling, oh yeah, just grab him, it's okay. Too many phony and funny things can happen that way. So even though in some cases I've seen very strict things happen and I'm not always a big fan of it, then still I can understand why it's happening. So hopefully the players just learn. I actually, even at local tournaments, I just nowadays just wait till everything has stopped.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call. Yeah, you do see that even in the English game. A little bit digressing from American pool, and yeah, we see the same thing in English pool. It's becoming common more and more in all pool games to let the balls come to rest, which makes sense logically, even if it is quite obvious that nothing will interfere with the other balls. But it's still probably a good way, like you said, to have a proper rule that everyone follows.
Doesn't want to make both. Nicely done. Now then, this is kind of a must for Bartol to run out because he's down 4-0. Obviously, Conrad is feeling good, but still quite some work to do with the 3-ball.
Yeah, he's landed quite nice on this too, though, so he can come back to the same side of the table where he is, just by his hand, either forwards or back, however he prefers.
Uh-oh. Does he have enough? Is he on the scratch? Scratch is quite close. But I think he can still manage, and with top spin, I think he would be just okay to go 2 rails up to the 4-ball. No.
Wow.
Went 3 rails.
Perfect. Not what he played, but he'll take it. Perfect position, strangely enough, just to roll this through. Sorry, I'm looking, thinking he's on the 5 there, Tim. My apologies. He still has to drag this in, probably dead weight, I think, if he wants to hold for the 5. Very delicate one, this, if he's going to kill it. Yeah, he jumped up quite quickly there. Did you see his body movement there, Tim? He jumped up. Oh, he's had a right roll there.
Well, yes, he did have maybe a slight roll. I think Conrad can still go rail first. Or he could maybe even play... No, he can directly go to it. Center of the table. Wow. I mean... There must be nerves involved. There's no doubt.
Yeah, he definitely had a lot of body movement there. Those drag shots can squeeze out a little bit of body movement sometimes because it's a little bit of a I say, like, not a normal natural shot that you play all of the time, those types of ones, but he definitely had way more movement than his normal shot. And I have to say, it was a bit of a mistake. I think going back to that 2-ball, when he played it with topspin off the rail, with these kind of new cloths, it can actually bite a little bit too much. I thought I prefer maybe he could have went on the draw stroke there, just to get a little bit better, but hey, it's in the past now. 5-0.
Yeah, has to find a way to overcome this, but things not looking too great.
No, and I think Conrad's been breaking pretty well so far. Not expecting anything different either. Given how he's been performing, he gets a chance. He's been taking it, to be fair to Conrad. Again, ball on the side.
It's not the first. It's not the first time he's hit the break like this, to where he's been overcutting to that side, and the cue ball travels over to the other side, and the one dresses up in front of the corner. I'm starting to think this is his break strategy.
Yeah, if it's happening more and more, like you say, there's normally a pattern.
And then after all the big shots he's made, he misses that jump. I don't understand. Well, at this point, I'm just wondering if he misses a ball, like why that happened, because most of the things he shot at, he's made, so.
Oh, here we go. How about a 3-ball jump?
Nice.
So,
I like it.
I don't even think that's
jump
possible,
match,
but yeah.
Nah, 2 rails. If he makes it, he gets shape on the 2. It's close. Oh. Okay, maybe we are over exaggerating a little bit now, but he sure is playing well.
Yeah, he is. But I think back to what you said in the last rack there, Tim. I mean, if the last rack was a must, I mean, what's this one? This is an even bigger must. He has to do something here, and I think he's been short again there, ball in hand. It's not a combo, so a bit of a mistake again there, Tim.
Yeah, and especially if you look at how to get from the red 3-ball on the top side of the table to the pink 4 on the bottom. Yeah, being low on the 3 was not going to be enough to the top left, so he's playing a 3-6 combo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
all
all
offense.
tough shots. And he will have to draw the cue ball also, probably more to the center of the table to have a bigger chance of getting on the 3 after. Okay, where's the 3-ball?
I have to say it's a little bit unfortunate there, but he was hoping for a little bit of fortune. There's no way he knew exactly where that 3-ball was going. And you can see he's getting frustrated, thinking he's not getting the roll, but he has had a few chances. Just get the edge, maybe. Come behind the 10-ball. Oh, nearly. Could be in trouble here, Tim.
Yeah.
Behind the 4, maybe.
Yeah, big chance. Well, at least if you play the 3-ball to the short rail.
Oh, what an angle. What a camera view. He wanted to get him right in behind that 4, didn't he? Still good.
Well, I was surprised. I was expecting him to play the 3 all the way to the top short rail and just play the cue ball into the 4. But he actually was trying to dig that hole. Yeah, it was a good hit. Just every time Conrad taps the table saying like, well, you hit it good, but the cut here with right spin or with inside spin gets him to the 4. He didn't even use spin.
Just thread the needle.
Wow.
Very good.
I gotta say, overall I'm quite surprised, or not surprised, impressed with his performance so far, because most of the players I've seen on the stream table, they've struggled a bit with the pace of the table. The rails are starting to become just slightly quicker. And yeah, I've seen quite some people struggle. And then now Conrad's just walking around like... Yeah, well, it doesn't really look like he's going to make many mistakes.
Yeah, it's like he's practicing now. And I commentated just on the match earlier. Yasmin Aushin was on table 1 and she really struggled big time in her match. She couldn't get a hold of the cue ball. She was quite all over the place, but still managed to grind out a win. And then she won her next match and she's over on, I think it's a quarterfinals over there, if I'm not mistaken. Playing on table 1, playing Olivia Zalewska, and she's 2-1 ahead at the moment. But back to Bartol's break here, which is a must-win rack, otherwise there is no way back for me, if that's even possible now. The 1 in the side, 8 in the side, 3 in the corner. Wow, what a break. I think this 2 is too thin, Tim, and he can't play in the bottom rail.
I mean, I think he can play the 2 to make it, but the shape on the 3 is a dead end. He is going to prove me otherwise, I feel like.
It's all going wrong at the moment, and he's just bumped the 3 a bit more into open play, so I wouldn't bet on this being 7-0 in the blink of an eye, especially with the 5 and 6 and 4 all relatively close. The 9 ball I don't think goes past the 10 onto the left corner, so that might need a little bit of care if he does decide to go to the left side of the table, Tim. I'm not sure he'll be risking a combo. He'll probably try to play the 9 in the right corner, you think?
Yes, I think so. Well, I mean, the combination is really not the worst thing. Just I think I would kind of just choose depending on how I'm on the 6.
Yeah, you can come over
like
this side.
If I would have gotten to straight, I probably would play the combo. Now he could play to the short side. Oh, still playing for combo.
He has a good angle here for me, just to come to the left side, but... Oh, wow.
Ooh.
What's he playing? Oh, he's making the combo easier, Tim. We didn't realise. Didn't see that shot. That's knowledge. He tried to come round the back.
Way. I'm guessing, yes, but...
It does make it a little bit more interesting. Oh, behind the back shot now. Goodness. Is this an exhibition?
Where? Oh no, he didn't bank the 10-4 rails.
Oh, wait.
7-0. What a match we are seeing here. This is completely the opposite from basically every match I've done this. Yeah, well, today. Maybe this week, but today especially. I've had only close matches, great battles, comebacks. I've seen almost everything, just not one guy getting hammered because the other guy is kicking and banking balls in.
Yeah, I think we must have been on different sides of the schedule then, Tim, because I've had a few 8-0s or 8-0 with Mark this morning and a few other quick results. Had a couple of close ones, but I've yet to have a hill drama. I think the last game on table 1, Daniel Maschold won 8-7, I think. Was it Delgado he was playing? I think it was.
Yeah, with Delgado, yeah.
Yeah, crazy game.
Okay, well, this is also a thing. If you could have the ability to not make a ball, like whenever you make a ball on the break, you have shape on the 1, but then when you don't make a ball on the break, you leave your opponent hooked. If you can have that ability, that would make you very tough to beat.
I think it would be congratulations to the upcoming world champion. That's what it would be. Yeah, even that shot, you try to get behind the 9, you still got the cover on the 1, but I think you want it to be a little bit higher up on the table. But still, I don't think he's got an edge, so this is also a tricky kick. If he can get the bottom rail and try to hit the edge of the 1 ball, either left or right, Maybe he could get some cover, but this is very tough. Maybe from the overhead view, you could see what kind of line he has. Yeah, he's going left side of the black here. With a bit of spin. Yeah, he hit the other side. Oh, he's potted it. Did he call it? No. Oof. Not a bad result though. Could have been worse.
Well, is there a bank? Yeah, the first thing he's looking at is, can I bank it?
Surely not. Wow, he did.
He's got it too short.
Very aggressive. He did have a thin edge on that one to come back behind the 9 if he chose to do that, Tim, but he went all out attack to finish this match. But another chance for DATEL here. Can just come down the middle of the table there. Oh dear, he's behind. Oh my god. Tim, he's having a nightmare. There's a bit of a jabby one again. If you notice his cue action, very strange. I think it's all down to just this match has just got on top of him a little bit.
Oh, great hit, but look at his cue.
Oh my goodness, Tim. Goes from bad to worse. I think this is a match to forget. Come back tomorrow for the 8-ball. Start over. Not even choking his cue. He's not even choking his cue. Roll it through.
Yeah, but look at the layout too. I mean, if you get ball in hand on this over and over, you don't need. Okay, maybe one time.
It just looks funny. He sees every shot. Let's overcut that though.
Oh, stop shot, sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's good to watch. It's entertaining, absolutely. And he's even gone above the 9. Is he going to get there?
Uh oh.
Just a little bounce. Everything's going his way. Gosh. It's like, can't lose.
Well, so Conrad Justitian goes to the quarterfinal, beating Michel Bartel 8-0. What a horrendous result for him. This match just couldn't get going, and the Polish machine, I mean the train, whatever you would call it,
yeah.
he just was on a roll. So thanks Graham Hickman and myself, Tim Writer. Thank you all for watching, and yeah, I believe there's another match coming up very soon, so make sure you stay tuned.
Thanks all. Bye bye.
I don't know what to do anymore, you know, and it's so much faster than the other thing. I think it's a little bit faster, yeah, and the time. I don't know.